Mhm. Not sure what's going on. I'm supposed to be active on the old TikTok. Is this playing? Thank you, Susan. Yeah, I reckon I will be. It's going to be a long one. Can't figure out why I don't have volume.
Talks in great deal about the bifurcated process and the rights that a defendant is entitled to as it relates to that NGI presentation.
Okay. Well, I received the report.
Thank you.
So, I haven't even had a chance to review it. So, at the risk of hearing all the same arguments again, which I don't want to do, Mr. Freilich, any response to any of that at this particular point?
Yes. I had been in contact with Dr. O'Donnell. He had to review information and he gave me an opinion for trial. That's what the court wanted me to do. I received that. I suppose we could take this up. I'd ask that we take it up at a later date. We're here to do phase one. This would apply to phase two if it even gets to that point. But I haven't had much opportunity to review all of the documentation that was provided. But I know that Dr. O'Donnell apparently has testified in the state of Illinois with regards to the NGI plea and toxicity and opinions on the toxicology of methamphetamine. So all of that, I think we could take up at a later point. I know today we're here for the fact-finding part of this case. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we will take it up at a different time. Okay. As the jury arrives, we'll get underway. I will instruct them with 601, as I had indicated to the parties I was going to do, and then we'll get underway with opening statements. As I indicated on Friday, opening statements will be limited to 30 minutes each. You'll get a warning at about when you have 5 minutes left. And anything else from the state? From the defense, Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, then we are in recess until the jury is assembled.
That was quick. So that was a moment there. Have you, Frank? Oh, that's good. Sometimes you just need a long break. Sometimes you just need a long break. Hey, Anne. I'm streaming between here and TikTok, so if you hear me talking and you can't see who I'm talking to, it'd be because I'm talking to someone else on the other side. So that makes it interesting. Well, it worked. I learnt a new skill today, everyone. I learnt a new... Oh, hang on. Skill. So just for those who don't know, or who haven't been aware of this trial, this is the trial of this beautiful lady here. Not so beautiful now that she is in prison. She is known for the Murder in the House of Horrors, and she is Taylor. Hey, Anne. How are you? It's an orange. In orange? No, she doesn't look great in orange, does Taylor? She doesn't look great in orange at all. Oh, there's Anne as well. Oh, hang on, let me check. Have you got a wrench? Are you blue? Because it doesn't show the wrench on the back. On the back. But I'm sure oh no, I may not have wrenched you. Hang on. Hang on, hang on. Let me just.
Okay.
Moderate and so that Anne can be blue. It's much easier when you are. I'm gonna put you as a moderator. So now when you comment, you should go blue, Anne, wherever you are. Hey, Esther. Yeah, you do. You're blue. You have a wrench. You have a wrench. Everyone loves a wrench on YouTube. Woohoo! Yay, it worked. It worked. No problem. Anne is a blue now. Anne is one of my fabulous mods over on TikTok who's over here multitasking, doing this, and her work. Bryony is in here as well. Got to try and get these watch hours up on YouTube, guys. But I'm glad to say it is working. It is working. Anyway, this delight has obviously been charged with the unaliving of her lover, shall we call him? And not only did she brutally... Hey, Kezzy! You will be able to hear two of me, silly. You'll have to mute one of them. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so not only did she unalive this person quite intimately, she then intimately mutilated his body. She dismembered his body. And I'm going to shut the door in a minute because there's a lot of background noise. And put his head in a bucket, decapitated him too. And wants to plead insanity. It's bad enough when you have to hear one of me, isn't it?
Okay, the jury is assembled. Anything to bring up?
October, Cora.
Saunders?
No.
October.
No.
The jury's ready? Bring it in.
It does weird things to my eyes. If you want to watch it, you can watch it on YouTube. I'm on YouTube live. Yes, and she also flipped out on her attorney and attacked him as well. That's how awesome she is. Thank you, Lisa. How are you?
Why don't you stay standing till everybody gets in? I could talk about it. No problem. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good weekend. The first thing we're going to do here this morning is administer the juror's oath. So I'm going to ask all of you to stand up and raise your right hand.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try to issue between the plaintiff and the defendant and a true verdict give according to law and the evidence in court, so help you God.
Have a seat. The next thing I want to do, ladies and gentlemen, is briefly explain to you about the process. We have obviously 16 jurors. There's only going to be 12 that are going to be in deliberations. For those of you who aren't familiar with that process, we have a number of alternates. The purpose of an alternate is to ensure that if someone takes ill or can't return or for any reason finds that they can no longer participate in the process, we continue to have 12. Because if we drop below 12, the trial has to end and we need to start over. That's why we have 4 extra. At the end of the first phase of this trial, the computer will randomly select 4 of you who are going to be excused and won't participate in the deliberations. That's the purpose of the alternate, and that's the purpose of having 16 instead of 12 right off the bat. I gave you a number of instructions on Friday, and I want to give you one more instruction here this morning to help you better understand the process. In this case, Taylor Schabusiness has entered 2 pleas to the charges in this case: not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. The law requires that the issues raised by the 2 pleas be decided in a continuous trial that is separated into 2 phases. Your verdict will be taken at the end of each phase. You are to consider only the issues presented to you during each phase. You are not to consider any issues other than those presented to you for each verdict. In the first phase of the trial, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is guilty of the charges of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. You will determine solely on the facts which deal with the actual incident alleged in the information. During this first phase, you will not be asked to determine whether, at the time of the incident, the defendant was suffering from mental disease or defect. If, after the first phase of the trial, you find the defendant not guilty, the trial will be over.
A little view.
If you find the defendant guilty, the trial will move to a second phase. During the second phase, you will be asked to determine
That's what she's
whether the
looking like,
defendant is
guys.
responsible for criminal conduct. Wisconsin law
Yes, we
provides that a person is not responsible for criminal conduct if, at the time it was committed, the person had a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform the conduct to the requirements of the law. If the trial proceeds into this second phase, you will be instructed more fully as to your duties at that time. We'll now begin the first phase of the trial, and I again caution you that this first phase is concerned solely with the question of whether the defendant committed the crimes of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault as set forth in the information. The lawyers will now make opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. Having said that, Mr. Saunders, are you prepared to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning. The evidence in this case will show that in the early morning of February 22nd of 2022, the defendant strangled her friend Shad Thyrion to death using a dog collar. That after he was dead, engaged in sexual acts with him, his body, subsequently dismembered him using kitchen knives found in the home. Over the next few days, in the first phase of trial, the state of Wisconsin, myself, District Attorney Lassay, will present a number of witnesses who will testify about what happened in this case, and that'll show and demonstrate to you that the defendant committed these acts. You'll hear testimony and evidence will show that in the early morning of February 23rd, is a Tuesday, kind of a normal cold February in Wisconsin, at a house on Stony Brook Lane. It's sort of, if you know the area, the west side of Green Bay, Fireman's Park, West Mason Street, that area. Tara Pakinich is kind of in her home and is awoken by a storm door shut. There's a door that's sort of abuts the garage, driveway to the residence, normal single-family home in the area. Hears a storm door close and is awoken from sleep. It's early morning, 2:30, 3 a.m., somewhere in there. She goes and gets up. It kind of wakes her up, and she's aware at that point that her son, Shad, was in the basement with a friend, Taylor. They had been over the day before, February 22nd, February 21st, in that time frame. And she kind of goes and sees what's going on, right? We hear this noise late in the night, early in the morning, and she sees the basement light is on. At that point, she's aware that, they were down there throughout the day of the 22nd, and she goes down and sees, because the light's on in the basement, and she's seeing what's going on. And you'll see sort of the scene, sort of go down the stairs to a normal basement. It's partially finished on one half, partially like a utility area, laundry, that kind of storage area. And right next to the stairs, there's a 5-gallon bucket that you'd get at a home center. And she lifts a towel that's covering the bucket. It's like a beach towel. And unfortunately, sees essentially a mother's worst nightmare. That her son's head is in the bucket. Understandably, you'll hear testimony about that and the shock that caused. Tara goes and talks to her boyfriend who lives in the home, Steve. You'll hear from him. He goes and checks too, and ultimately they call 911. And that's how this case comes to be. You'll hear from the officers this morning, likely, who arrived on scene and what they observed, obviously confirming the information that was reported on for about circumstances. How they find the bucket, and it has parts of shad as well as knives. You'll hear about, at that point, a relative lack of other indicia of a crime occurred. It's not a significant amount of blood on the walls and on the floor. There's some, you'll hear about that, but it takes law enforcement time to see what actually happened, the full extent of what the defendant did in this case. By that point, they're actually interviewing the defendant, and she's providing that information. But no, Shad's still in the basement. The rest of him is still in the basement. And ultimately, you'll hear about what officers find in that basement. There's, as I mentioned, the living area has some mattresses, blood-soaked. Once you remove the blankets, other clothing items. There's a tote, a teal tote, kind of a larger Tupperware that has knives as well as body parts of shad. There's bags, a sort of duffel bag type item, a backpack, all of which contain parts of Shad's body, as well as knives that were used in the dismemberment. And you'll hear all about that. The officers who responded on scene and processed the evidence, ultimately locating the parts of Shad. You'll hear about then other things that are found. Signs of methamphetamine use, which the defendant later acknowledges happened with her and Shad right before this crime occurred. Cleaning products. As I mentioned, you may have an idea in your head of this crime and what that looks like and what law enforcement would encounter when they got there, and you'll see what actually encountered. You'll hear about Clorox wipes and how the defendant would go to the shower and sort of clean up and use a squeegee and clean up the scene. You'll hear about the medical examiner and their team who arrive and are dealing with this situation, and it's determined that not all of Shad is located in the basement. There's certain parts that are missing, and ultimately in the van that the defendant is driving, gold minivan, there's additional legs of Shad found in that van. You'll hear from Dr. Vincent Tranquita. He's our medical examiner at the time, and he will testify about cause and manner of death. And you'll hear about the cause being strangulation. Significant force applied to the neck, significant signs of strangulation that you'll hear about, and then ultimately, obviously, a significant amount of dismemberment after the fact. You'll hear Dr. Tranquita talk about that. That's all happening at Stony Brook. And 23rd, throughout that day, you'll hear about significant investigation that goes on at that house. And then you'll hear about then, a few hours after that initial 911 call, how law enforcement kind of gets word that, Shad was with the defendant, Ms. Schabusiness, before this offense, and they locate her at her apartment on Eastman Avenue, sort of on the other side of Green Bay, east side. Encountered as she's leaving the apartment that she shares with another person, and you'll see that encounter, how the defendant is essentially literally caught red-handed, blood on her hands. There's a significant knife wound that she talks about later was suffered in the course of the crimes. There's blood on her clothing. There's black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. And she talks with law enforcement for a pretty significant amount of time. Detective David Groff, who's seated at counsel table here, interviews the defendant along with another detective, and they start to learn more about what happened in this case, or how leading to the crimes. And it's a significant and lengthy interview, and the defendant's providing information that you'll see jives with what law enforcement's encountering in that basement. She admits that, as I mentioned, methamphetamine use before this. She and Shad were sort of hanging out beforehand. They were friends from school back in the day, and it seems like they were in a friendly state at the time of the offense. You'll hear then they go to the Stony Brook Lane home and go to the basement. They're let in by Steve. You'll hear about that in the early morning of the 22nd. You'll hear the defendant describe that what apparently begins as a somewhat sexual encounter escalates to a dog collar being placed around Shad's neck. And the defendant quite vividly describes what she then did. She's yanking on the chain. She's describing what's happening to Shad. It's evidence that you'll hear, and you'll hear it from the defendant's own mouth, that shows that this is an intentional act. It's not one pull of a gun trigger. It's an intense act. You'll hear about that from Vincent Tranquita, Dr. Tranquita as well. She's pulling harder, just hoping that he eventually passes, and it takes a significant amount of time. It takes several minutes, so you'll hear her say. After that, after Shad's deceased, she describes what she then does with his body, again, engaging in sexual acts, ultimately dismembering him quite significantly. She reports that afterwards, that law enforcement would have fun finding all the body parts that are located throughout the basement, told law enforcement where to find certain body parts. Like I said, it wasn't obvious to law enforcement who initially respond to that basement what happened. It's information being provided by the defendant that later is corroborated by law enforcement. You'll hear the defendant admit to cleaning up, avoiding guilt, avoiding responsibility for this. You'll hear her talk about that. You'll see the signs of that, as I mentioned earlier. That dismemberment process takes that entire day of the 22nd, essentially. As I mentioned, Tara wakes up to Taylor leaving at about 2:33 a.m. on the 23rd. The investigation doesn't stop there, despite the defendant's confessions. Law enforcement continues. They send DNA to the lab, and it confirms the accounts that we're getting here. Blood on the defendant's hands, left and right hands, or Shad's. Blood on the knives, some of the knives that are used is Shad's. The clothing item, as I mentioned, the black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, has red substances, blood on the sweatpants, all consistent with what happened, with the defendant's statements, with what law enforcement's seeing. So this case is really not a whodunit. You'll hear about the crimes that clearly occurred. You'll hear the defendant's statement saying, yep, I did it. And you have DNA evidence and other investigative tools that kind of corroborate everything else. So for this, the defendant's charged with the three crimes that the judge read off earlier. First degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, dismembering the corpse, and then third degree sexual assault. So we'll get into what that all means later. We'll have closing arguments where we kind of provide summation and provide all that to you But for now, as you kind of listen to the evidence, count one, the state needs to prove that the defendant caused the death of Shad and that she did so intentionally. As I mentioned, you're going to hear a lot about that. And it's nothing but intentional. This is not an accident. This is not a mistake. It's a significant act the defendant did. Dismembering a corpse for the purpose of concealing a crime, you'll hear a lot about that. And third-degree sexual assault, how she engaged in oral contact with Shad's body and inserted objects in his body as well after the fact. I know in voir dire, some of you talked about, you've heard some about this case, and that's to be expected potentially. It's really important to stress that our system of justice is not based on media accounts, on word of mouth, on what you hear. The evidence is what happens in these four walls, and what you hear and see. And ultimately, the evidence in this case will point to one area. The defendant is guilty of these three crimes. So again, this is just meant to be an overview on the evidence we expect you to hear over the next few days in the first phase. But ultimately, the case comes down to choices and responsibility. The defendant made a series of choices, February 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Choices to use methamphetamine, choices to kill her friend, Shad, choices to then utterly degrade him after the fact. The choices the defendant made. And when we come back in closing arguments later this week at some point, we'll argue to you that the evidence in this case is clear. The choices the defendant made indicate that you're not going to have a reasonable doubt about what the defendant did, that she's guilty of all three crimes. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Freeland, are you prepared to make an opening statement?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Your Honor, may it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Lassay, Mr. Saunders. Thank you for your service as jurors. We definitely appreciate you being here, serving on the jury, because a jury is an integral part of the court process. Without you jurors, our court system simply couldn't function. The lawyers couldn't do their job, and the court couldn't do its job. So we appreciate your time, your attention to detail, and your anticipated focus over the next several days that you're going to put into this very serious case. Now, in this case, the state of Wisconsin, through the Brown County District Attorney's Office, has the complete burden of proof. The state must prove to all of you jurors beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The United States Constitution presumes that every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. And in this case, TAYLOR SCHBUSINESS is presumed to be innocent. She doesn't have to prove anything. The defense does not have to prove anything in this case. Why? Because the complete burden of proof rests with the District Attorney's Office, with the state of Wisconsin. They have to prove up all the facts. And in this case, you're going to hear a lot of different facts. You're going to hear a lot of different accounts from witnesses, citizen witnesses, detectives, police officers, experts, DNA analysts, medical examiners, all of that. You're going to have to take all of that information into consideration when you deliberate. But the entire burden rests with the state in this case. My client, TAYLOR Denise Schabusiness, also has an absolute right to remain silent. Under the law, she has a right not to testify if she so chooses. And if she elects not to testify, you cannot use that fact alone against her in this trial. She doesn't have to testify, but she may testify. In this particular case, ladies and gentlemen, TAYLOR Denise Schabusiness was friends with Shad. They went to high school together. They went to school at Bayport, and they had classes together. And they were, when they were younger, they dated for a short period of time. But basically, they were friends. You're going to hear some testimony on, it was Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022. You're going to hear, I believe, a 911 tape. You're going to hear testimony from Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks. They live at 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay. There was a call from Mr. Hendricks that he apparently went downstairs in the basement and saw a bucket, saw a human head in the bucket, and he had checked it out because his significant other, Tara Pakinich, had initially went down there and saw this and had him go check. He didn't have glasses on, but he apparently called 911, and that caused the officers to come to the scene at 829 Stony Brook Lane. There'll be some testimony about this residence. It's a small, quaint home. It's got a loft upstairs where I believe Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks were sleeping. It has a floor level with kitchen, living area, and then it has a basement. And there will be testimony. We believe that Stephen Hendricks last saw Shad at the house on Monday night, which I believe would have been February 21st of 2022. He will indicate that both of them will indicate that they really did not see TAYLOR Schbusiness leave. They heard a vehicle start, a door slam, caused them to wake up. Officer Wanish, you'll hear from him. He came to the house and went down the basement to make some observations. That the officers did a protective sweep. They walked around the basement and the entire house to see if there were any other people there on February 23rd, 2022. And the only people that were there were Tara Pakinich, the owner, Stephen Hendricks, and daughter Ava Wheelock. Those people were there. No TAYLOR Schbusiness was there. She wasn't in the basement. She wasn't anywhere in the house. But obviously there was some investigation and evidence was apparently found. And it's true that law enforcement officers didn't have a clear picture or clear understanding of what was really happening or what happened. And so they're trying to figure things out as they went along. There would be some testimony from other officers with regards to the other scene, which is 2353 Eastman Avenue in Green Bay. That I submit was TAYLOR Schbusiness's apartment. And she lived there with Scott Thoms, Thoms. And law enforcement officers came over there and my client came out of the apartment complex and she was arrested. She had a warrant. She was taken into a squad car and taken down to the Green Bay Police Department for questioning by Detective Groff and Detective Kevin Kempf. Also, law enforcement arrested the other person in apartment one, that was TAYLOR's apartment, Scott Thoms, and he was ordered to lay on the ground and he was taken into custody as well. You'll hear from lots of different officers, in this case, law enforcement officers. The officers found a gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan, I believe 2006, and they found it parked in the Eastman Avenue parking lot, and there were some concerns about it. Now, this vehicle is owned by Scott Thoms, and I believe that will come out that he was the one that owned that vehicle. But inside that vehicle, there was a crock pot box, and there were some human body parts in there. In this particular case, you'll also hear from Dr. Tranchita. He's the medical examiner, did a lot of investigative work, looking at cause and manner of death of the deceased. So you'll hear about all of his findings. You're also going to hear from Kevin Scott. He's the DNA analyst for the state of Wisconsin Crime Lab. And his testimony, I believe, will show that he took various swabs as part of the DNA analysis, and items were swabbed. There were sweatpants, there were blades, there were light switch, there was boxes, hands, people's mouths, and a dildo, because that was found. The swab of the dildo, he will testify, I believe, that the possible contribution of DNA from Shad Thyrion as it relates to the dildo is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture. So the state is going to argue that there was a sexual assault by use of the dildo, and the deceased DNA is not on it. So that's something you'll have to take into consideration. You're going to hear from Sergeant Kurt Brester from the Green Bay Police Department. He was dispatched to 829 Stony Brook Lane regarding a suspicious situation on February 23rd, 2022, and that he conferred with Officer Wanish outside, that he had contact with Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks, and that he did a protective sweep of the residence, and they didn't find anybody else other than Ava Wheelock, who was the young lady, she's 16, sleeping in a bedroom. You're going to hear from, I believe, Officer TJ Buckman, that he arrived on the scene as a supervisor to this apartment complex. And he actually went to 2353 Eastman Avenue in Green Bay. And he saw that gold van parked outside. And he had several other officers keep the van under surveillance. And at least from his initial investigation, he did not have enough information to determine whether or not TAYLOR ScHBUSINESS was the suspect or the victim. And so those are some other things that you're going to have to take a look at and think about. You're going to see the videotape in this case where there's a lengthy video down at the Green Bay Police Department between Detective Groff and Detective Kempf and my client, TAYLOR Denise ScHBUSINESS. And they talked, and Detective Groff asked her lots of questions about what she knew and her whereabouts and what may or may not have happened. So you have to pay close attention to that and think about the things that are said. In a case like this, and really in any case, you have to assess the credibility of each and every witness. You have to take all of that into consideration in this matter. I'd ask that you, when you're considering all of the evidence, don't jump to conclusions. Don't rush to judgment. Please keep an open mind. Listen to all the facts. Listen to what every witness has to say carefully and weigh what they have to say. And remember, there's always two sides to every story. You jurors are going to have to decipher the facts of what may have occurred or what didn't occur. But at the end of the case, we ask that you find our client not guilty on all the counts. Thank you.
And then, Mr. Saunders, are you ready to call your first witness? Yes.
Your Honor, may we have just a very brief sidebar before the first witness?
Sure.
So, sidebar already. What are people's thoughts at the minute with these heinous? I mean, when we say they are heinous, they are heinous. I mean, when you think that cannot get any worse in a crime situation, like you get this, you know, you get Chad Thyrion, they're up there with the worst of the worst. I kind of feel like you need to categorize them in like familicide, worst of the worst, child unalivings, worst of the worst, and adult unalivings, worst of the worst. Because from, you know, not only did she obviously unalive him, she was intimate with him post decapitated him, dismembered him. Can't really get any lower. And then she attacked her attorney as well.
The state calls Amy Shannon.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Amy Shannon.
before we go on, it wouldn't be a jury trial if we didn't have technical problems. So there's going to be an audio played shortly, and we're having a hard time getting the audio on. So we're just take a minute and see if we can, if we can't get it done quickly, I'm going to excuse the jury and call somebody up who can fix it.
My name's Ms. Cole. I'm sorry.
Who thinks there's a high chance that this woman, at the end, if it doesn't go her way, is going to flip her shit and go to the attorney or the judge? Or well, she won't get to the judge. She won't be quick enough. But like, might at least click on her attorney. Number two, I do. I think if this doesn't go the way she wants it, woo! Hey, Julie! How are you? I'm live. I'm here. We're streaming. I've learned a new talent. And it's going swimmingly well. You're welcome, Lily. It's just horrendous,
Loading
like
again,
what she
so
did.
it's rebooting. I'm not sure exactly how long that's going to take, but
Essentially, she murdered this lover of hers. She beheaded him, dismembered him, interfered with him in an adult way when he was deceased. His mum found him, or found his head in a bucket. She put his genitalia in organs and stuff in.
Does the court wish that I make the sort of foundational questions? They're relatively brief.
sure. Why don't we do that?
Some say a week.
Will give us some more time. So go ahead, Mr. Jose.
Thank you. Ms. Shannon, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I'm the Assistant Director for Brown County Public Safety Communications, such as the 911 Dispatch Center.
Can you just explain for the jury how the 911 dispatch center works in Brown County and how it relates to the other law enforcement agencies?
So the 911 Center takes the calls for all law enforcement,
It's good audio.
ambulance services, and fire departments
It's
within
not,
Brown County.
I think.
As part of that, all calls and radio traffic that come in through our center are recorded, and then they are held in our center as evidence
In the east.
for 120 days. As were requested by agencies, we release that evidence back to them because it's technically their evidence. We're just the holder.
If a law enforcement agency makes a request that you retain a particular call or record, is that something that your agency does?
We do.
And are those calls, are they something that are easily discernible by the date and the location of the call?
Yes.
Does the system actually store the location of a phone call that comes in?
It depends on how it comes in, but yes.
Thank you.
And essentially, are you able to serve as a record keeper or records custodian for the 911 center given your current role?
That is part of my role, is to be the records custodian.
And how long have you worked with the 911 center overall?
Overall, over 10 years.
And were you asked by the Green Bay Police Department to record and maintain a call from February 22nd, actually February 23rd, 2022, I believe, at 3:24 a.m.?
Yes.
And as part of your work with the 911 center, did you have an opportunity to review a recorded phone call that came in on February 23rd at 3:24 a.m. from a residence located at 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes,
You had a chance to listen to that entire call?
I did.
And if we played that phone call for you, would you be able to identify that call?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would like to have that call used as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Well, I didn't hear what he said.
He wants to offer the recording as an exhibit, and then he wants to play it.
I have no objection.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear an audio recording. Recordings are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. Please listen carefully. Some parts might be hard to understand.
County Public Safety, how may I help you?
Yes, I'd like an officer at 829 Stony Brook. Girlfriend just woken me up and swears that she found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Okay, can you repeat the address, sir?
829 Stony Brook.
Okay, S-T-O-N-E-Y?
Is it EY, right? Yes. No E. Just that one.
Is that a house, apartment, or duplex?
It's a house.
What's your phone number?
My number is 327-3748. My name's Steve.
327-3748?
Yes.
What's your last name, Steve?
Hendricks.
Okay, tell me what's happening there again?
I have no clue what's happening. My girl swears that she's found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Did you go down there?
In a bucket. I went down, I can't tell what the fuck it is. Part of my language, I'm kind of a little freaked out.
Okay, did she just wake up and say that?
Yeah.
And whose head is it?
She's claiming it's her son.
How old is her son?
24, 25?
Has he been missing, or?
No, yeah, he was here yesterday with some chick, and then all of a sudden nobody's here. And she came up to use the restroom a couple times, and she keeps calling and calling, and now she's saying that she hears the phone down there too.
Okay, is she with you right now?
Yes, she's upstairs. She's a little freaked out, and I don't know what to do.
Okay, all right, stay on the line. And, you said you went down there, correct?
Yeah, and I lifted the towel, but I can't see very well, and I can't tell what the hell it is.
So there's something in the bucket?
There's something in the goddamn bucket.
Okay.
If she won't look again, I don't know what the hell, man.
Do you think she's hallucinating, or do you think that?
I don't think so. I went down and there's something in the damn bucket. I don't know, man. She's a little freaked out and kind of freaking me out.
What's your girlfriend's last name?
Pakanek.
How do you spell that?
Oh, we said, you want to spell it? P-A-K-A-N-I-C-H.
N-I-C-H. What's her first name?
Tara, T-A-R-A.
What's her middle initial, date of birth?
What's your middle initial? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah.
I'm still here.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, yep.
Okay. What's her date of birth?
What's your date of birth? 5/14/74.
All right, can I talk to her?
Yes, you can.
Hello?
Hi, Tara. So can you tell me what's going on?
Thank you, Michelle. Then I've done something with audio. What did I do? Paused it.
Very positive my son's head is in a bucket, my own bucket in my basement.
What makes you think that?
It was going well.
Because I looked in the bucket,
And what did you see?
exactly what I told you.
Okay, where's the rest of the body at?
No idea.
Okay. When's the last time you saw your son?
Well, I guess today is Wednesday, so I picked him up from his dad's on Monday. And he doesn't normally stay here. He doesn't stay here for a few days. Brother left the laundry. He was here a couple hours, then he left with Taylor. And they had some big Taylor,
Who's that?
girl, Taylor Coronado.
You know how to spell her last name?
Coronado. No, not exactly. But it's the common spelling from around here.
All right, that is
He
correct.
went to middle school and high school with her. I don't know if he does it with me.
When's the last time you saw him?
Well, he left with her. They both came back. I believe they both came back while we were sleeping Monday night. And I assumed they slept all day yesterday, so I haven't seen him since Monday night physically. I thought they were sleeping all day. I was gone for a little while yesterday, Tuesday, and he's 25, I'm going to pay attention. What are you doing? You know what I mean?
Well, we've got help.
And then I heard my door and her minivan start, and I went downstairs and I went to the bathroom. The lights were out in the basement. I turned them off, and I looked around and I was there. So then when I turned around to come back upstairs, there was a 5-gallon bucket with a towel over it. And I'm like, oh great, that's why they're out here all day yesterday. They're pissing in a bucket. And I looked, and that's not what was in that bucket.
What is your son's name?
Shad Thyrion,
C-H-A-D.
S-H-A-D,
How do you spell his last name?
T-H-Y-R-I-O-N,
Sorry, guys.
Date of birth.
I just need to get a code.
9797.
Is there,
Sometimes we actually,
is there blood down there?
no,
Okay. All right, ma'am. I have officers that are headed over to your house right now, okay?
head over.
Okay, I'll go down there.
I guess just stay away from that. Just stay away.
Stay from that area, but we're on the second level, so we're gonna go down to the kitchen and not to the basement.
Okay,
We
yeah.
can answer the doors and stuff.
Okay, all right, ma'am.
My 16-year-old daughter is sleeping.
Excuse me?
My 16-year-old daughter is here sleeping.
Okay.
They do not make a lot of noise. I don't know.
Okay, just let them know that. I'm sure they won't try, okay?
My heart can jump out of my head for being so.
And, I mean, you're sure it couldn't be like a fake head or something?
Not touching it. I'm not looking at it again.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Just go ahead and wait for the officers, okay?
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Ms. Shannon, the audio recording that was just played, is that consistent with the recording that was retained by the 911 center for the call from the address on Stony Brook Drive on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes,
Your Honor, for the record, I believe that we played the entirety of the audio recording, which is 7 minutes and 13 seconds. I would ask that the recording be admitted as an exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Freilich?
No.
All right, that exhibit will be received.
I have no further questions for Ms. Shannon.
All right, Mr. Freilich, cross-examination?
Sure. Ms. Shannon, morning.
Morning.
How is a recording like that kept by the 911 dispatch center?
all calls and radio traffic coming into our center are recorded automatically. We have a recording system. And regardless of how it's coming in, phone or radio, it's recorded. It stays in that recording. We have it set for 180 days.
Okay. Do you, at least for the recording on that we just heard, would that then download to a disk thing?
Yes. And then also keep it on a separate drive to make sure that it doesn't go away, because those do automatically clear after 180 days. So we downloaded it to a disk as evidence, and then we also keep a recording of it in house.
So is it your testimony that you preserved that tape from February 23rd of 22? And then it was, what, was it sent to the Green Bay Police Department, the district attorney's office? Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
It was sent to the district attorney's office,
Then they kept it in their custody?
as far as I know.
Okay. But 911 dispatch center still has a copy as well?
Yes.
Was there any way that that recording was altered in any way?
No.
Do only certain people have access to it?
Yes.
Who was that?
Myself, and then we have a group of supervisors. They are the people who make the recordings. We have one person who is assigned to do it, but if he's not there, then any of the supervisors, but they're the only ones that have access to that drive.
That 911 tape that we just heard, it wasn't excised or modified in any way, shape, or form, was it?
No.
And it was downloaded off the mainframe computer at the dispatch
The
center?
server, yes,
Okay, off the server?
yes.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, one more. This was kept in the regular course of business of the 911 dispatch center?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. State's next witness.
The state calls Officer Alex Wanish.
Officer, if you just want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Officer Alex Wanish, Wanish.
Okay, and then if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can all hear you. And with that, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Officer, how are you employed?
With the City of Green Bay Police Department as a patrol officer.
And how long have you been employed as a patrol officer with Green Bay PD?
Since April of 2019.
And is that the totality of your law enforcement experience?
I worked about a year and a half prior to that with City of Manitowoc.
So about 2017 is when your law enforcement career started?
Correct.
And can you outline for us what training you received to be a police officer?
I went through the 720 Academy at NWTC. Before that, I went to UW-Platteville for my 4-year bachelor degree in criminal justice.
And what are some of your regular duties as a police officer?
Taking any dispatch call that comes out, traffic, that kind of stuff.
Sort of respond to the initial incidents?
Correct.
And then do you kind of conduct follow-through investigation as well?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Officer, I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were working in that capacity on that day?
Yes, I was.
Directing your attention to about 3:25 a.m., were you dispatched to a call around that time?
Yes.
To where were you dispatched?
The address was 829 Stony Brook, City of Green Bay, Brown County.
And is that an area of Green Bay that you're familiar with in your regular patrol duties?
Yes, it is.
And I guess what area of Green Bay is that?
It's the west side, I guess the closest major intersection between Mason and Military.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that residence?
The initial call came out that the complainant's girlfriend found her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement.
And did you arrive at the Stony Brook Lane residence?
Yes, I did.
Were any other officers with you in that initial time period?
Officer Plonky arrived at the same time as I did.
And what happened when you got to the residence?
We made contact with the complainant and then his girlfriend. We started talking to them, and then we were directed to the basement where the bucket was located. Officer Plonky remained upstairs just to keep an eye on the rest of the house. I went downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs to the right, there was a green bucket with a shower towel on top of it, just to verify we had an actual head in the bucket. Lifted the towel off, and there was, in fact, a human severed head in the bucket.
So I want to back up just a little bit. When you got to the residence, you said you met with the complainant. Was that Stephen Hendricks?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said his girlfriend was also present?
Yes.
And who is that person?
First name was Tara.
Tara, okay. And Officer Plonky stayed with those individuals?
Correct.
Right? Okay. And then you went down to the basement?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And you mentioned observing the bucket. I guess where in the basement was that located?
As you go down the stairs, if you turn to the immediate right, it was at the bottom of the stairs to the right.
Was it in pretty close proximity to the stairs?
Yes.
After you made that observation, what did you do?
After I pulled the towel off,
Yes.
I had Officer Plunky come downstairs and just verify we had in fact found a human head in the bucket. And then we started to notify a supervisor and then ask for additional units.
And at that time, on February 23rd, 2022, did your department utilize body-worn cameras?
Yes.
Is that something that was operating on that day?
Yes.
And did you have the chance to review your body-worn camera prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I did.
If you were able to observe that here in court, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes, I'll be able to.
Your Honor, I'd propose to play Exhibit 2. It's approximately 6 minutes.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, I'm playing Exhibit 2 beginning at 0 seconds.
Marine mod, Jen. Oh, thank you, Esther. Sorry, I've missed the little flappy things.
Okay. Did you both see this? I opened the towel, I picked up the towel and dropped it, because I don't know what the fuck it is, man. I have bad vision. And she's like, is that what I think it is? I'm like, I don't fucking know. What the fuck?
Do you want to stay with those two? I'll just go see it.
Where's it at?
So right there, look right, there's a bucket with a towel on it.
We're going down in the I'm concerned. Okay, I'm concerned they're going to show the video with the head in the bucket.
Come here.
Good judge, Luke. No one impressed.
Let's just.
I mean, it's a crime scene. It looks relatively clean.
That's what right? That's what I'm about. Alcohol, I got 4 Ed 1 to 82 Sam.
probably find it somewhere on the Google, wouldn't we? If you wanted to read.
I know you're busy over there, but this is actually what it's going to be. It's not going to be a 961 thing or a 96 thing. So we're going to need more units here.
I mean, there's not a load of blood everywhere. There's the bucket. Oh, God. He's double taking the head in the bucket. I'm just giving you an audio description. Thank you, Auntie Ree. Yay! No.
Was that Fred one? No, for right now.
Changed. Is it better? Am I better now?
If we could get more units here sooner rather than later, that'd be appreciated.
Doesn't this say
We got
on YouTube when I've done?
quite a bit of blood down here. I want to clear this rest of this house. We've got 2 people in the house for sure.
I'm sure it's saved. But there is very little blood, considering what she did with the utensils that she had. Why is there 3 mattresses going on? Is that where it's resting? I mean, I know she cleaned, but I know, because I haven't got premium on StreamYard, it doesn't should StreamYard, but it should still be on YouTube after.
And for the record, the entirety of Exhibit 2, approximately 5 minutes, 59 seconds was played. Officer, having reviewed the exhibit, do you recognize the video that was depicted?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be consistent with your body-worn camera footage that you observed?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to also be consistent with your recollection of the scene on Stony Brook Lane on February 23rd?
Correct.
I'd move Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 2 will be received.
So, Officer, I want to ask a few questions about that. When you arrived, which door to the residence did you enter through?
It would have been the side door off the driveway.
Okay. And was there a sort of a storm door that was a part of that door as well?
Yes, I believe so.
After you observed the bucket, it appeared that you walked around the basement area of the residence. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
At that point, did you see any other parts of a human body?
No other parts of a human body, no.
Did you notice any areas of potential blood?
Yes.
And where was that?
Beyond the stack of mattresses, there appeared to be blood on the floor and then small chunks of human flesh.
In other areas of that basement, did you locate any obvious signs of blood?
There was a dried blood stain on the mattresses, and that was all that I remember seeing.
After you and Officer Plonky, was that the officer who is also depicted in that video?
Yes, it is.
Did other officers arrive on scene?
Yes.
And what did you and the other officers do at that point?
Sergeant Brester was next to arrive on scene. I kind of informed him of what we had up to this point and then what we needed to do next. We had 2 other officers responding. Once we got all the officers there that we needed, we conducted a protective sweep of the residence just to make sure there was no other people that we needed to know about, just to make sure that there was no other potential threats.
And you're the first officer to testify, so I'll ask you this because we've heard this term. What is a protective sweep?
It's not a search or anything like that. It's just conducting a sweep of the house just to make sure there's no other people hiding or no other threats.
So essentially a search for people?
Yeah.
Other than the towel that you lifted off the bucket, was any object moved or rummaged through by officers?
Not the initial responding officers, no.
And then at some point, do detectives and other personnel arrive on scene?
Yes.
I guess, what do you do after the protective sweep then?
We maintain the scene. Officer Linsmeyer and Officer O'Donnell transported Stephen and Tara to the police department along with their 16-year-old daughter, Ava. Sergeant Brester, Officer Plonky, and I remained on scene just to secure the scene and then wait for additional resources to respond, such as detectives.
What efforts did you undertake as part of your maintaining the scene that you referenced?
Just making sure that no one got in or out of that residence. Started a crime scene log just to keep track of who was coming and going as far as officers go. And then we ended up putting up crime scene tape around the house as well.
The crime scene log, is that something that you maintained?
Yeah, until I was relieved by day shift.
And I guess that just tracks who enters and leaves the residence?
Correct.
And there was, I think you mentioned crime scene tape that was affixed as well around the house?
Yes.
Thank you, officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Officer Wanish, good morning.
Morning.
You were working for the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were on uniform patrol in a fully marked squad, correct?
Yes.
And you were dispatched over to 829 Stony Brook Lane, correct?
Correct.
That area is kind of by Fireman's Park where all the kids go sledding, correct?
Yes.
It's behind it?
It would be to the east of it.
Okay. Who dispatched you over to this location?
It was a dispatch call, and we were the only available units in the city. So Officer Plank and I responded.
Okay. And were you told that there was a suspicious situation over there?
I believe that's how the call was coded.
And the complainant was the man heard on there, correct?
Yes.
Did you later find him to be Stephen Hendricks?
Correct.
Who was the first person you talked to when you got to the Stony Brook Lane residence?
Female by the first name of Tara.
Was it Tara Pakinich?
Yes.
And that video, the officer that first entered was Officer Plonky, correct?
That is correct.
And then you followed behind?
Yes.
And the complainant said there was something in a bucket, but he couldn't tell what it was. Is that correct?
That is what he told us.
And you talked to Tara Pakinich, and she said that she thought it was her son's head in a bucket down in the basement.
That's correct.
And then did you ask where the body was?
I don't recall asking that specific question.
But after you did a search, you didn't find a body, did you?
I did not.
Okay. In the basement, you didn't find any people down there, correct?
Correct.
The only people that were at the house was Tara Pakinich, Stephen Hendricks, and Tara's daughter, Ava Wheelock. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this house, it essentially have like a basement, floor level, and then an upstairs loft.
Yes, that's accurate.
There's like basically kind of like 3 floors, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived, you knocked on the door, that side door that we saw, correct?
Yes.
It's right off the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And this was at nighttime, correct?
Yes, it was.
About 3:25 a.m.
Correct.
She's looking like she's going to pounce her attorney at any given moment.
And the people that you had contact with, Tara and Stephen, were they in shock?
Yeah, they both seem to be in a state of shock.
Had they been sleeping prior to your arrival?
They were both awake and in the kitchen when we made contact.
But before you got there, was it your understanding that they went to bed and then something happened where they woke up and then they called the police?
Yes.
And did both Mr. Hendricks and Ms. Pakinich attempt to describe to you what they found or what they saw?
Yes.
Did they indicate that Shad Thyrion would come to the residence on Stony Brook for a few days and then would leave and come back and do laundry and things of that sort?
Yeah, they said that it was not his primary residence.
You're the first one that went down in the basement
Correct.
and you had a flashlight with you?
Yes, I did.
It's kind of a high-powered flashlight so you can see, right?
Yes.
You went down to take a closer look at the contents of the bucket?
Correct.
How he didn't
And
vomit.
when you got to the bottom of the stairs, was there a laundry room area?
Yes, as you go down the stairs, the laundry room was directly to the left.
And then there was an open room as well?
Yes.
Was the open room to the right?
Yes, it was.
And was that used for storage?
It appeared to be. And then there was a stack of mattresses in the middle of the room as well.
And at some point then you saw the bucket, correct?
Yes.
And was there anything over the bucket?
There was a striped towel.
And was it over the top of it?
Yeah, it was completely covering the inside of the bucket.
Was it your discretion or duty to move the towel?
Yes, I had to verify what we had.
Now, did you have gloves on at all?
Yes, I did.
What kind of gloves?
Just regular patrol gloves.
Okay. When did you put those gloves on? Do you know?
Typically, I put them on as soon as I got out of my car to go to any call.
But for this particular night, did you have them on?
Yes, I did.
When did you put them on?
Typically, I put them on right after I get out of my car because I believe I would have put them on at that point.
Right after you got out of the squad car?
Yes.
Did you have them on when you went in that side door?
Yes, I did.
And did you keep them on during the entire time that you were in the Stony Brook Lane house?
Yes.
You removed the towel?
I did remove the towel from the bucket.
And then at some point, did you ask Officer Plunky to come and take a look as well?
Yes, I did.
At any point in time after you were done looking, did you put the towel back?
Once it was removed from the bucket, it was not placed back on the bucket.
Was it just allowed to lay on the floor or what? Tell me what you know about that.
I believe it was just moved to the side and it was put on the floor next to the bucket.
Do you know if anybody in the house, Mr. Hendricks or Miss Pakinich, had touched what was in the bucket or moved it in any way?
I believe they both looked at it based on what they were saying to us, as far as Stephen couldn't tell what it was and Tara was positive it was her son's head.
You asked for additional units, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you asked for a supervisor?
Yes,
Did they come right away?
Yes.
On the video, we see that you pulled out your service revolver, correct?
That's correct.
Were you doing a protective sweep to make sure nobody was in the residence in the basement?
Yes.
Did you go through the entire house to see if there was anybody else in there?
Eventually, once we had more officers on scene, we cleared the rest of the house.
Okay. Did you see TAYLOR SCHBUSINESS in the house when you were there?
She was not present when I was there.
I don't know. Ask about the mail.
And when you were looking around in the basement, it's true that you did not observe a body or any other body parts belonging to the severed head, correct?
That is correct.
Tara's daughter was in a bedroom on the ground level, correct?
Yeah, main floor.
And she was sleeping.
Correct.
Did she get up at some point then?
Yes, during our protective sweep, she was woken up.
Okay. And then did you transport Mr. Hendricks, Miss Pakinich, and Miss Wheelock to the police department, or did someone else do that?
Officer Linsmar and Officer O'Donnell completed that.
Did you maintain a crime scene log?
I started the crime scene log until I was relieved.
And who were you relieved by?
Officer Zawicki.
And then did you secure the crime scene?
Yes, we remained on scene to secure it.
Was that with Officer Plonky?
Yes.
And when you secure the crime scene, how do you do that?
We eventually put up the crime scene tape, but in the meantime, we just maintained the residence, the primary point of entry.
Now, on that video, when you're walking up the driveway, whose vehicles are in that driveway? Do you know?
I don't recall exactly who's the registered owner of those vehicles.
Do you know if the vehicles belong to Miss Pakinich, Mr. Hendricks?
I don't know for certain, but it's possible.
Did you confirm if any vehicle belonging to TAYLOR SCHBUSINESS was in that driveway on that particular date when you were there?
I personally did not.
And was Sergeant Brester on the scene as well?
Yes.
What was his role?
When I requested a supervisor, he was the supervisor that responded.
Did he come into the residence?
Yes, he did.
Did he go down in the basement to verify anything?
I believe he did because he assisted with the protective suite.
Okay. When you were there, did anything happen that would have caused the crime scene to be disturbed in any way?
No.
And did Mr. Hendricks indicate to you that he wasn't able to see what was in the bucket?
Yeah, he did mention something about difficulty with his vision.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any redirect? No, you're. Okay, thank you. You can step down. State's next witness.
It calls Officer Ethan Plonky.
Come right up here, officer, and then before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Ethan Plonky. I work with the Green Bay Police Department.
And then, sir, if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can hear you. You're pretty close right now, so you're probably good. With that, I will, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
How are you employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
I am a patrol officer.
And how long have you been employed as a patrol officer?
Just over 3 years.
Is that the entirety of your law enforcement experience?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to ask you, officer, then about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty for your department on that day?
I was.
And do you recall being dispatched to a residence on Stony Brook Lane
I
that
do.
day? And do you recall approximately what time you were dispatched?
I don't recall the exact time.
Was it like in the morning, the night, in the middle of the day?
Yes, early morning.
Okay. And why were you dispatched to that residence?
For a report of a female who had supposedly observed her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement.
And when you got to that residence, what did you do?
I made contact with the two individuals inside the residence. They were, I believe, a Stephen Hendricks and a Tara Pakinich. And then myself and Officer Wanish were the first to arrive on scene and make contact with them.
And then what did you do after you met with Tara and Steve?
I asked them what had occurred, to which Tara began to tell me her side of the story. While she was telling me her story, Officer Wanish had gone to the basement to look into this bucket that she had found. And that's when he told me that he did find a severed head in the bucket.
Did you then go down to the basement as well?
I did.
And what did you observe when you got to the basement?
I observed a black 5-gallon bucket to the right of the stairs as I go down. There was a beach towel over that now had been moved away. And in that bottom of that bucket was a severed head. And that's how I located.
What did you do at that point?
I then looked around the basement. Myself and Officer Wanish decided that we were going to have to clear the residence for any other threats that were going to be in the house.
And I guess was anyone else in the house other than the people you talked about earlier?
A teenage daughter, I believe, of the complainant was sleeping upstairs in her bedroom.
And I guess upstairs, what part of the house was that?
Either the first or the second floor. I believe it was the first floor, though.
And did other officers then arrive on scene?
Yes.
And what did you do at that point?
I stayed with the complainants, Tara and Steven, while the other additional officers cleared the residence.
And by, I guess, what do you mean by cleared, just in everyday jargon?
Oh, sorry. So they would make sure the residents didn't have any other threats, like anybody else that was not supposed to be in the residence were not there. And I just stayed with Tara and Steven to make sure that they were safe while this residence was being checked.
Were they, by they I mean Tara and Steve, were they transported away from the house?
Yes, by additional officers that had arrived on scene.
What did you do at that point?
Well, after they were transported,
Yes.
I just stood by on scene with Officer Wanish and Sergeant Brester until detectives and more officers could arrive to relieve us.
And did you assist Officer Wanish with crime scene tape around the area?
Yes, at the front of the residence before we had left.
And I guess generally were you sort of monitoring if people were coming and going in the house?
Yes, made sure nobody else had entered the crime scene.
The people who had entered the house, were they all members or affiliates of law enforcement?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fraley.
Thank you. Officer Plonky, a couple questions for you. So on Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022, you were working in full uniform patrol, correct?
Correct.
Was this zone 4E2?
That was my call sign.
Okay. Were you dispatched over to 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay?
Correct.
And you received some information over dispatch, right?
Yes.
This residence, was it near like the Fireman's Park area?
Yes.
What report did you receive?
That it was the boyfriend, Steven, who called, but his girlfriend had woken him up stating that she had gone into the basement and found her son's severed head in a bucket.
So you went over there to that residence, correct?
Correct.
By yourself in a fully marked squad?
I went over there in my own squad, but Officer Wanish came at the same time as I did.
Okay. And so then you parked on the street
Yes.
and the two of you officers walked up?
Yes.
And it was dark outside, there was snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And who made contact with the residents first?
I believe I interacted with them first.
Okay. You're the one that knocked on the door, correct?
Correct.
And then the door opened and you kind of went inside a bit?
Yep.
Did you see some vehicles in the driveway?
I can't recall vehicles.
You don't recall if any vehicles were in the driveway when you walked up?
I don't recall. There might have been.
Okay. Do you know if the vehicles belonged to Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks?
If there were vehicles in there, I didn't run the license plates and didn't ask about who they belonged to.
Okay. And when you got to the door, you had some discussions with Miss Pakinich and Mr. Hendricks, correct?
Correct.
And then what did you do? Did you go inside?
Correct. I was inside talking to them.
Okay. And then did Officer Wanish follow behind you?
Yes.
So were you on the first floor in the kitchen area where there was a table?
That's where I spoke to Steven and Tara.
Try to find out what was going on, correct?
Correct.
And then was there a decision made between the two of you for one to go down and check what was going on in the basement?
Correct. Officer Wanish decided to go down and confirm what they were telling us.
Okay. As far as seniority, who had more seniority, Officer Wanish or yourself?
Officer Wanish has more seniority than I do.
Okay. So he took the bull by the horns and went down in the basement to check it out,
Correct.
and you maintained things upstairs?
Correct.
And then did you stand at the top of the stairs looking down to kind of keep in contact with Officer Wanish?
Correct.
And at some point then, were you asked to come down and verify as well what was in the bucket?
Yes,
And you did that?
I did.
Did you talk to Stephen Hendricks?
I made some conversation with him. I mainly talked to Tara.
Okay. But did Mr. Hendricks tell you that he went down to look at the bucket and you couldn't tell what it was?
Yes, I believe that was partially because he had just woken up and was almost in a state of shock.
Tara Pakinich was in a state of shock too. Is that fair?
Seemed to be that way.
And was it your understanding that Tara woke up for some reason, correct?
She heard the door close, I believe, to the residence.
The side door that you would come into?
Correct.
Okay. And then did she, what made her go downstairs? Do you know?
She was woken by the door, and I believe she wanted to check if there was anybody still inside of the house or if they had entered or left.
Did she find anybody inside the house?
She did not locate anybody that was alive in the house.
And did she tell you that she went downstairs to verify the basement situation?
Correct.
And then that caused her to have the police called?
Correct.
But before the police were called, was it such that Ms. Pakinich went up to tell her significant other, Stephen Hendricks, what she saw?
Since he called for police, I believe that's what happened.
Okay. When you were talking to Tara Pakinich, did she indicate that her son would sometimes come over for meals and do laundry and things like that?
Correct.
When you were in the residence, when you came in the residence, did you have any kind of patrol gloves on at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you went down in the basement, did you have gloves on?
I don't recall.
Okay. After, I'll strike that. Is it fair to say when you went down the stairs into the basement, you looked inside the bucket several times?
Yes.
Did you have a flashlight as well?
I always had my flashlight on duty.
Did you use the flashlight?
I most likely did, yeah.
Okay. And then you looked around in the basement, correct?
I glanced around the basement, yes.
You didn't see anybody down there, correct?
Nobody else down there, no.
Then at some point you went back up the stairs, is that fair?
Correct.
The bucket that you saw, what color was it?
Black, I believe.
And where was it located?
Just to the right of the stairs if you were to walk down.
Like if you walk down the stairs, would it be like around the corner?
To the right, you would be able to see it as soon as you got down at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. So as you get off the last step, then you would see the bucket on the right?
Correct.
Did you move the contents of the bucket at all?
No, I did not touch any of the contents.
There was a towel on the bucket and it was removed by Officer Wanish, correct?
Yes.
Did you look at the towel?
I believe I would also have seen the towel, yes.
Where was that sitting? Was it right on the floor next to the bucket or?
It might have been. I cannot recall exactly where the towel was at that point.
He was too traumatized.
Backup officers arrived, correct?
Correct.
And then who transported Tara Pakinich, Stephen Hendricks, and Abel Wheelock to the police department?
Additional officers, it was not me, and I don't know which officers exactly took that responsibility.
Was the daughter woken up right away after you got there?
During the protective sweep, officers had awoken her as they were going through the bedrooms.
Where did these people sit or stand? What I mean, when you were there Tara Packnich, Steve Hendricks, and Ava Wheelock, were they sitting at that kitchen table on chairs? Were they standing in the kitchen?
There was points where Tara and Steven might have been standing, but they were in the kitchen when I was with them.
When you were there, did Tara, Steve, or Ava go down in the basement?
No.
And was it your understanding that Steven and Tara, they slept upstairs in the loft part?
Correct. That's what I believe it was laid out as.
And then was it your understanding that the ground level, it had like a kitchen and a bedroom, and that's where Ava slept?
Correct.
Then there was this finished basement, correct?
Correct.
In the basement, there was a laundry area. Is that fair?
Correct.
Storage area?
Correct.
It was kind of messy down there, correct?
It was cluttered, like as a lot of basements are.
Lots of stuff down there.
Correct.
And officers did a protective sweep of the house and found no other threats, correct?
Correct.
And then you waited on the scene and you started a crime scene log, correct?
Correct.
When you start a crime scene log, can you tell me what that involves?
So starting a crime scene log is you put the address, and then you start listing all the occupants who have entered and left the crime scene. So like my name would go on it, Sergeant Brester, Officer Wanish, and then we would mark like the reason for being there and then their time in and out.
Okay. And you did that?
I started it, yes.
Okay. Did you also assist Officer Wanish with putting up crime scene tape?
Correct.
Is that kind of like the yellow crime scene tape that we see on TV?
Correct.
Where did you put the crime scene tape?
I believe we just outlined the front yard of the residence, marking, holding it around trees and making sure that everybody could see that they were not supposed to enter the property.
Did it cover the front door of Stony Brook
It would have encompassed the front door.
and the side door of Stony Brook?
I can't recall exactly if we had brought crime scene tape up to the back point.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect? Thank you, you're excused. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break. It's about 5 after 10. We'll take about a 10-minute break and be back at 10:15. All rise for the jury. Council, anything to bring up before we take a recess, Mr. Sanders?
No.
Mr. Fraley?
No.
Very good. So 10:15.
So yes, they are having their mid-morning break. Rude. It's okay, I can chat with you guys for a little bit. So yeah, I don't know. How long did they say they would be? It's just their short one, isn't it? It's not their lunch break. I don't think it's their lunch break anyway. 10 minutes, so not long. Time to go for a wee if you need one. In fact, I may go for a wee because I feel like I need one. Usually they are about 10-15 minutes and they're usually pretty like on the up and up, like with the timings and stuff. Put your hands up in the air if you're traumatized. What? Fuck. I got thrown out. I was like, what? How rude. Can you hear me now? Am I back? I was like, oh my God, it's threw me out. I thought I'd been bananaed. And I was like, what have I done? I've not actually done anything wrong. Obviously, I've not been bananaed because I'm here. I've been bananaed. Not. It's just keeping everyone on their toes. Hey, Kate in Texas. We have a background. Perhaps the thing was freaked out by the girl's face in the background, because she is a bit freaky. I've got a picture of her attacking her attorney. I'll put it here, but I won't leave it up because it will probably get me told off. But I will just show you guys what that looks like. There you go. Look at that. She's attacking the person that's helping her. He obviously done something to really piss her off. The light's really weird because of the sunlight coming in through the back, so that's why my eyes look kind of freaky. I tell you what, guys, right? I went to a funeral today. And weird shit happened. So I went in, I sat down. I've just had some dips, Frank. I need to get my watch hours up, guys. So, like, I need another. Well, I was on nearly 1,500, so I need another 1,500 hours, which isn't a lot, to be able to monetize and get memberships and stuff on YouTube, that is. So anyway, going back to my little story. So the funeral I went to was my friend that I grew up with. Like, we grew up with, it was her mum. So obviously I knew her mum. I've had some laughs with her mum. I was probably her mum's worst nightmare friend that used to come and stay over because I never used to shut up. Anyway, so I've sat down, and on the thing there's two pictures. Well, I shit you not, one of the pictures just went poof. So someone got up and they put it all back. Nice. The other picture was fine. The picture didn't move. And then it went down again. And then when the woman said, I'm going to leave it there, she obviously doesn't want it up. So my friend came in just before, obviously, the coffin came in, and she went to the thing and they sat the picture up again. And it went again, the same picture. So when I spoke to my friend after the service, she was like, yeah, I asked before my mum passed, I told her to move a picture frame to let me know that she was there. I was like, fuck. Yeah, she asked her mum to move the picture frame, and it seems that she obliged 3 times. So, yeah. That's a bloody hell. She really doesn't like that picture that's up there. So yeah, that was really freaky. I've never seen that happen before. You know, they were stable. There was nothing. They were, you know, the other one was fine. That one was fine. They were both fine until it was just the one. And then when she told me after, she was like, oh, I asked my mum to let me know she was there by moving like a picture frame, and she did 3 times. She didn't see the first 2 because she wasn't there, but she was there when they put it back and it went over again. Yeah. Do you know what is really weird as well? Is that in our crematorium, there is now a section for a little place they've just built. I thought, oh, they've modernised the crematorium. got closer. It's a cafe. I mean, where are we going for coffee, guys? Starbucks? Costa? Crematorium? I mean, what the fuck? However, my thinking is this. Okay, so it just looks like a small canteen area. Like, it's just small, it's not massive. And it's called, it's not called this, but it's got its name, and then it says time to reflect or take a moment or something. So I figured, well, okay, it kind of makes sense, because I guess these days there's not many places that you can go to have a wake. Like, they are quite weird. I find the wake process weird to me, because people are grieving, and the last thing people that are grieving are going to want food. And I just find that process weird for me. Anyways, but it's harder to get somewhere these days that will do just the wait, because it is literally some food and some drinks and then people go. So I guess if you wanted to save on money, but you wanted to just perhaps catch up with people after the service, that is a good idea, because then you don't have to pay to book the room. You just go in there, have a coffee, and then go. That makes sense to me. That's the only justification I can put for putting a coffee spot in a crematorium. It's time, and I kind of get it. Like, to be honest, I'd be like, save your money. Let's go and have a coffee. In fact, just go to fucking Starbucks and have a coffee. Just take all my friends. That's where I like to have a drink, or a Costa, and then have a drink of coffee and go. Like, that's me. Really, in a deli. Because then people can eat if they want to, and most people, I don't know, I find the whole wake thing weird. Like, I know it's like a celebration of life, but no one wants to celebrate, do they? Really, at that point. Where did Wally go? But the picture frames, poof, 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 poof. That was, I said to her, I'm never going to forget that. I said, your mum, you know, I know she liked to play tricks on people, but come on now. Come on, Linda. Hey, Isabella Franco in San Diego. Thanks, where's Waldo? Thank you for the treasure box. There's a treasure box in the corner. We are good. How are you? You've just missed all the graphics. Oh, that was a quick. Oh. Yeah, okay, yeah. So, I mean, Kezzy says about food might help people when they're grieving. Yeah, I get some people are different, aren't they? I mean, I could probably eat, but I don't know, because it's not my, I'm not in that position. But like, if it was like my mum, I don't know, it'd be different. But like, as the friend of it, you know, obviously knowing the person, then I probably could. But yeah, there is comfort in food, isn't there? I have to say, when I'm stressed, the first thing I do go for is food. You can tell, right? We do have pubs, not many though, they're all closing down. Greasy spoon, cheap and strong. Sorry, I was fighting on my plate. This judge looks like he's never going to sleep again after seeing those images. I wonder if they are available online. I don't know if I want to look. Do you know what? I'm gonna look. I'm gonna do the research for you, so you know whether you want to look or whether you don't want to look. TAYLOR SCHBUSINESS. That is just. It feels wrong to say her surname. So this case is about Taylor Schabusiness. She unalived her lover. She was married, but this was her lover. She beheaded him, dismembered him, mutilated him, played with him in an adult way post-mortem. And you can't really... She put his head in a bucket. Don't forget that treasure box up the top there. She put his head up in a bucket. With his organs now. But it's pretty grim.
Sir, if you want to come right up here, and then before you have a seat, just turn and face her and raise your right hand for placing under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth and the truth and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Kerster, R-E-S-T-E-R.
Okay, and the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm a patrol sergeant with the City of Green Bay Police Department.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Approximately 15 years.
Is the entirety of that time with the Green Bay Police Department?
It is not.
Okay. And how long have you been with Green Bay?
11 years.
You mentioned you're currently a sergeant, is that right?
Yes.
And I guess what are some of your duties as a sergeant as opposed to a patrol officer?
There's a wide range of responsibilities for sergeant, from administrative and scheduling work to managing larger scales calls.
In some respects, do you act as sort of like a supervisor for a shift?
Correct, yes.
But you still work patrol?
Yes.
So is it the case that you still respond to incidents?
Yes, sir.
And were you a patrol sergeant in February of 2022?
Yes.
I want to ask you about February 23rd of that year at about 3:24 a.m. Did you respond at some point to a call on Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
And what was the reason you responded to that residence?
We had received a call that a resident inside that house had found what she believed was a severed head inside of a bucket.
Were you the first officer who arrived?
I was not.
And which officers were those?
Officer Wanish and Officer Plonky arrived on scene prior to my arrival.
And when you got there, I guess what happened?
When I arrived, I made contact with Officer Wanish outside, and he explained to me what he had seen in the basement of his residence. And that's when I had entered the residence at that time.
And what did you do when you entered?
Well, I made contact with two individuals in the kitchen, and I explained to them, due to the severity of what was happening, we were going to do a protective sweep of the residence.
And a protective sweep, that's essentially looking for people that may have been in the house?
Correct, for the safety of us and others inside the house that we're speaking with.
Apart from the two individuals you encountered in the kitchen, was anyone else found in the residence?
There was a juvenile female in a bedroom on the first floor that we had contact with during our protective sweep, yes.
Okay. I guess was she essentially woken up by officers?
Yes, and we had her go back into the kitchen by the other two adults.
And you indicated you didn't locate any other persons in the residence?
Correct.
At that point, Officer Wanish had previously told you about what he observed in the basement. Is that right?
Yes.
During the course of your protective sweep, are you going through the entirety of the residence?
Yes.
Including the basement?
Yes, sir.
And when you're in the basement, did you observe any other parts of a human body?
I did not see any more parts of a human body, no.
Okay. And did you locate any areas of suspected blood or other related material?
Yes, there were red spots on the concrete floor that was consistent with blood. And also, I was advised by another officer that there was a piece of...
Objection hearsay, Your Honor?
Not necessarily offering it for the truth, Judge.
Yeah, overruled. Go ahead and answer.
A piece that would appear to be a bone fragment or fatty tissue on a drain on a stand-up shower in the basement.
And so you mentioned the areas of suspected blood were drops, is that right?
Correct.
Were there areas of large-scale pooling at all?
I did not see any, no.
Okay. So the drops that you observed, where were those located?
They were on the concrete floor, from what I recall, near the bucket.
Other areas of the basement, did you observe anything of that nature other than what you talked about earlier? And What did you do after the sweep of the residence?
I again made contact with the adults upstairs and advised or asked if we could ultimately have consent to search the rest of the residence regarding to the crime. And we obtained verbal consent at that point.
So the initial responding officers, you're doing the protective sweep to look for people. Is there a larger scale, search of the house?
At that point, no.
Okay. Is that done by other members of your department?
Yes, later on in the incident, yes.
And did they ultimately arrive to the house as well?
Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Sergeant Brester, morning. You were on uniform patrol on February 23rd of 2022.
Yes, sir.
What was your shift?
I was a night shift sergeant at the time, so I started at 10 p.m. and worked until 6:30 a.m.
And you were on patrol in a different area in the Adam district, correct?
Yes, I was on a other call at the time.
Okay. And
Who
were you
knows my rag
asked
in
to
and out?
come over to
Yeah.
829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes, sir.
Who asked you to come over there?
Officer Wanish.
And was it regarding a suspicious situation over there on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Did you hear something from dispatch? Did they give you any details as to why you were supposed to go over there?
Yes, while I was on the initial call I was on, I did hear the Stony Brook call being dispatched out, and I did hear the nature of the call at that time, yes.
So then you left the Adams district, went over to Stony Brook, and where did you park?
From what I remember, I parked down the street, not far from the actual address of the incident.
And you walked up on the sidewalk?
Sidewalk into the driveway, correct?
Okay. And did you see Officer Plonky and Officer Wanish there then outside?
Yes.
And did they kind of brief you on what was going on?
Yes.
Was that outside?
I believe it was outside, yes.
And did you try to figure out a game plan as to what to do?
Yes.
Officer Wanish needed your assistance because this was kind of an unusual situation. Is that fair?
Correct.
And they wanted you as the supervisor, as the sergeant, to kind of verify what they were seeing, correct?
Yes.
And you had responded to this location at 829 Stony Brook Lane with your emergency lights and sirens on, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was a kind of a dire emergency situation, correct?
From what we're gathering at the point, yes.
So then you walked inside the residence,
Yes.
and who did you talk to first?
I talked with a male and a female at the kitchen table. I believe her name was Tara and the male was Stephen.
And did you have any concerns about what they were saying? Whether
Not that they're saying, I don't know if they're in shock, but it's, yeah, they were, he appeared to be drinking alcohol, but other than that, I think, yeah, there was nothing out of the ordinary at the time.
you were able to converse with them?
Yes.
And then were you asked to go down to the basement to check it out?
Yes.
And did you?
Yes.
Did you have patrol gloves on?
I cannot recall.
Tell me what happened when you started your descent down into the basement.
Well, we went down the basement and from what I remember, I asked where the bucket was and we found the bucket at the bottom of the stairs off to the right. And there was what appeared to be some kind of toweling or cloth over the bucket, and we opened it up and I confirmed that it appeared to be a human severed head.
Okay. And when you were down in the basement, were the other officers down there, Plonky and
I
Wanish?
believe at least one came down there with me. I thought maybe one stayed upstairs with the two adults.
Okay, just to maintain.
Right.
And then did you decide to call for additional assistance?
We did at that time, yes.
Was it your call?
Yes.
Who else did you call to come over?
The other officers that were on scene, and then we had another sergeant was working as the shift commander at the time, and he began making phone calls to detective division and additional supervisors above my rank.
This residence at 829 Stony Brook, was it essentially 3 levels with a basement, floor level and then an upstairs?
I know for sure the basement and the main level. I can't remember about the upstairs. I believe there was an upstairs.
Did you go up there and check it out?
Not that I know. I remember for sure the basement and the first floor.
You found no other people besides Tara, Stephen, and Ava, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see Taylor Schabusiness there, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't see any body parts there, correct?
Besides the severed head, that's it.
The downstairs, was it fair that it was sort of in disarray?
It was it appeared to be a live-in basement bedroom that somebody was living in. Yes.
How long did it take before Mr. Hendricks, Miss Pakinich, and Miss Wheelock were, taken out of the home and brought down to the police department?
I would say with the first 20 minutes, half hour I was there.
And was her bedroom on the ground level off the kitchen?
Who's bedroom?
Miss Wheelock, Ava Wheelock, was her bedroom like on the same floor as the kitchen?
Yes, between the kitchen and the living room.
Can you describe that ground level when you come in that side door?
Sure. So you come up the side door, you walk up a few stairs into the kitchen to your left. And then when you go through the kitchen, there's a hallway that runs, I guess, north and south with the living room on your right and the bedroom in the right as well, down the hallway.
Is there a bathroom there on the first floor?
I believe there was.
Okay. And that's all there is to the first floor. It's
Yes.
it's a very small house, correct?
Yeah, it's a smaller house.
Cape Cod style?
Yeah.
There's a separate garage there.
There was a detached garage, correct?
Did you see vehicles parked in the driveway on that particular evening?
Not that I could recall.
It's a while ago, correct?
Pardon?
This was a while ago,
Yes, sir.
correct? But it was dark outside and there was snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Kind of a cold night, correct?
Yes.
And then you asked Tara Pakinich if you could, search the residence, correct?
Yes.
She gave written consent, yes?
Once she got to the police department, she put pen to paper on the consent, yes.
When you were there, Sergeant, did your other officers, Plonky, start putting out police crime scene tape?
They did what's said, yes.
Did they follow all the procedures?
Yes.
Was there any way that the crime scene was disturbed in any way, shape, or form?
No.
At this property, there's like a driveway and then there's a separate detached garage, correct?
Correct.
And there's a backyard too?
Yes.
Did you ask Tara Pakinich if she had moved the bucket at all?
Not that I recall.
Did you ask Stephen Hendricks if he moved the bucket at all?
No.
Was it your understanding that Ava Wheelock did not even go downstairs?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that prior to having additional detectives and supervisors come to the scene from the detective division, that you didn't do any other searching of the residence?
Correct.
You and the other two officers just kind of stood by and maintained the scene?
Yes.
And then other detectives then came, Detective Biller, Detective Scanlon, Lieutenant Strauff, correct?
Yes.
And did you brief all of them on what you knew?
Pardon?
Did you brief all of them
Yes.
on what you knew?
Yeah.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you so much.
Redirect.
No, thank you.
Thank you. You can step down. And your next witness, Mr. Saunders.
The state calls Stephen Hendricks.
Okay, sir, if you just want to step up over here, and then before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Stephen Hendricks.
And then, sir, if you could move up a little closer to the microphone so we can hear
Stephen
you.
Hendricks.
All right, and with that, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
All right. Is it okay if I refer to you as Steve?
Yes,
Okay. Steve, how old are you?
50,
Okay. And where do you live?
Green Bay.
And do you still live on Stony Brook Lake?
Yes,
And that's in Green Bay. What area of Green Bay is that?
West Side.
How long have you lived at Stony Brook Lane?
Almost 3 years.
And who do you live there with?
Tara
And what's Tara's last name?
Packnett.
And are you in a relationship with Tara?
Yes,
And how long has that been?
almost 3 years.
Okay. And that's, I guess, why you live at that house now?
Yeah,
Okay. Does anyone else live at that house?
part-time Ava.
And
Her daughter.
who's Ava?
Tara's daughter.
And she still a juvenile?
Yes,
Did Tara have any other children who on occasion would be at the house?
yes,
And who is that?
Shad.
And Shad, was that her son?
Yes,
And did he live there full-time, part-time? I guess, what was that arrangement?
it was partially when he wanted to eat, change, or do his laundry and whatnot.
And I guess looking in like February of 2022, by that point, was Shad an adult?
Yes,
So I want to ask you, Steve, about February 21st, 2022. It was a Monday. Do you recall the date I'm talking about?
yes,
And on that date, or were you still living at the Stony Brook Lane house with Tara?
yes,
On that date, did you have contact with Shad on that day?
yes.
And I guess what happened on the 21st?
Well, 21st during the day. It depends what you're referring to. There's several different. Okay.
At some point, did you and Tara go to dinner?
Yes,
And who did you go to dinner with?
with Shad.
And do you remember where you went?
Courthouse Bar and Grill.
Is that also in Green Bay?
Yes, East Side.
Do you remember what time you would have gone to dinner?
It was during the day. 3 years, maybe. I'm not positive, but
Okay. And then were you there for a little bit of time?
yes.
Do you remember what you did after dinner was done?
I believe we went home.
And what time would that have been, if you remember?
I'm not positive. It's still light out.
All right. And you went home. Do you mean the Stony Brook Lane house?
Yes.
And what happened when you got back to that house?
I don't recall, but I remember Shad leaving. I'm not sure.
Did you see who Shad left with?
Yes,
And who is that?
that was Taylor.
And did you know who Taylor was prior to that day?
I met her several times.
And I guess, how did you meet her? I guess, what was that?
Through Shad.
Would she come over to the house?
Well, there was only one time prior that she was at the house, but they weren't in the house.
So it was just sort of in passing you had contact
Well,
with Taylor?
yes, I pulled in a driveway and they were trying to break into the house.
Okay. So you had known Taylor prior to February 21st?
Just that one occasion.
And they left the Stony Brook house, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see how they left the house?
No, I did not.
Was Shad driving at that time?
I don't believe so. His truck was in the pound.
All right, so he didn't have a vehicle?
No, not at the time.
And I know it's a while ago. Do you remember what time they would have left the house?
Not exactly.
By that point, was it dark out or still light?
I believe it was still light out.
All right. And at any point that night, did Shad return to the home?
About 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, somewhere around there.
So 1 or 2 in the morning, would that have been then into the morning of the 22nd?
Sure.
And what happened when Shad got home in the morning?
He rang the doorbell 6, 7 times in a row. That's his little key.
And did you open the door for him?
Yes.
What door did they enter through?
We only use the back door of our place because that's where the driveway is. So that's the only door we use.
So the door that sort of is next to the
It's on
driveway?
the side. It's on the side of the house, yes.
Do you use the front door?
No, not really.
Is that kind of
It's
locked
kind of
usually?
blocked. It's kind of blocked off. We have junk in front of it.
So is it that, whenever people are entering or leaving
It's
that
always,
home?
it's always backside door.
And so Shad kind of rings the doorbell 6, 7 times, you said, is that right?
Yeah,
Was anyone with him?
yes,
Who?
Taylor.
And did you see how they had arrived at the home?
No, I did not. I just opened the door.
And what happened when you opened the door for them?
They came in and went right downstairs.
In that time, in that 1 or 2 a.m. on the 22nd there, did you notice anything out of the ordinary behavior-wise with either Shad or Taylor?
No,
Had you previously had contact with Taylor, right?
yes,
Anything different from that time versus the prior times you met with her?
no,
When she came over earlier in the day to pick up Shad, did you have contact with Taylor then?
yes, she came in the house.
Sort of asked the same questions. Was there any kind of odd behaviors that you were observing?
No,
So then when Taylor and Shad then go into the basement, how do you get to the basement from that door, that storm door?
straight down the steps,
So it's
right by the door. The door continues to go down. If you take a left right at the top, you'll go into the kitchen. But if you go straight down, it goes to the basement.
so they go right down there. What do you do?
I went back upstairs. I went back to bed.
So I want to ask a few questions then about the layout of the home.
Okay.
So the area that you're talking about, the door, is that on the main level?
Yes,
Are there any bedrooms on that level of the home?
yes.
And who is using those bedrooms?
One of them is just a empty room, an empty bed that Shad keeps his stuff in, and then Ava's room. That's on the main level.
Your room and Tara's room, I should ask first, do you share a room?
Yes, it's
And
on the
where's-
second floor.
Okay, that's on the second floor. Are
Yes.
there any other rooms on the second floor of the home?
No, it's just a long hall, closet space, and then a bedroom.
So after they go to the basement that morning, you go back up to the to your room?
Second floor, yes.
All right. And do you go back to sleep?
I'm not sure. Pretty sure.
Okay. After that point, do you have any other contact with Shad?
No, it was the last time I seen him.
And that was 1 or 2 a.m. on the 22nd?
Yes.
What about Taylor? Had you had any contact with Taylor after that?
At one point, I was in the kitchen, and she had come upstairs, and I borrowed her a pair of reading glasses.
Do you remember when that was?
It was about 9:30 a.m.
Is it the same day that you're talking about?
Yes,
Would that be the 22nd?
the 22nd, yes.
So you're in the kitchen about 9:30 in the morning and Taylor comes in the kitchen?
Yeah,
And I guess the kitchen, is that right off of those stairs?
it's right off the stairs, yes.
And I guess what happens when Taylor comes in the kitchen there?
Nothing. She asked if I had a pair of glasses. I had a pair. I wear readers, and I buy them by the case because I lose everything.
And then I guess, did she take those glasses?
Yeah,
Okay, I guess, were they like, what kind of glasses were they?
they're just black glasses, black frame readers. They're just cheaters.
But like a black, is it like a thicker frame,
No, not really.
but just like more than a wire frame?
Yeah, it's just the black plastic, but they're not like super thick.
And during that time you had contact with Taylor there, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No,
Any sort of odd behaviors or anything like that?
not that I was aware of.
So then the rest of that day, the 22nd there, what are you doing throughout that day?
Arguing with Tara.
Okay. So you had a little bit of an argument throughout the day?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Did you leave the home at any point?
Yes, I did.
And I guess at any point during that day, do you go into the basement?
No.
And you left the residence. How long after that 9:30 a.m. time do you think you left the home?
Well, it wasn't far after that, about 40 minutes after that, maybe.
And then how long were you gone for?
About 6 hours.
So you got back to the home sometime in the late afternoon?
Probably, yeah. That's it.
And when you got home, I guess, what is that evening like?
I really couldn't say. I was out drinking and I came home and passed out.
Okay.
Am I?
Anything, you know,
Really?
ordinary that you remember seeing?
No.
Okay. Still aren't going in the basement at any point?
No.
I then want to ask about the following, I guess, morning time. Or anything happening that morning, the 23rd?
Except for I was woken up, you mean? Other than that?
Yeah, so were you woken up on that time?
I was woken up, yes.
And can you tell me what happened with that?
Tara had woken me up and said she thinks she found Chad, her son's, that's how she put it. I found my son's head in a bucket. So I'm dumbfounded. Didn't believe her. Thought she was having a mental.
It's not the kind of thing you hear every day, is it?
Sure. So do you remember what time this would have been?
It had to be about between 2 and 3 in the morning. I know it was the middle of the night.
And you were woken up. Were you sleeping in that room up in the second floor?
Yes.
And Tara had woken you up?
Yes, after her door slam.
Is that something you heard, or that's information Tara's telling
I
you?
don't recall if I heard it, but I know that I woke up a little bit when she got up.
And at some point, she comes back and tells you
Yes.
some information.
Yes.
What do you do then?
I go downstairs and see what the hell she's talking about, and I can't see anything. So we go back upstairs and contemplate what the heck to do.
I guess, what do you do specifically when you go downstairs?
Went to the basement and observed a bucket that she said, but I don't know. My mind blocked it out. About all I seen was like hair, like an animal, or something. I didn't know what the heck.
The bucket that you remember seeing, is that typically located right next to the stairs there?
No, it just happened to be there that day.
So after you see that stuff in the basement, contemplate what to do, I think you
Yeah,
said?
we go back up to the second floor bedroom, and I called the police station, and it took me a while to get through. I didn't call 911 because I wasn't sure what was going on yet at this point.
If, you know, it's a ways away, but if you can remember, from when you kind of remember getting woke up when Tara got up to the
Yeah.
time you call the police, are you able to approximate how long a time we're talking about?
Within 30 minutes, I can't really say exactly, but it was within 30 minutes. She woke me up, went downstairs, went back upstairs, and then took me about 10 minutes to get through because I didn't call 911, I called the police department.
You got through to a dispatcher at some point?
Yes.
So after that point, did officers arrive at your home?
Yes, 2 uniformed officers.
Did you speak with them about sort of what you observed?
Yeah. And,
And did you go down to the police department then and speak further with officers?
well, they had us put our phones on the table and then waited for, I think they escorted us to the Green Bay Police Department at that time.
Thank you, Steve. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Mr. Hendricks, good morning.
Morning.
Shad Thyrion is the son of your girlfriend, Tara Pakinich, correct?
Yes,
He's not your son, right?
right.
And he wasn't living at the 829 Stony Brook Lane property in February of 2022, was he?
No,
He lived with his father, Michael Thyrion, correct?
correct.
He would come over to the residence on Stony Brook to eat, take a shower, do laundry, things like that,
Sure.
and to come and visit you and Tara, his mom.
Well, more Tara.
But you knew him.
Yes,
You had only met Taylor Schabusiness one time before,
prior to that, yes,
and that was a brief meeting. Is that correct?
yes.
And sir, was it your understanding that Taylor Schabusiness went to high school and maybe middle school with Shad Thyrion,
That was my understanding.
and that they went to high school at Bayport together, correct?
I understood that.
The last time you saw Shad Thyrion was when?
About 2:00 in the morning on Monday night, going into Tuesday.
February 21st of 2022?
22nd, it was one of them.
Okay. On that Monday?
I believe so, Monday.
And
Monday night.
was it, sir, was it your testimony that you went to the courthouse bar and grill in Green Bay with your girlfriend Tara Pakinich and then with Shad Thyrion?
Yes,
You had some dinner there, correct?
yes,
Okay.
appetizers.
Some drinks?
Yep,
And then you came back home to Stony Brook?
yes.
And then at some point, did Shad leave the residence then?
Yes,
Do you know what time?
not exactly. It's
And-
still light out.
Okay. Was it your understanding that Shad was picked up by someone?
Yes,
Who was that?
Taylor,
Okay. So she picked him up and they left together?
yes.
Was anybody else with him?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And then you didn't see him again?
Not till late that night.
On February 22nd of
Yeah,
2022?
I think that's what it would be, 22nd by then, because it was after midnight. Yeah.
Okay. So you heard some pounding on the side door?
No, I heard the doorbell ring 6 times.
Okay. That's kind of his clue to be let in, correct?
Yeah, it was key.
And so then you came down, you opened the door?
Yes,
And is it your testimony that Taylor Schabusiness and Shad Thyrion then went right down the basement?
yes.
And you were tired, so you went back upstairs to bed, right?
I went upstairs, yes.
You remember when the police came to your house on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes,
You were waiting for them, correct?
yes.
You're the one that actually called 911?
Yeah, I didn't call 911, I called police department,
Okay, you called the Green Bay Police Department non-emergency line?
non-emergency line, yes.
Okay. And then you asked to have someone come over?
Yep,
And then do you recall meeting with an officer or officers at the door?
yes, 2 officers,
And that's at that side door, correct?
correct,
And the side door to the house is like right by the driveway, correct?
correct,
Now, on this particular night, there were vehicles in the driveway, correct?
correct.
Whose vehicles were they, sir?
Tara's and mine,
Okay, what kind of car do you have?
I have a Forester,
Okay, and Tara?
she has a Volkswagen,
Okay, and they were parked like off the side door in the driveway?
yes, in the driveway, yes.
Any other vehicles in the driveway?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then you talked to the officers, correct?
Yes,
And you told them what you knew, or is that correct?
yes, and then they went down and took a look themselves.
They went down in the basement,
Yep,
And where did you go?
I sat at the table where they told us not to move.
Okay, and you followed directions, correct?
Yes.
And where was Tara Pakinich? Was she
She's
sitting
right
at the
next to
table?
me.
Okay.
Yes.
And when did Ava Wheelock get up?
I didn't even know she was there at the time. And right around the time they came over, I didn't realize she was even there yet.
Okay. Did she come and sit at the kitchen table as well?
Yes.
Do you have issues with your vision?
A little bit.
If you don't have glasses on, do you have a hard time seeing?
Yes.
Okay. Glasses help, right?
Yeah, for reading, yes.
Okay, sure. If you don't have the glasses on, is it difficult to see real far?
No.
Okay. Can you see, are you nearsighted or farsighted?
I'm just getting old.
Okay. But as far as you can see, can you give me like a distance?
Just words are blurry. Other than that, I can see you just fine.
Okay. And on this particular night, February 23rd of 2022, when you went down the stairs, sir,
Yeah.
you didn't have any cheaters or glasses, right?
No.
Everything was kind of blurry.
Yeah.
And you thought that maybe Tara Pakinich was seeing things, is that correct?
Having mental issues. I don't know if she was hallucinating or anything like that. It's just I got woke up out of dead sleep and I'm tripping out now.
You were pretty stressed out, fair?
Well, yeah. She wakes me up crying, telling me she found her son's head in a bucket. Yeah, a little disturbing.
When you were when she was trying to wake you up, were you in a dead sleep?
I didn't
Not really. I mean, I was sleeping, but
You woke him
I
up.
was aware that I needed to get up.
And is it your testimony that when you looked in the bucket, you couldn't tell what it was, correct?
Correct.
And after you and Tara Pakinich talked, did you talk in the kitchen? You know, after you went to the basement, you came back up, and did you talk with her in the kitchen?
We went back up to the bedroom. That's where my phone was.
Oh, okay. And then you kind of contemplated on what to do?
Yeah.
You didn't know if you should call 911 or
I
not?
didn't know whether to call 911 or so I just called the police department because I didn't want them screaming in sirens and all that crap.
Okay. All right. How long after you made that call did it take for the police officers to get there?
It was late at night, probably 10 minutes, not even.
Okay. Did anybody move the bucket at all?
No.
Did you move the bucket?
Nope.
Why would you move the bucket? You wouldn't move the bucket, would you?
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
We redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, you can step down, sir. Thank you.
Then I'd ask the witness.
The one that was found in the back.
Any subpoena and sequestration.
Oh, as I know.
Objection?
No objection.
All right, he's released from the sequestration order. Your next witness then?
State calls Tara Pakinich.
Ma'am, if you want to step right up here. And before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, now before the court, so help you God.
Yes.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Tara Pakinich.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Can we have a brief sidebar, Your Honor?
You may. I'm going to have you accompany the bailiff to the jury room, and then we'll be back within 5 minutes or so. All rise for the jury. seated. I need to clarify with the media in the back that this is a victim and she's not to be live streamed. She's not to be videoed. My understanding is that that's what's happening right now, so we need to stop it, okay? Okay, okay, it's been stopped. We're ready to have them back.
Not sure if the camera's supposed to still be rolling.
Everybody can have a seat.
Yeah, we won't get to hear this one. This is the witness testimony. So we'll just chat while we wait. Oh.
Then we're good to go, Mr. Saunders. The witness is yours.
Sarah, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
49
All right. And where do you live?
on Stony Brook Lane in
So this is the trial of Tara Schabusiness, and she has been charged and pleads not guilty on the grounds of insanity for the unaliving of her lover, boyfriend. She was married when she was doing stuff with this fella. And they were basically into some rough adult bedroom things that TikTok wouldn't allow me to say on here. And during those moments, she basically started to throttle him with chains, like their dog choker chains. And her excuse then became that she got to the point where she could see his face was turning purple, and there was blood being coughed up, and it had gone too far in her eyes, so she continued. She also admitted that she quite liked what was happening also. Not only did she do that, which is quite intimate, in an intimate setting with the poor fella, she then beheads him, takes his manhood, dismembers him, puts his head in a bucket. We thought with his manhood and a few organs in there, but turns out it seemed like it was just his head, according to what we've heard in the trial. And his poor mum wakes in the middle of the night at around 3 a.m. to hearing noise, thinking, what's going on? And she comes downstairs to find that her son has had his head put in the bucket, covered with a towel. Really nice of her, I guess. She said that she got lazy and she'd planned to take the rest of his body parts back to her place. They find the body parts, some in the van. There was still some at the property, although according to this, not so much. Like, we saw the police body cam go into the house, the ones that are watching it with me on YouTube, on my YouTube channel. It actually looked very clean, considering that she literally used a kitchen knife basically to dismember and behead this man. Now, I've never dismembered anyone, never planned to. The thought of it, this is not, it's wrong, it's just horrible. But I understand the body is tough and it takes some strength, determination, and something quite not upstairs to make you be able to do that, because you've got to go through all the layers of the skin, the fat, the muscle, the bone. That's a lot of stuff that they're dealing, she was dealing with. So everything she's done has been really intimate with him, taking him by using the choke dog chains to obviously look him in the face while he's, you know, dying, I guess. Dismembering him, beheading him. I mean, the head, I mean, you've got to think about that as well. Like, you've got the neck, the tissues, obviously the back, and everything that goes in. I don't know where from she took the head, probably round about here. I don't know, because I don't know, but that's no easy feat. So for someone to be able to behead someone and then dismember them whilst mutilating their body as well takes some kind of crazy. And I mean, yeah, you could say she has grounds for insanity because what she did was insane. But it's pure evil, so she shouldn't get off on the grounds of insanity because of what she's done. But she also attacked her attorney during the pre-trial hearings, and this is the person that's going to help her, or was going to help her. Obviously, after attacking him, he quit being her attorney, and she now has another one. And I very, very much get the impression that she's the kind of person that if this doesn't go the way she wants this to go, which is getting off on the grounds of insanity, I think she will ultimately, I have a feeling she's going to go for someone, and the closest person that she can attack is the attorney. Now, they were pretty quick when she did the attack before, and they're probably waiting for it, but she looks so angry right now as well. She kind of looks like she wants to be asleep, but she kind of looks really angry. She reminds me of Letitia Stout. So for those of you who saw Letitia Stout, you know, she's got the hair hanging down her. She's got that crazed look about her. That's who she reminds me of. The lights are in, there's no one there. Anne's here, but she's not. Busy face, purple cry face, purple cry face. Why is it saying purple cry face? I think the reality has hit her, but I mean, surely at the point that she was dismembering him, reality hit then, surely. Like, reality should have hit when she saw that he was going purple, and instead of stopping, because yeah, he might have gone a bit discoloured, but at that point he probably might have had a chance, but she was like, nah, that's too late. It's just I honestly she is such a peach. She is such a peach. They put her in a state hospital in lockdown. See, the thing is, I think she's dangerous. I think she'd be dangerous in there. I think she would. I think she'd attack people, attack staff. Like, she'd have to be in a white strappy jacket, wouldn't she? I have to say. To wear. I feel like she's gonna like go for someone. Do you know what I mean? Okay. No, I wouldn't want to roomie with her neither. I mean, ugh. Did I? Probably. I got it right on the YouTube. I can't see the TikTok one now. No. If I got stuck in an elevator with her, well, I wouldn't. I would see her and walk out. I'd be like, nope. Not today. Today's not my day to ride in the elevator with you. You look fucking crazy. I mean, here, she doesn't. Like, she doesn't look crazy there. Why is she smirking? She should not be smirking. There would be no place to run, and she'd probably knock you clean out. Yeah, you can, Heather. Absolutely. She's getting the Rose West treatment. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Oh, hang on. I might be able to. Oh, I can see them now because I've gone on the other way. I really wish she wouldn't smirk. She should not be smirking right now. Hashtag Schabusiness. Don't forget to tap the screen, everyone. That would be awesome. We can probably get up to 100,000 likes today. Hey, Danny City Chick. Oh, Lordy, I keep recapping this a long one. Okay, so basically this POS, Taylor Schabusiness, she basically was having a bit of a side relationship with the poor one, even though really she's just basically having a side business, and she was married. The partner she was married to is in jail, and she has a little boy with him. The little boy, questionable as to who the dad was, because she'd had quite a few affairs, and so he was supposedly at the time in prison when she conceived the baby. I don't know where the baby is now, obviously, because the father of the baby, or the alleged father of the baby, is in prison, and obviously so is she, through obviously her actions. So her lover, she basically, they liked a little bit of the adult stuff, but with some hardcore bits and pieces going on in there, and they had a drug-fueled evening together. They were using like what we call dog collar choker chains. I don't know if you have them in the US, but we used to have them here, although I think they're barbaric to say the least. So they were using those, and she basically snuffed the life from him using the choker chain. Saw that he was going a purpley colour, he was coughing up blood, and her decision was basically that she had gone too far, and she would decided to continue it, but she also said she enjoyed it too. So that didn't stop there for Taylor. Not only did she do that, she then messed with his body in an adult way post-mortem. She beheaded him, mutilated his torso, chopped his manhood off, took some organs, dismembered him, put a head in the bucket, put a towel over the bucket, removed some of the body parts into her van. She later tells the cops that she got lazy and was going to take them home, but didn't. So I think there was legs in the van. We've just been through the crime scene with the police, and it looked quite clean, considering she literally used kitchen utensils, basically kitchen knives, to dismember, which is quite hard going because the body is quite hard. You've got fat, you've got tissue, you've got bone, but she managed to do all that with the kitchen knives that they had in the house. And his poor mum woke up around 2 a.m. and
But you didn't see anyone in the basement?
I did not.
When you heard the door slam, did you hear any other noises?
No,
yeah, I don't like choker chains. I think they're horrid.
After you saw what was in the bucket, what did you do next?
I went back up to the second floor of the house and woke up Steve to have him verify that I saw what I saw.
And what did Steve do?
Maybe.
He got up and he went downstairs with me. And he looked in the bucket, but he could not verify that it was what I thought it was.
What did you and Steve do next?
We went back upstairs to the second floor because that's where our phones were plugged in, and decided if we were calling 911 or the non-emergency number. And that's when we called.
The audio we heard earlier, was that the
I'm not sure they're supposed to be streaming
call that was
this.
made to law enforcement?
Yes.
That was you and Steve?
Yes.
After that point, did officers arrive?
They did.
Are you able to approximate, the time you hear the storm door slam to the time Steve and yourself call 911, about how long that is?
Not really. Time wasn't moving the same as it normally does after you notice that.
And then does officers arrive soon thereafter?
They did.
Thank you, Tara. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Fraley.
Thank you. You are Tara Packenick.
I am.
You've been involved in a relationship with Stephen Hendricks for how long, ma'am?
Approximately 3 years.
And you live together at 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay?
We do?
That's over by Fireman's Park area, right?
Yes.
With regards to Stephen, does he wear cheater glasses?
He does.
Does he sometimes have issues with missing his glasses or losing his glasses?
He does. I order 5 pair at a time.
Okay. Does he have difficulty seeing if he doesn't have his glasses?
Yes.
With regards to this case, you talked to police detectives, correct?
Correct.
And you talked to Detective Groff, who's here, correct?
Yes.
You told him everything that you knew about this situation, correct?
Yes.
With regards to this home, you own the home?
I do.
Is it, it's got a basement, a ground level, and then an upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that it's kind of like 3 levels, so to speak?
So to speak.
Your bedroom and Stephen's bedroom is upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Is there a bathroom up there?
No.
On the ground level?
The ground level there is.
Okay, and there's also is there a kitchen there?
Kitchen, living room, and 2 bedrooms.
Okay, and you have a daughter, Ava Wheelock, correct?
Correct.
When this was all going on, she was 16, correct?
Yes.
Is she still 16?
No.
Okay, 17 now?
Yes.
Okay. And she was sleeping in the residence when the police came on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You and Mr. Hendricks have vehicles, correct?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle do you have, ma'am?
I have a Volkswagen.
Is it an SUV or what kind is it?
No, it's a Volkswagen Jetta.
Jetta? Okay. And what kind of vehicle does Mr. Hendricks have?
A Subaru Forester.
And do you typically park them in the driveway?
Yes.
At your house, if you're standing in the street looking at your house, there's kind of a long driveway and then there's a garage that's detached. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then there's the house. Your house is kind of like a Cape Cod style, correct?
Yes.
And then you have a backyard. Is that fair?
We do have a backyard.
On February 23rd of 2022, when the Green Bay police officers came there to talk to you, is it fair to say that the only 2 vehicles that were in the driveway were the Subaru Forester belonging to Stephen and the VW Jetta belonging to you?
No.
What
When
other
I
vehicles?
watched the video earlier, Ava's Toyota RAV4 was in the driveway.
Okay, she has her own car?
She does.
Okay. So there's basically 3 vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And they're all kind of parked in line on that driveway?
Right.
Okay. Did you see any gold minivan parked in your driveway on February 23rd of 2022?
No.
When the front door to your house, you don't really use that, correct?
Correct.
The main entrance is the side door off the driveway.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have curtains in the front of your house?
I do.
Okay. And on the front door as well?
I do.
with regards to the bucket that was in the basement, you went down to the basement to bring the cat down there?
Earlier in the evening, yes.
Okay. And then you went back down there because you heard the door slam?
Correct, to see if Shad was still home.
Okay.
If he was not, to turn off the lights. And
Because the
lock the door.
lights were left on in the basement, right?
Correct.
And you didn't see anybody downstairs, correct? When you went down there?
No, I did not.
And as you were going up the stairs, then you saw this bucket?
Right.
Okay. And was there?
State police. Yeah, there's somebody after me. I'm sorry? There's somebody after me. Where are you? There's somebody after me.
What's the matter? Are you okay? I think they stopped the stream. Hang on. Let's off the camera. Let me have a look. Pew, pew, pew.
Okay. You let him, and then you let him in the side door, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I just came in and had you sit at the table in the kitchen.
Yes.
Did you look in the bucket only one time?
I believe I looked in the bucket again when Steve looked in the bucket.
Was he in front of you?
Next to me.
Okay.
I don't remember that detail.
Sure. Now, in February of 2022, your son, Shad Thyrion, was living with his father, Michael Thyrion.
Correct.
And your son would come to your house to eat sometimes, correct?
To eat, hang out with his sister, me.
Do some laundry.
What?
Do some laundry, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And would you have to tell him to take a shower?
I don't know that I had to tell him, but he'd shower there.
Were you worried that he didn't always take care of himself?
Yes.
Everything's throwing me out left, right, and centre. I do not understand what's going on right now. Don't forget to tap the screen. Maybe I don't.
When you heard the storm door.
Yeah, that's where I've got it on. Going normal climb.
The door slam.
Oh, and crying.
Did you see anybody go outside?
Maybe they've switched it off because technically
Did you see anybody drive away?
they weren't supposed to screen this witness.
Did anybody come upstairs by you and Stephen on February 23rd of 2022?
No.
I understand why they can't do the audio.
Did Ava get up at all and go downstairs or come upstairs by you on February 23rd of 2022?
Ava's room is on the main level of the house.
Yep.
She was woken up after the police were already at the house. She never went into the basement.
Okay. When the police officers arrived at your house on February 23rd, you didn't go back downstairs, correct?
I did not.
The officers had you stay by the kitchen table, correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, is it fair to say that the officers had you, Stephen, and Ava all go down to the police department to give a statement or at least talk about things?
That is correct.
In your neighborhood, ma'am, the houses are kind of close together. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do people park on the street sometimes?
Occasionally,
overnight sometimes?
they do, probably not in the winter
Okay.
with snowplows.
Is your street, is it busy with people coming and going?
No, it is not. You probably don't drive down my street unless you live on it.
On February 22nd of 2022, when you and Stephen had a little bit of an argument, that was on that Tuesday?
In the morning,
Okay. He left and went to a bar.
he did.
Was he drinking all day?
I wasn't with him,
Did
but
he-
he was at a bar, so
when he came back, had he told you that he had some drinks?
he did.
Do you know what time he got back?
I do not. It was still light out. In February, that's got to be 5 o'clock or something.
What time did you go to bed on February 22nd, that Tuesday? You remember?
I do not.
What time do you typically go to bed?
11. Or we were watching TV in our room. So I don't know if we were actually sleeping. I don't know.
And you have one cat?
One cat.
And the cat usually, does it stay downstairs or does it come
The
upstairs?
cat goes through the entire house, but
Free-
the litter boxes are in the basement.
Okay, it's got free reign of the house, huh?
Thank you.
Did you hear any talking on either Tuesday, February 22nd or Wednesday, February 23rd, prior to that storm door, slamming?
I did not.
If you were upstairs in your bedroom, would it be fair to say that it would be difficult to hear anything going on downstairs or hear a conversation downstairs?
I would not be able to hear anything in the basement, no.
Okay. All right.
6.
Nothing further. Thank you.
I think she said.
Can you redirect, Mr. Saunders?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, man. You can step down.
Your Honor, the next witness is also a statutory crime victim, and I would just ask that the she not be filmed. Also a juvenile, Your Honor.
Okay, so for the next witness, only audio. All right.
Stay with call Ava Wheelock.
Oh, we've got the audio for this next bit.
Just right up here, ma'am, and then before you have a seat, if you can turn and
Those
face
people
her,
need to
raise your
stop.
right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Needing your work time.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Yes. Have a seat, and then state your name for the record. I'm Ava
What's your last name, Ava?
Wheelock,
Can you spell your last name for the record, please?
WHEELOCK.
And can you scoot up a little bit to the microphone if you could? And try to speak right into that microphone if you can. Ava, how old are you?
I'm 17.
Are you still in school?
Yes.
And I know it's summertime, but what grade will you be in next year?
Senior.
And who do you live with, Ava?
Both my mom and my dad.
You split time between the two of them?
Yes.
And who is your mom?
Tara.
Where does your mom live?
Stony Brook Lane.
And I'm going to ask to have you recall February of 2022. Did you have that same living arrangement in February of 2022?
Yes.
So at that time you were living half time with mom and half time with dad?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have any siblings?
Yes, two.
And are they older or younger?
Both older.
Do you have a brother or sister or both?
Brother, sister, yeah.
And how about your older sister? How old is she?
I believe she's 25.
And how about your older brother?
25.
And who was your brother?
Shad.
It's Shad Thyrion?
Yes.
Did you have a pretty good relationship with Shad?
Very close, yes.
Is he a nice guy?
Hey, Layla, you have to say you're busy.
Do you know where Shad was living in February of 2022?
Great.
I believe with his dad.
Would you see Shad occasionally at your mom's house?
Yes.
What were the nature or what were the reasons why he would come visit at your mom's house?
To hang out with me, to do laundry, and to hang out with us.
I'm going to ask you to specifically remember February 22nd of 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Started out as a day of celebration, right?
Yes.
What was going on that day?
I was at my dad's traditional wedding.
And was that in the general Green Bay area?
I don't know.
How far away was it from your mom's house?
I don't know.
At some point on that same date, did you return to your mom's house from the wedding?
Yes, at the end of the wedding.
And did you know about what time it was that you returned to your mom's house?
No,
Hey guys, if you want a cheap holiday,
And how did you get to your mom's house on the
the
February
next
22nd?
year, roads is dirt cheap right now.
And when you arrived at your house, did you see anyone in the residence?
No.
What did you do when you got home?
Someone.
I immediately went to bed.
And which door did you use to enter
It's
that
raining right
residence?
now.
The side door.
Is that the door off of the driveway?
Yes.
Is that the door that everyone used?
Yes.
And you said you went to your bedroom. If you were to enter that residence through the side door, how would you get to your bedroom?
I entered the house, and down to the basement is right in front of me, and to the left is the kitchen. So I went to the kitchen.
Why not
And
get
there's a hallway. When you go more into the kitchen, I went down the hallway to my room.
And that's on the first floor of the residence, your room?
Yes.
And then there's a basement, and is there also a second floor?
Yes, there's a second floor.
What's on the second floor?
My mom's room.
What's in the basement generally?
Where we do laundry, and sometimes people stay there.
And that where Shad stays when he comes over usually?
Yes.
On that night, you said you went right to your room. Did you go to the basement at all on February 22nd?
No.
And you said you didn't see anyone in the residence when you came home. Is that right?
Yes.
At some point, did you hear other people in the residence?
I have a lady that takes hugs.
What did you
Fucking
hear?
awesome.
I just
Like
heard
I,
footsteps
she's the only one I
downstairs.
would trust. Like
When you say downstairs, are you talking about the stairs from the second floor to the first floor or the stairs from the
great with my dogs.
basement up to the first floor?
The basement up to the first floor.
Is that something that you heard frequently throughout that day?
We live the life of Riley in
Yes.
this place.
How about people's voices? Did you hear any people's voices
I-
on the night of the 22nd to the 23rd?
I heard a female voice.
Did you know who it was?
No.
Did you ever see a female in the residence on that day, the 22nd or the 23rd?
We have a regime and a half at the minute.
Do you recall specifically anything that the
Well,
female voice had said?
We have a food regime going now because
Did
they're
you
both.
hear two voices or one voice or more than two voices?
Just one voice.
Did you know anything about who the female was talking to or if she was talking to anyone?
No.
At some point, did you fall asleep on the night of the 22nd into the 23rd?
Yes.
Sounds we won't
And
be on
how
it.
were you awakened on that day?
Seizure
I was
free.
waiting
So
until
long.
a bang at my door from the police.
What happened when the police banged on
That's
your
a good
door?
deal, that is.
I woke up and they told me to come to the kitchen.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And who was in the kitchen when you got there?
My mom and Steve.
Did Steve live with your mom at that time?
Yes.
And you had not seen either of them prior to that time frame, is that right?
Yes.
And did the police want to speak with you at that time?
No.
Did you ultimately go to the Green Bay Police Department and speak with police about what you observed that night?
Yes.
Did that occur that morning, the 23rd?
Yes.
And you told them what you could remember?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ava, how are you?
All right.
Do you know Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes. When I was a kid.
How do you know her?
My brother's best friend.
Okay. Where did your brother go to high school?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you're going to be a senior this fall?
Sorry?
You're going to be a senior this fall?
Yes.
Where do you go to high school?
Objection, relevance.
I'll withdraw. I can
Really?
withdraw.
That's
So
good.
you have a car, correct?
Yes.
You have a RAV4?
That question,
And
that's the least of
your mom has a car, right?
Yes.
It's a VW Jetta?
Yeah. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay. You've ridden in it?
Donna.
Have you taken a ride in your mom's car in the past?
Yeah.
You
Okay.
clearly don't
And
understand
then Steve Hendricks, that's your mom's boyfriend, correct?
TikTok.
Yes.
He's got a car,
cannot
right?
show it live.
So when you're at the house, when you're at your mom's house,
Yeah.
do you all park your cars in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay.
You could go to YouTube.
When you went to your dad's wedding,
If you wish.
that was on February
Plenty of
22nd,
channels
is that right?
streaming it, including myself. But to
Tuesday,
be honest,
I believe so.
At some point, you,
quite
you,
rude. I'd rather you didn't
the
come.
wedding was over and you went to your mom's
Doodles.
to spend the night, correct?
Yes.
And did you pull into the driveway at your mom's house on Stony Brook?
I don't remember.
Typically, when you go to your mom's house, do you park your car in the driveway?
Yes.
She knows where to go.
Did you see any other vehicles besides your car, your mom's car, and
Not the
Steve's
one
car?
today.
What else? What other cars did you see?
A van
Where was it?
in the driveway.
When did you see it?
Sorry?
When did you see the van?
When I came back from Dad's wedding.
Okay.
That was on
So did you go behind the van then?
Oh,
No.
Okay. Where did you park your car?
The side of the road.
Okay. Did you went in the house then after the wedding, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I went to my room.
You went straight to your room?
Yes.
Did you talk to your mother at all?
No.
Did she know that you were home?
I don't know.
How about Steve Hendricks? Did you talk to him?
No.
And you went in your bedroom. Did you leave the door open or did you close the door?
I closed the door.
And then did you go to sleep?
Yes.
What time did you go to sleep?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember what time you got to your mom's house that day?
No.
But it was in the evening
Yes.
after dinner time?
I don't know.
When you came in the house, did you ever see Taylor Schabusiness in the house on Tuesday, February 22nd of 2022?
No.
Did you see your brother Shad Thyrion in the house on that date?
No.
have to be
Did you ever
careful
hear
not
his voice?
to call him
No.
Chad.
How about Taylor's voice? Did you
Chad.
hear her voice?
And that's why I pause a lot.
You didn't know who it was though, correct?
Yes.
Did you go in the basement on February 22nd, that Tuesday?
No.
Did you go in the basement after you woke up when the police came to your house on Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022?
No.
When the police came to your house, is it your testimony that they knocked on your bedroom door
Yes.
and you woke up then?
Yes.
And then you
Just
went to the
understanding
kitchen
people that come into my home
and they have you sit by
and
the kitchen
warm and
table
they're rude. There's no
and then you waited for further directions, correct?
Yes.
And then is it true that at some point then you, your mom and Steve were all taken down to the police department to talk?
Yes.
Yeah, there's no need to be rude. You could have just asked in a nice
Your
way.
brother
I can't deal with rude people. They're just not worth having on
Shad
there. I'd
Thyrion,
rather
would
just
he have people come over oftentimes to
make different
play video games or hang out in the basement?
Object relevance.
200
Goes
go
to
to the big 300,000
people coming in the
followers.
house.
200
people that he would invite over.
Objection. Ask another question.
on TikTok, that is.
How often would your brother come to the house?
I don't know.
Was it just kind of sporadic, like kind of whenever?
Yeah.
There wasn't any kind of set schedule. Is that fair?
Sorry?
There was no set schedule. Is that true?
Be nicely. I'd have responded nicely.
And were you at the house on Monday, February 21st of 2022?
I don't know.
Well, 199 now because just had another follower. 10.
Did you
10. 10's my win.
get up on
not
February 22nd to look out the window at all?
No.
When you went to bed,
They just
you
throw you
were
off.
out. Is that fair to say that you were sleeping until the police knocked on your door?
They literally.
You didn't wake up to go get something
will
to
throw
eat
you
or
off.
anything like that?
I've done it before.
And the house at 829 Stony Brook Lane, there's a basement down there, correct?
Yes.
No,
Kind of like a
listen.
finished basement, right?
It'll happen when it'll happen. It's so
And then
close.
there's the floor level with a kitchen, living room, and your bedroom, right?
Yes.
Bathroom, correct?
Yes.
I
And
see
then
it
the
as kind of
upstairs, kind of like the loft area, that's where your mom and Mr. Hendricks, that's their bedroom.
I even tried doing it one day with the thing just showing the heads because I used to do that quite a bit. And that they
When
threw
you were
up.
there on
Banana
February
cake.
22nd, you couldn't hear any conversations or anything like that, correct?
Thank you, Miss
Yes.
Cheryl.
That's true, right?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss
Redirect.
Cheryl.
I have no redirect. I just want to confirm that
Good
the
night.
state had not subpoenaed this witness. I want to make sure that she's released from the defense subpoena.
Yes, she can be released.
Right. Very good. You can step down. State's next witness.
I do have some loyalists.
Judge, I think we could
That
call
way-
another witness. However, this is a good natural break in the state's case at this point in time. I wonder if the court would entertain allowing us to break for the noon hour at this time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10 minutes to 12. We're going to break for lunch. And I'm going to ask that you be back in the jury room, ready to go at 1 o'clock. All right? All rise for the jury.
Good time to break. So, yeah. So the issue that I have with TikTok is it doesn't allow you to do the streaming thing. It's just a pain in the ass. I don't know why. It just doesn't allow for that. So that's fine. So we do the audio over here, but it's taken me. So it took me ages to figure out how I could restream it on, and I knew other content creators did it. I just didn't know how. And then someone was like, "Oh, I can show you." Well, anyway, as it happened, the time we were meant to meet on here, they've got the wrong time because they're in America. And
bringing homes to life with the Cotswold Company. Discover our range at cotswoldco.com.
The thing. So that's how I ended up just fiddling with it and realised that I could do it. So for those who want to watch the trial with us and are happy to go to YouTube, you can now watch the trial over on YouTube with us. Or if you don't want to go to YouTube and you're happy with audio, then we've got you covered here with it. So I think probably is a good time. I'm going to leave the StreamYard running. I'll probably disconnect the chat because while we're waiting, I'll just leave it running. It just seems better to do that. But obviously, I will disconnect from here. So I'm going to go and have something to eat. I'm going to change my top and just stretch my legs a little bit. And then I will come back in time ready for the streaming of after lunch. But hopefully it's not been too grim for you, too gory, too vomity. It's not very nice at all, but we need to see this through to justice. So he said, what time did he say? He said it was 10 to 12 their time. So it will be 10 to 1, whatever time it is in Wisconsin. It must be, I don't know how far behind. We are now at 10 to 6 in the evening in the UK. So I will be back here at 10 to, well, 6:45, just to make sure the stream is up on here and people are rolled in time for part 2 of the rest of the day. So I will be back in just under an hour, and we will come back and we will listen to the second half of the day. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. Thank you for the mods, especially the ones that have been back and forth between here and YouTube. I think they quite like YouTube because they get a wrench in YouTube and they're blue. I always like a wrench. I've got a few wrenches that I'm collecting. And I will be there. Thanks for everyone who's been here and respectful. And I will see you guys shortly. See you in a bit, and I'll see you mods in mod chat. Bye. Why can I not bloody get off of there? I can never get off of there. Why? Where's my button gone to disconnect? Ah, there it is. It's me cussing the thing. Oh, she said. You're a schmetz. Hey, schmetz. Yours is big bowl. Muchas gracias. Oh. It's really annoying me now. But I cannot. I have to excuse the lunatic upstairs. That's not even any better. Why is it the better bit, the photos are not working for me? It's just saying sync, but it is synced because we synced earlier. That's a stupid picture because I can't even see her. Okay. It is on mute. Hey, Anne. It is on mute at their end. So, for those who are just coming in that have not been here to listen to this peach of a woman, this lady, TAYLOR Schabusiness, which is the most unusual name that I've ever come across. She basically, let me see if I can do this instead. She basically was having some bedroom activities with Shad Thyrion, and that went from one thing into another. They were using dog choker chains, and there we go. Sorry, I was trying to put the photo. And so basically she ended up strangling Shad with the choker. She beheaded him. She abused his body in adult ways. Beheaded him, dismembered him, mutilated him, chopped his genitals off, put his all, yeah, you get the picture. It's not very nice at all. So I would highly recommend, if you've got a sensitive stomach, that you don't eat when you're listening to the trial. So just waiting for sound because we don't seem to have any at the moment. So we're just waiting on the court to put the sound on there. Hello, Mr. Ginley. Thanks for the follow, MZ Reese. Thank you for the slippery shoes and the pink ones. And Kathy is back. Now we've got yellow rainbow line.
The doctor is not qualified to render an opinion, but I don't think he phrases it that way. He phrases it as something that he viewed in other reports. So he phrases that as his review of other people's reports. I question the accuracy of his review because he mentions a condition that none of the other professionals in this case suggest that the defendant has. But to the extent that he's not going to offer a diagnosis, then I don't think there's really a dauber relative to his qualifications. But to the extent that he's offering a diagnosis, that is something he would not be, in my view.
I think they're having technical difficulties.
First thing I want to say is this is precisely what I tried to avoid with the schedule that I gave you guys. Doing exactly what we're doing. We're doing exactly what I tried to avoid doing. But I have to read it now first in order to figure out what the next thing we need to do is. So
Courtroom drama llama.
Running a small business can be tough, but with ClickUp, you can easily manage your team's tasks in line.
Report. So he phrased his review of other people's report. I question the accuracy of his review because he mentions a condition that none of the other professionals in this case suggest that the defendant has. But to the extent that he's not going to offer a diagnosis, then I don't think there's really a dauber relative to his qualifications. But to the extent that he's offering a diagnosis, that is something he would not be, in my view, qualified to render.
Okay, well, then I think what we're gonna do is this, because it sounds like it could be more extensive than what I thought. I'm gonna have you here at 8:15 tomorrow. The jury will come in at 8:30, and then tonight I'll read the submittal from Mr. Freilich, because all this is coming in very late. This, first thing I want to say is this is precisely what I tried to avoid with the schedule that I gave you guys. Doing exactly what we're doing. We're doing exactly what I tried to avoid doing. But I have to read it now first in order to figure out what the next thing we need to do is. So if the notion that I need testimony from Dr. O'Donnell, I can't even tell you whether that's something I need or not because I haven't read it yet, and I won't be able to do that till this evening.
Yeah,
Tomorrow morning at 8:15, we'll bring the jury at 8:30, and then from there, which means that you'll probably get a decision from me right before you need to know the answer. And I'm sure everybody would love to have a decision a little bit earlier than that so they could plan, but that just won't happen. So anyways, I'm a little bit frustrated, but certainly that'll pass. Anything else we need to talk about? I think we've already done this. Anything else, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No.
All right. Very good. Then we'll bring the jury back in.
Just waiting for the jury to come in. Just waiting on the jury. They go quiet when the jury is awaiting. I never actually changed my top.
In the afternoon session, so the case is still with the state, and I will turn to you, Mr. Saunders, or Mr. Lizette. Go ahead, call your next witness.
The state will call Petra Schwab.
Okay, if you want to step up right over here and just walk right up here, and then before you could turn your face, raise your right hand. She will place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Petra Schwab.
And then if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can hear you. All right. And then with that, Mr. Lizette, the witness is yours.
Ms. Schwab, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I am employed by the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what is your position with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
My current position is the Director of Operations.
And how long have you been employed with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And you have experience in that general field prior to your work with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
And what is that experience?
I did both my studies and initial employment in Cape Town, South Africa.
And what type of work did you do in Cape Town that was consistent with this type of medical examiner work?
I was mainly involved in the investigation of deaths which were fire related.
And can you describe your educational background?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Human Life Science. And in South Africa, we have a one-year postgraduate degree, which is called an honors degree. And that degree is in biological anthropology. I then did my master's degree in biomedical forensic science.
And what other positions have you held at the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started off as the deputy lead medical legal investigator. I then moved up to the lead medical legal investigator and have since been moved into the director of operations position.
And what was your position with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office in February of 2022?
In February of 2022, I would have been the lead medical legal investigator.
And what is a medical legal investigator?
So essentially, you could see us almost as a nurse in the hospital. We're the eyes and ears for the doctor, for our forensic pathologist. So we do that initial investigation on scene, the initial assessment on scene, and then that is reviewed by our chief medical examiner.
And you talked about a forensic pathologist. What does the forensic pathologist generally do?
So generally, a forensic pathologist, if they're board certified, they are the ones that actually perform the autopsies and oversee all of the investigations the office does.
At the time of this event in February of 2022, who was the chief medical examiner that you were working under in Brown County?
There was a transition between chiefs, but the medical examiner that I was working with on this case was Dr. Vincent Tranquita. I apologize for not remembering if he was the chief at the time because there was a switch over in leadership.
But Dr. Tranquita was the forensic pathologist who was assigned to this case?
Correct.
And at the time of this event in February of 2022, which office was Dr. Tranquita stationed out of?
Dr. Tranquita worked for the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office. At the time, Brown County had a contract with Dane County for oversight from forensic pathologists, and they provided our autopsy services as well.
And that's not currently the setup, is that right?
No, we have since hired our own chief medical examiner who is a forensic pathologist. So we are now independently performing autopsies here in Brown County.
But as it existed in February of 2022, that was the standard practice for Brown County, correct? To use the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office for autopsies?
Correct.
And talk generally about the process that you use when you are called out to the death scene by law enforcement.
Generally, it can happen in different ways, but the most common would be that the 911 dispatch center, they give the on-call investigator a call and they let them know what they are responding to and where the address of where they're needed. Sometimes we get calls directly from detectives. Sometimes we get call from the hospital or a hospice agency. But for scene responses, most commonly it's through the 911 dispatch center to the on-call investigator.
And on this particular date, February 23rd of 2022, what was the process for you to get called out to the scene at 829 Stony Brook?
So that morning, I believe a call was placed to our office by a detective with the Green Bay Police Department, just informing our office of the situation. That call was taken by the on-call investigator that was in the office at the time. And the policy at that, which is still in place, is that they are to then notify the lead medical legal investigator, which would have been me at that time, of such a case.
And once you were notified, what did you do?
I then tried to gather a bit more information. Things were very preliminary at that stage, and we asked to be notified once they were ready for us.
And did you receive follow-up notification from the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
And what did you do then before going out to the scene?
Before going to the scene, I just made sure that I had all of my supplies. We had a general understanding of what the case was that we were going to. So I made sure that I had all of the supplies I may need. And then using the on-duty vehicle, I would have traveled to the scene.
And were you or was law enforcement responsible for notifying then the actual medical examiner or the forensic pathologist?
I was actually, when I was initially notified that morning, I would have notified Dane County's Director of Operations, and they in turn would have notified Dr. Tranquita, the forensic pathologist, that his response would be needed. And we kept in touch that morning with regards to a general time, seeing that they would be coming up from Madison. We just wanted to make sure that we timed things out correctly. And obviously with law enforcement needing to do what they need to do prior to us coming, we were just waiting for that notification when they were ready for us.
Do you know about what time you arrived on scene that morning?
It was probably around 11 o'clock in the morning.
When you arrived on scene, what did you do?
I would have introduced myself to police officers on scene, and I believe I placed PPE on and entered the living room area of the residence, where there were various members of law enforcement, and they briefed me on the scene and what information they had at that point.
What was your understanding about the information law enforcement had collected at that point?
My understanding was that the head of a male individual had been found in the basement, and that they had reason to believe that there were additional human remains within the basement. They had informed me that they had a suspect at that time, and they informed me that there might be a secondary location for human remains as well.
And you mentioned PPE. What is PPE and what is the purpose of using it?
Sure, I apologize. PPE would generally be personal protective equipment. So we use that both to protect ourselves as well as the integrity of the scene. So in this case, it would have been a Tyvek suit or a bunny suit, which would have been included booties, and it goes all over, and it even has a hood around your face. So, and I would have, once we went down into the basement, I would have been wearing gloves. I probably was not wearing gloves initially.
So did you make your way toward the basement of that residence prior to the arrival of Dr. Tranquita?
Correct. We tried to make the pronouncement of death as soon as possible from when we arrived. So once we gathered information, or once I discussed information with law enforcement at least, then I would have proceeded down to the basement just for a cursory view of what the situation was, as well as to pronounce death.
And were you able to do that based on your initial observations on scene?
Yes.
And again, is that something that it's typical that you would do if you're able to prior to the arrival of the doctor?
Yes.
And were you able to collect identifying information about the person that was deceased?
Yes. Law enforcement provided the presumptive identification at that point, provided a name and date of birth, and we later then also asked for additional photographic evidence of for identification purposes for comparing.
And did the deceased have any distinct marks that allowed you to easily identify him?
Yes, he had a tattoo on his, I forget which side it was, but on one of the temporal regions on the side of your head here, it would have been a question mark.
And after identification was made, what did you do? After pronouncement and identification were made, what did you do?
I would have backed out the scene and waited outside until Dr. Tranquita arrived so that we would do the rest of our duties together.
After Dr. Tranquita arrived, describe what steps you took at that point.
So we were working very closely with the Green Bay Police Department's forensic science unit with this case. So we were moving around the scene kind of together. And the first thing that we would have approached would have been the bucket with the human head in it.
And where was that located?
It was located downstairs in the basement, to the right, as you count the stairs, into the finished portion of the basement, which seemed to be used as a bedroom. So there was a bucket at the bottom of those stairs to the right.
Once you made contact with that that bucket, or what would be essentially the first container with human remains, can you describe the process that you used in order to collect that evidence?
So we made the decision to use smaller body bags. So essentially would be infant and child body bags. So we would have placed a body bag out for the bucket. It was a infant-sized body bag with a evidence sheet laid over it. We would have then removed what we found in the bucket individually, photographed it. Once it was documented and photographed, we would have wrapped the evidence sheet up and then placed that in the body bag and closed that body bag. And then written on the body bag as to, we decided to label the body bags as to which container they were in.
After processing that first container, container one, the bucket, what did you do then?
We moved on to the next container, which we suspected had human remains in it. There was, I believe it's a blue bag, was the second container that we looked at from the outside. Well, let me back it up. The blue bag would have been on a dresser in front of the bed in the basement, and there seemed to be what looked like some human tissue on the outside of the bag. And so we decided to focus in on that bag next.
And did you use a similar process with that particular container?
Correct. We took the container and put it onto the evidence sheet that we had laid out with the body bag we had laid out, and we would have slowly emptied what we found in that bag while we were documenting and photographing what was found.
And once you processed the blue bag, was your attention then drawn to a subsequent container?
Yes, we then focused in on a backpack, which was a pink and black backpack that was at the bottom of the bed, the foot of the bed, on the floor. It seemed to have some staining on the outside, so we focused in on that bag next.
And I should ask, with respect to the blue bag as well, did you find a substantial amount of human remains within that receptacle?
The blue receptacle?
Correct.
Yes, we did find some human remains in the blue receptacle.
And then how about the pink backpack?
The pink backpack, so we would have done the same process. We had a body bag laid out with an evidence sheet. We placed the bag on the sheets, and then we unzipped, starting with the front zip towards the back, and we unzipped each zipper and would remove whatever we found and document and photograph that.
If there are items other than human remains that are found within those containers that might have evidentiary value, what was done with those items?
So if there are any items other than the human remains, the medical examiner's office, our purview is the human remains. So if there are other items of evidentiary value or possible evidentiary value, that's generally collected by law enforcement.
Okay. And were there other items of evidentiary value that were found within those containers while you were there?
Yes, we found knives in, I don't remember if all of the bags had knives, but we found multiple knives throughout the bags.
And those are items that would have been within the purview of law enforcement?
Correct. We would have taken them out. We would have photographed them ourselves. And as I said, we were working very closely with the forensic science unit from Green Bay. So they were taking photos the same time we were, and then they would have collected those knives.
So after you found and processed the human remains that were contained in the pink and black backpack, what was the next container that you noted?
The next container we moved to was a blue tote bin that was on the floor at the head of the bed, and it had a bunch of laundry or I can't remember if it's clothing or blankets, but something on top of it. And there seemed to be a small amount of blood on the outside of the tote bin. And so we would have moved our attention to that at that stage. And we slowly removed what was on top until we could see what was in the tote bin.
And what did you note in the tote bin?
In the tote bin, we found a substantial amount of blood at the bottom of the tote bin. We also found a torso of a human male.
In terms of the other significant body parts that would have been located within the tote bin, do you recall what was located within the tote?
So the torso with the arms attached, there would have been other fragmented remains. There was some muscle tissue and certain organs.
So those are the 4 containers that we've discussed already. In addition to the 4 containers, were there any other containers located in the room that had a substantial amount of human remains?
No. There were some other containers or some other backpacks that we peeked in, but there was no other remains found in the basement.
And so you found remains in 4 separate containers in the areas that were not the containers. So in general, in the living space in the basement, what were your observations about the living space?
So one of my first observations, I guess, would have been that they really, as you walk into the basement, there really wasn't a significant amount of blood that we could see as you walked in. We would have later noted, once we moved some things off the bed, that there was some what appeared to be blood staining on the mattress, and perhaps some small little pieces of tissue that were suspected to be human tissue in the carpeted area, but there was a shower in a laundry room nearby, and there seemed to be, again, some small pieces of what could have been human tissue.
Was it fair to say that relative to the amount of damage to the body that you observed, there was not a lot of blood or tissue that was readily available outside of the containers?
Correct. I would definitely say that I would have thought there would have been more blood on the scene outside of those containers.
And from a medical legal standpoint, what is the potential significance of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think it calls for a professional opinion.
Foundation?
Overruled. Go ahead and answer if you can.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. So from a medical legal standpoint, when you see as much damage to the body as you noted, but then don't see as much tissue or blood throughout the room, is there any potential significance from an investigative standpoint based on your training and experience?
There are various things that it might spark me to think. One of the things would be, did it happen here? Another thing would be would make me think, how did this happen? How did this take place? In such a way that the blood was collected and not all of the blood I would expect to have been in the human body was necessarily in that tote bin or amongst the other containers. So it would just spark questions as to how this would have occurred.
Did you locate all of the significant body parts that you were looking for that were associated with the deceased at that scene on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Did you know parts were missing?
Yes.
What did you know was missing from the body?
So as we were going, we were trying to make sure that at least the remains that we were finding were consistent with one person. And by the time we were done processing the human remains in the basement, we seemed to be missing a significant portion of the lower limbs.
And did you obtain any information about where those items may potentially be located?
We were informed that they may potentially
Objection,
be.
hearsay, Your Honor.
Not as offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, I'm offering it to support how she later goes to a different location, how she gets there.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
We were informed that there were potential human remains in a van that had been towed by the Green Bay Police Department to their evidence storage unit.
Did you ultimately respond to that location?
Yes.
And who went with you to the evidence storage unit?
Dr. Tranquita would have been with me too, as well as various members of the Green Bay Police Department.
And upon arrival at the storage unit, did you continue to use your PPE and all of the other evidence processing techniques that you discussed earlier?
Correct. We would have used a new set of PPE once we arrived at that location.
And what did you do once you arrived at that location?
So we initially just took photographs of the outside of the vehicle. I don't believe that the police had processed the vehicle yet at all. They were waiting to do that in conjunction with us. So we kind of peered in, just noting what was in the vehicle, and then we would have opened the doors and the trunk to take a look just at a general view of what was in the vehicle.
And did you locate anything of significance or any human remains within the vehicle?
Yes, we ultimately did find a crock pot box that had human remains in the box.
Do you recall specifically what you recovered in the crock pot?
We would
box?
have recovered the full set of we would have recovered parts of both lower limbs.
Grim, isn't it?
And were those then collected using a similar methodology as what you described at Stony Brook?
Correct. So we took the crock pot box outside of the van and we placed that on some paper material next to our evidence sheet. And then we unpacked what was found in the crock pot box and documented and photographed that as we had previously.
And what did you do once you packaged the human remains at the scene at Green Bay Evidence?
So we would have closed the evidence sheet, put it in the body bag, sealed that body bag, and transported the remains to our the Brown County Medical Examiner's cooler.
And where is that located? Or was it at the time?
Yeah, we have changed locations since, but at the time we had a temporary cooler out at the Brown County Highway Department.
And once it's placed in storage at the temporary cooler, what is the process for moving the remains to another location?
So while we were contracted with Dane County, seeing that all our examinations or autopsies would take place down in Madison, so Dane County, as part of their contract with us, had a transport van and an individual that was hired as a driver. They come up and collect the body bag from us, and it's a cool van, and then that's transported down to Dane County for further examination.
And I should backtrack because I don't think I asked this question with respect to Stony Brook. What happened with the remains that were taken into the possession of the medical examiner's office at the Stony Brook address?
For the home address, we, as I described previously, we packaged each container into a body bag each. Those smaller body bags were then all placed together in one larger adult-sized body bag, and that body bag was sealed at dated and timed. The policy of our office is to have funeral homes assist with adult-sized human remains, and so we have contacted the closest funeral homes for assistance with transport. And I believe the closest funeral home would be Blaney Funeral Home. So they came to the scene, and because usually I would follow with the funeral home to the cooler, but in this instance, when we knew we had another scene to go to, I had our morgue technician at the time. She came to the scene and then made that transport with Blaney Funeral Home for us so that I could go to the next scene.
And the information about the transportation logs that are associated with the remains, is that something that in your current role you have access to those records, and that's a record maintained in the regular course of business?
The information regarding transport?
Correct.
Correct. We do document that.
And do you know if that was documented in this case?
Yes,
As part of your work in this case, did you prepare a report?
I did.
Have you reviewed that report prior to court here today?
Yes.
marked as Exhibit 4. Can you identify that?
That appears to be the report. It would be the face sheet of our medical examiner's office report, as well as the portion of the report that is mine.
The objection.
No objection.
4 is received.
And then, could you describe for the record Exhibits 5 and 6?
Exhibit 5 is a photograph of the larger adult-sized body bag that we would have placed those smaller body bags within at the Stony Brook address. It is labeled as Shad Thyrion, and there are the bag appears to be sealed, as well as initials that say sealed by PS at 1506 on 2/23/22.
And the next exhibit, what is that?
Sorry?
And the following exhibit, did you describe that one as well? I apologize.
Sure. Exhibit 6 is a child-sized body bag. This would have been at the Green Bay storage unit location, which had the remains found in the crockpot box. This is sealed, and it is labeled as container number 5, crockpot box van. And by the seal number, it says sealed by Petra at 1634 on 2/23/22.
Mayor, I would move for the admission of Exhibits 5 and 6 as well, and I would ask for permission to publish 5 and 6 via the screen.
Any objection to the admission of those exhibits, Mr. Freilich?
No objection to admission of Exhibits 5 and 6, but I would object to publication, Your Honor. It's already been described.
And overrule the objection. You can publish those.
Ms. Schwab, does the screen, I think there's a screen down in front here as well. Is the screen accurately depict what is contained in Exhibit 5?
Correct.
And then I think if it's toward the right-hand side of the screen or the photo where it indicates the name and then the information that you indicated about the date and the sealing, that's toward the right side of the photo, is that correct?
Correct. Near the zipper there, but with the seal.
And the purpose of the seal and signature again?
It's to document chain of custody, essentially. When I sealed that bag, and then once it gets to Dane County for autopsy, does that seal tag still match? There's numbers on that seal tag. So that is documented both on scene and then again prior to autopsy. Before cutting that seal, they make sure that it is still that same seal that I initially had placed, and they document it too.
And then the photograph that's now depicted on the screen, is that Exhibit 6?
Yes.
And again, contains the information that you indicated about what is contained inside and then the signature and seal.
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Ms. Schwab, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Different parts of the body of the deceased were in different areas, correct?
Correct.
Some parts were at the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
In the basement?
Correct.
And then some other body parts were inside of a gold Town and Country minivan, correct?
Correct.
And that minivan was found in the parking lot of Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
That would have been found by law enforcement. The street name does ring a bell, but they would have towed it from that location that they found it to the storage room or storage warehouse that I responded to.
You saw the minivan at the police storage unit, correct?
Correct.
And that was with Dr. Tranchita?
Correct.
Is it Tranquita?
Tranquita.
Okay, thank you. You were given some information as to what may or may not have happened at the 829 Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
And you went there for the very first time on February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
What time did you get to the Stony Brook home?
Would have been around 11 a.m.
in the morning?
Correct.
And you were let in by law enforcement?
Yes.
Who let you in, do you know?
It would have been a detective. I do not remember which. There were multiple detectives at the scene.
Did you talk to the owners of the house?
Not at that time, no. They were not present.
When you got there, you already had your PPE gear on?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
And then did you immediately go down in the basement?
Not immediately, no.
Okay, how long did it take before you went into the basement?
Probably about 15 to 20 minutes.
What took so long before you went down in the basement?
They were briefing me on what had occurred, and they were making sure that I was okay to go down there because they were processing, I believe, already. So we would just have been discussing what had been found so far, what information we had so far prior to taking me down,
So you had to be cleared, so to speak?
so to speak.
Okay. And when you went down the stairs, what was the first thing you looked at?
I don't know why.
As I went down the stairs, I would have turned to my right, which would have been a finished portion that seemed to be used as mixed-use area, bedroom type area. And I would have probably turned my attention to the bucket that was at the bottom of the stairs that I had been made aware of.
Okay, and you looked at the bucket and the contents?
Correct.
Downstairs, fair to say that if you go to the right, it's kind of like a living area where you could sleep or watch TV or hang out, correct?
Correct.
You see like a Pac-Man game down there, video game?
I remember some sort of console game, but yeah.
You see a round table down there?
Yeah.
Lots of clutter, lots of things.
Yes.
With regards to the bucket, what color was it?
Black.
And you did your investigation with regards to the contents of the bucket, correct?
Correct.
When you got there, had the scene been disturbed in any way from what you know?
From what I know, there was a disturbance probably when the bucket was found, but I don't believe anything else had really been disturbed. I believe Green Bay Police Department perhaps had started putting out their little evidence markers, but they hadn't necessarily removed any remains or, as far as I was made aware, removed any evidentiary items.
When you were at the Stony Brook property, did you call Dr. Tranquita?
I would have called him prior to going to the house.
Did he give you any directions on what you should do or shouldn't do?
I think the directions would have come through their director of operations, and we have standing policies that in cases where homicide might be suspected, that we go into the scene, pronounce death, exit the scene, get some basic information for them, and wait for their arrival before proceeding with any further examination.
After you looked at the bucket and the contents of the bucket, did you pronounce death then? Or
Yes.
okay, what was the time of death?
I would have to check my report.
I think we pinned
Was
it
it sometime after 11 a.m.?
Yes.
Did you know of any other concerns that were in the basement after you looked at the bucket?
I was notified that they suspected that there were human remains in other receptacles or other containers within the basement.
Okay. So in the basement, there was like either a dresser or TV stand. Is that fair?
Correct.
And there was I think you said a blue bag on the dresser or on the TV stand?
Among other things, yes, a blue bag was noted.
The blue bag, was it a Jimmy Choo like duffel bag that you can zip and has handles on it?
I'm unsure what the brand name was, but yeah, it was a rectangular shaped blue bag with handles.
Something you could maybe put clothes in or something, correct?
Yeah.
And where was that located?
That was located on the dresser that was in front of the bed.
Was there a TV on this dresser?
I don't remember if there was.
Any evidence of drugs on the dresser?
Law enforcement had pointed out some items on the dresser that they believed to be drugs.
Meth?
I do believe that they said that they thought it was methamphetamine.
Okay. Pipes?
Yes.
Thank you, Michelle.
With regards to the bag that we're talking about with the handles, you had gloves on at the time?
Correct.
When did you put your gloves on?
Sorry, could you
When did
repeat?
you put your gloves on? Do you remember?
What did I put my gloves
No,
on?
when? When did
Oh,
you put-
when?
Yeah.
We would have put gloves on in the basement prior to touching any items.
Okay.
Hi.
So you had the gloves on before you inspected the black container or bucket?
Correct.
Did anybody assist you with removing items from the duffel bag?
Dr. Tranquita and I were removing the items together.
Had you ever seen anything like this before in your experience?
I have seen mutilation, but nothing to this extent before.
Never saw a head in the bucket, correct?
Correct.
So after you looked at the bag on the dresser, then is that when you turned your attention to the backpack?
Yes, after the blue bag on the dresser, we would have then turned our attention to a black and pink backpack that was on the floor at the foot of the bed.
Now, the bed in this basement, were there mattresses that were stacked on top of each other, or what can you tell me about that?
I remember that they were 3 items. I don't know if it's 2 mattresses and 1 base versus 2 bases and 1 mattress, but 3 things stacked as a bed.
Okay. There was no, it wasn't like a headboard and a footboard, correct?
No.
Just basically mattresses, correct?
Yeah.
And you went over to this backpack, right?
Yes.
Was it an Under Armour backpack?
I would probably have to check photographs for the brand.
But it had some colors to it?
It had,
Did it have colors like black and pink or something?
yes, it was black and pink, and there was some red staining on the outside,
Why did you focus on that?
probably because of the red staining.
Did you discover that, or did someone else point that to your attention?
When we were walking around just looking at the scene together, it would have been in conjunction with law enforcement.
Okay.
And we would have, tried to lift it, and it seemed suspiciously heavy for a backpack.
And did you have to unzip that Under Armour backpack?
Yes, we unzipped each zip from front to back and looked at the contents.
And you removed the contents from that Under Armour backpack?
Correct.
And what'd you do with it?
We placed everything that we found within the backpack on an evidence sheet that was then placed into a body bag.
And you took some photographs, right?
Correct.
What were these items in that Under Armour backpack?
There were various fragments of human remains.
Tissue?
Yes, human tissue.
I think the other container you said was a blue tote.
Yes,
And where was that?
that would be on the floor at what I consider the head of the bed.
Was it by the wall?
Yes, between the bed and the wall.
Was that area of the basement kind of dark?
Yes.
The lighting wasn't very good?
No.
And there was items on top of this tote,
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was laundry items.
blankets?
It could have been blankets. It could have been clothes, or a combination thereof.
And did you see some blood on the outside of the tote?
Yes.
Would you say it was a teal tote?
Yes.
And are you the one that took the blanket or the clothes off of the tote?
I believe we were doing that in conjunction with a detective from Green Bay Police Department.
Do you remember the name of the detective that was with you?
There were multiple. It was Detective Cassie Pakala and Phil Scanlon that were mainly assisting.
They were both there?
Correct.
Was that tote difficult to see?
No,
Would it be difficult to see if you were coming down the stairs as you get off the last stair?
not necessarily, no.
But it was towards the back of the basement, is that correct?
Yes.
So the black bucket, the duffel bag with the two handles, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, those items apparently had human remains in them?
Correct.
And you didn't know whose remains they belonged to, did you?
They had given us the presumptive ID, and especially the head, we had already, by use of that tattoo in the booking photograph provided by Green Bay Police Department, we were fairly certain that we had the correct identity. And seeing at that point that the inventory that we'd been doing so far had only indicated remains that were consistent with one human male, at that point, we were comfortable that these remains were all belonging to the same person.
Who was able to confirm that? Was that done later when the remains were transported to Dane County?
Correct. That would have been a more thorough inventory of all of the fragments collected to make sure that these essentially complete a full human male.
So the full identification was not done at Stony Brook. It was done in the medical examiner's office in Dane County, correct?
Ultimately.
And fair to say that both you and the detectives had a lot of questions on what occurred and how this could occur, true?
Yes.
And everybody was trying to figure out what happened. Is that true?
Yes.
Let me pin that one.
Chain of custody was followed?
As far as the human remains that I was involved with, yes.
And the bucket, the duffel bag, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, were those all taken from Stony Brook, from the Stony Brook Lane home, and brought to the police department for further examination?
I did not remove them myself, so it was likely removed by the Green Bay Police Department, but we, as the medical examiner's office, do not collect those sorts of items.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step down. Thank you. You can handle those exhibits, ma'am. You can just. Okay, thank you. State's next witness.
State calls Michelle Zarneski.
Okay, if you want to step right up over here. And
You'll
before
probably
you have a
most
seat, if you
probably
can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Michelle Zarneski. MICHELLECZARNESKI.
And with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the City of Green Bay, the Green Bay Police Department, in the forensics unit.
And how long have you been employed with the forensics unit?
Almost 5 years.
And can you outline for us what sort of training you've received for your current occupation?
I have an associate's degree in forensic science. I am a certified crime scene analyst through the International Association for Identification. And I have various other trainings related to crime scenes, including crime scene photography, alternate light source, and shooting recon.
And you've been sort of working in that capacity for the last 5 years?
Yes.
So can you outline for us, I guess, what are some of the duties you're commonly asked to perform for your department?
We were asked to process crime scenes. We would photograph, do videotape, search for evidence, and collect evidence.
And you kind of use the we. Are there other members of your team that you commonly work with?
Yes.
And who are they?
Kristen McMullen and Bailey Andre.
And is it commonly the case that you sort of work in tandem with those people in the performance of your duties?
Yes.
For instance, if one person's photographing things, the other's collecting it, things like that.
Correct.
All right. So then I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Were you working in that same capacity on that day?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a residence on Stony Brook Lane on that day?
Yes, I do.
And was another member of your team with you?
Yes.
And who was that?
Forensic specialist Bailey Andre.
And what sort of information did you learn when you arrived at that
Why not?
residence?
Yeah.
That there was a body part located in a bucket.
And I guess at that point, that's the sum of the information you had at that point?
Yes.
What did you do at that point?
Once the warrant was signed, I was able to videotape the exterior and interior of the scene. And then Bailey Andre did the photographs, and then I labeled the evidence.
So at some point when you're at the Stony Brook residence, are you involved in evidence collection?
Yes.
And can you outline for us what goes into you collecting an item of evidence?
Once we locate a piece of evidence, we would label it with either a evidence placard, or if it was a swab that needs to be collected, it would be labeled with a sticker. So each exhibit collected would have its own separate number or exhibit. Then it would be photographed, and then it would be collected.
And what sort of outfit or attire are you wearing when you're collecting these items of evidence?
We had a Tyvek suit on and rubber gloves.
And that's commonly in your practice what you wear during processing crime scenes?
These type of scenes, correct.
All right. And you did so in this case too?
Yes.
So you mentioned part of what you were doing was collecting items of evidence. Were you also taking swabs of various surfaces as well?
Yes.
And what sort of areas did you swab in this case?
If we located any kind of red substance that could possibly be blood, that was swabbed.
And did you collect a fair number of those swabs in the basement?
Yes.
Those were items that you were responsible for collecting and maintaining?
Correct.
Can you generally for us describe the process of what we mean when we're using the word swab?
It's like a Q-tip with a cap on it. It's in a separate package, so each swab is individually packaged, sterile. We typically have an assistant help us. So if I were swabbing, I would have clean gloves on and I would not touch anything. And in this case, forensic specialist Bailey Andre assisted me with collecting these swabs, and she would open the package of the swab, and then I would grab it without touching anything else. She would place a couple drops of distilled water on the swab without touching the distilled water to the tip of the swab itself to prevent contamination. And then I would swab the area of interest.
In addition to collecting those swabs of various surfaces, what sorts of items of evidence did you collect as well?
I collected a Clorox wipe container, a Pantene shampoo container. There was 2 dog choke collars I collected.
Your work,
a wooden box, a dildo, a shot bottle.
I guess as you're kind of going through the scene, does it become apparent certain items of that are located in the basement may have some evidentiary value?
Yes.
I want to ask about some of those in particular. You mentioned there were 2 dog collars that were located.
Correct.
And were those items that you collected and took into evidence?
Yes.
Sorry, everyone, it booted me out. I was just trying to figure some stuff out.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 7 and 8. First, I'll ask, do you recognize exhibit 7?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe that to be?
It's a silver dog choke collar located on the bar table.
And how do you know that's what's contained in that envelope?
My evidence description.
Are there also various initials on the packaging as well?
Yes, there is.
And what do those signify?
My initials and then the date it was collected.
So for instance, MMC, does that refer to yourself?
Correct.
And you noted there was an evidence description. What does that information signify?
It lists the evidence placard from the scene that I had placed next to this exhibit. It's my description and then the location where it was located.
I'm also going to show you exhibit 8. Do you recognize exhibit 8?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe exhibit 8 to be?
Silver dog choke collar chain.
And how are you able to determine that?
Again, it has my description, my initials, and date.
So both exhibits 7 and 8 were those items that you collected from the basement of the Stony Brook residence?
Yes.
And then once you collect an item of evidence, what happens to it?
It is placed in the evidence submittal room in a secure area.
Do you maintain custody and control of those items?
Yes, until it's placed into the locker.
All right. So you take an item of evidence from a location, kind of keep it in your custody and control until it's entered into the evidence room. Is that fair?
Correct.
You went through some of the items that you collected. When you were in the basement of the Stony Brook residence, did you also collect items that were determined to be knives?
Yes,
Okay. And do you recall approximately how many knives were located in that basement?
there were 6 of them.
Do you remember where they were located?
I located 3 of them in one of the bags, 2 of them in the pail, the black bucket, and then 1 of them in the teal tote.
Okay, Jenny.
And those 6 knives were those items that you collected as well?
Yes.
I ask you about one of those in particular. First, I'll show you exhibit number 9. Do you recognize exhibit number 9?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe that to be?
It's a knife with a silver blade and brown wood handle with red substance.
And is that an item that you collected?
Yes.
And if you recall, where was that
Thank you for the
knife
gifts,
collected from?
This was collected from a Jimmy Choo bag that was located on a TV stand in the basement.
Celebrate. I won't
And is
forget.
that an item you collected from the basement and entered into evidence as well?
Yes.
Apart from your sort of description of what's contained in there, are there any other unique identifiers that helps you classify what that exhibit is?
Yes, it has my computer number, which is 543.
Okay. And then is that sort of a way for you to identify this is an item I collected?
Yes, each employee with the police department has its own 3-digit code.
And what item or exhibit number is that item, exhibit number 9 specifically?
543033.
And that's sort of a unique identifier to that item of evidence?
Correct.
Hey, Nancy, how are you? Don't know why I'm singing that.
Apart from your time, and before I leave actually the basement, when you're collecting these items of evidence,
Hey,
you mentioned Miss,
Nancy, you've been around
Mary's
for
with
a
you as well.
while. Would you like
Is she
to
photographing essentially what you're doing?
Correct.
look right there?
And apart from your time in the basement of Stony Brook, did you process any other scene on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
It was in our offsite storage location.
And I guess what did you process?
It was a Chrysler minivan.
At that point, it had been brought to the your, I guess, secure facility?
Yep.
Okay. And what did you observe or locate in the van?
You are now moderator.
We observed a crackpot box with a human remains in it. We collected several swabs from the door handles of the minivan.
The crockpot box that was located, did that contain any objects?
Yes.
And what did that contain?
I'm sorry, say that?
What did that box contain?
I believe it was human remains inside of it with clothing.
I want to then ask about those were items we've talked about that you've collected. Was there a date that you subsequently assisted Ms. Andre with processing the specific items themselves?
Yes.
And I guess what items were processed?
The crackpot box, the Schott bottle, the Clorox wipe container, the knives.
And by process, what do we mean?
They were rephotographed. The knives were swabbed and photographed with scale. And then some items were dusted for fingerprints.
So when you're at a scene and you're swabbing a particular area, there are sometimes you do swabs on scene. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
But are there times then where you later, with individual objects, process them further?
Yes.
And that's what was done in this case?
Correct.
While council's reviewing those exhibits, were you the one physically processing those exhibits on that date?
On the 25th?
Yes.
I was photographing.
Okay. And who was physically doing the swabbing of those items?
Forensic specialist Andre.
But you sort of photographed the exhibits during that process? I'm going to show you exhibits.
I'll tell you what, TikTok's glitching a bit today.
To thumb through those and then let me know when you're completed.
Thank you, Maisie. Kathy, you should still be moderated. It's showing you in the mod list. It's probably been a knob.
Do you recognize exhibits 10
Definitely
through 15?
Yes.
And what are those?
Exhibit 10 is a photograph of the
Maybe
Clorox
I did some
wipes
earlier.
container.
Definitely
Exhibit
not.
11 is the Schott bottle. Exhibit 12 is a photograph of the back of the Schott bottle.
My face is so
Exhibit 13 is a photograph of a knife. Exhibit 14 is a photograph of the knife with scale. And Exhibit 15 is a photograph of the crackpot box.
Are all those photographs that you took in this case?
Yes.
One of the things you mentioned earlier on in some of your duties sometimes, I believe you said alternative light source, is that right?
Yes.
And what is that?
ALS is a light that uses specific
Put that in your back.
wavelengths to detect certain kind of materials like biological fluids, like bone, latent prints, anything that's not visible by the naked eye.
Is that something that you're trained to perform in?
Yes.
She's the kind of
Was that
person.
done in this case?
Yes.
Can you
That's gonna
describe
keep
when and where that was
prisoner
done?
up. In
It
prison.
was done on the 24th in the basement.
Okay.
And what specific areas were you
Where did I
looking at
mention
and
it?
utilizing that alternative light source method?
We used the ALS at, in the shower at the basement and then also near the mattress.
Don't forget tax.
And what sort of,
Need-
I guess, Can you describe the process of
Yeah, so
ALS in terms of like what are you looking
300,000 followers as well, which is exciting.
We were looking to locate any type of biological evidence, specifically blood. In blood, when you use an ALS, the blood actually will absorb, so it'll appear as a dark color. At that point, then if we locate anything, we can swab it. It's more of a presumptive test, and those swabs will be sent to the crime lab.
Essentially, you're detecting things that you couldn't see by your naked eye.
Correct.
All right. And that was done on the 24th?
Correct.
Straight to the point she is. She's straight to the point. She doesn't mess around.
Thank you, Mr. Niski. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freeland.
Thank you. When you say the 24th, are you talking about February 24th of
The
2022?
more we like it, the more.
And you utilize the alternate light source method to as part of your investigation?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit more detail about that. Is it a light or what is it? What kind of device is it?
We actually had a Schwaber on Public Safety come in with their Crime Light Auto. Holly Moss is the one who conducted that. So I just assisted her with it. It's a light that uses different wavelengths to be able to detect anything that you can't visually see by the naked eye.
What was that lady's name?
Holly Moss.
Holly Moss?
Correct.
So she was the one doing the ALS at Stony Brook in the basement, correct?
Correct.
And you were there to kind of observe?
And assist.
So on February 23rd of 2022, were you called in to help with the scene at 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
Were you called by Lieutenant Detective Brad Strouf?
I know I was called by now Captain Pagoon.
Okay. And both you and Specialist Andre met up at Stony Brook?
Correct.
Did you pull up in one of those big police evidence vans?
We arrived. Bailey, Andre, and I both arrived in our crime scene truck.
Okay. That's a special truck for crime scene processing?
Correct.
You've got all the supplies in the truck?
Yes.
And you rolled right up in front of 829 Stony Brook?
Correct.
And then you met with Lieutenant Strouf then at the house?
Yeah.
Correct.
And then a short time later, Detective Scanlon arrived on the scene?
That's correct.
And then you also met with Patrol Sergeant Kurt Brester, correct?
Correct.
And then Sergeant Brester gave you some information about the scene, correct?
Yes.
Gave you some details?
Correct.
And then you had consent from the homeowner to kind of process the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then Detective Scanlon gave both you and Specialist Andre kind of a walkthrough of the house, correct?
Correct.
Did you just go in the basement or did you go upstairs? Did you go in the kitchen area? Did you go through the whole house? What did you do?
I videotaped the entire house.
Okay. But when you went inside, did you go inside all of the areas of the house that you can?
Yes.
Okay. So you went upstairs, right?
I did. Correct.
And you videotaped the exterior of this house, correct?
Correct.
An investigator or specialist, Andre, photographed the house as well.
Correct.
Was that the interior?
She did the interior and exterior as well.
Okay, so you both took video footage of, or you took the video footage inside and out, and she took pictures inside and out.
Correct.
Okay, trying to understand that.
Yeah.
And then were you told that you had to wait because the Detective Scanlon was waiting for a search warrant?
Correct.
And you were told to wait until that process was complete, is that right?
Correct.
And after that, then you had the green light to go and do your investigation, correct?
Right.
At some point, Detective Cassie Pacala arrived as well.
That's correct.
So then you went upstairs and videotaped upstairs.
Correct.
Did you see anything that was concerning upstairs?
Not that I recall.
You had to turn on some lights in multiple rooms to get a better view, correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, is it fair to say that the Brown County Investigator Petra Schwab came there,
Correct.
and also the forensic pathologist from Dane County, Dr. Vincent Tranquita, he also arrived.
Yes.
A lot of people at the house, correct?
Yes.
Did there was some cell phones on the kitchen table? Those were collected, correct?
Correct.
And then you assisted with collecting these different phones, correct?
That's correct.
One maybe it was a blue one, or blue one and a black one.
I don't recall what colors they were.
They each had a different colored case, correct?
Yes.
Then you did some swabbing of DNAs on these cell phones, is that right?
I don't recall if I swabbed the cell phones.
I miss Clint. Super speedy.
You did a lot of different swabs of the door and the locks and the handles and all of that, correct?
That's correct.
You did swabs of diapers downstairs, toys, flooring, correct?
Correct.
You entered and collected different items of evidence, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that on the floor in the basement living area of Stony Brook, you collected a black and purple pipe,
Yes.
and on a TV stand, a clear and white glass pipe,
Correct.
and on the TV stand in the basement, a green gem bag with a crystal power, and on the TV stand in the basement, a Samsung cell phone, correct?
Correct.
Did you go with Dr. Tranquita and look around in that basement area as you come down the stairs and go to the right?
Did I go with doctor?
Yes.
He was there.
Did you walk around though to look at things?
Yes.
Did you find, did you see a black and blue Jimmy Choo bag?
Yes.
Is that on the TV stand?
Correct.
And inside of that,
It's like it in
was
the
there
night.
anything in there?
There was bags and then there was some human remains in there as well.
And then, did you see a pink and black Under Armour bag?
Yes.
Where did you see that?
That was on the floor next to the bed.
And when you say bed, are you talking about stacked mattresses?
Correct.
And Dr. Tranquita moved that Under Armour bag, correct?
Minutes
Yes.
for you guys that can follow the backup.
And he was the one that removed the contents?
Correct.
Were you there when he
My mod
was doing that?
to follow. They're working super hard to make sure this is a good place to be.
And where was that Under Armour bag?
Own stuff. So
He was on the floor.
the mods follow. That's awesome. So the mods just follow.
By a dresser or a bed?
Next to the mattresses on the
Okay,
floor.
thank you. And did you list all of the different things that you observed down there?
Yes.
I gave them all exhibit numbers, correct?
Correct.
I think you mentioned finding a dildo, correct?
Correct.
Where was that?
I believe it was in a
In
closet.
just 1 second, I just need
Okay.
to do it.
Down in the basement?
Correct.
So if you come down the stairs, if you go to the right, would you find it, or would you find it if you went to the left?
Sorry, go
To the right.
To the right?
You from me away.
In the closet, was it on a shelf?
It was in a brown box, wooden box,
Okay.
on a shelf.
Was the box open or closed?
I don't recall. I think it was closed.
Did you open it? Did you open the
I
box
wasn't
to
the one
see
who
what was in it?
located it.
You located it?
I didn't locate it. I was informed that it
Okay.
was there.
But then you went and take a picture of it, correct?
Correct.
And did you open it to see what was inside the box?
Yes.
When you photographed it, did you take it out?
Yes.
Oh, one.
On the mattress or on the bed, was there a cell phone on there?
Yes,
Did you label that and take a picture of that?
yes.
As far as reports are concerned, did Holly Moss do a report on the alternate light source?
Yes, she did.
That's the backup. For the record, it's after dark. I feel like she wants to stab the lawyer.
On the shout bottle, did it have like charcoal on the outside of the bottle? Could you take a look
Are
at
you
that exhibit?
referencing this picture?
Yeah, that exhibit, I think it's 11. Is that charcoal or what is that? on
No,
there?
that'd be fingerprint powder.
Okay, what is that? Tell me what that's for.
It's to enhance fingerprints.
To see if there's fingerprints on there?
Correct.
Okay, did you see any?
Yes.
Did you dust for fingerprints on any of these other items that have been offered in evidence, exhibits 10 through 15?
I did not dust for fingerprints this day. Forensic specialist Bailey Andre did.
Okay. Which items did she dust for fingerprints on? Do you know?
I don't know.
When you went to the off-site storage, was that on the same day on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got to Stony Brook?
I don't recall.
Was it in the morning or afternoon? Do you
It
know
was
that?
morning.
Morning. Were you done by noon?
No,
How long were you there, you think?
quite a few hours.
Okay, into the afternoon?
Yes,
And then after that, did you go right over to the storage unit?
we did.
And in the storage unit, there was this gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan.
Correct.
And were you told by investigators that you needed to take some photographs and look at the contents of what's inside of that minivan?
Yes,
And then you dusted for fingerprints on the van as well?
correct.
Was Specialist Andre with you when you went to the storage facility?
Correct.
So it was you, Investigator Andre, Dr. Trankita, and then some detectives?
Yes.
Who were the detectives that were there?
Detective Scanlon, Detective Cassie Pacula. There was a few others as well.
Detective Groff or not?
I don't recall.
How long were you at the storage facility looking at the contents of the van?
A few hours.
Were you done by 5 o'clock or did it go after 5? Do you
I
know?
don't recall those exact times.
It was a long day though, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there, you had to put on new PPE gear.
Correct.
And what were you told to do when you got to the storage facility?
Swab the door handles, interior and exterior, the steering wheel, search for items of interest, photograph it.
Had anybody been inside the minivan before you got there?
Not to my knowledge.
The back hatch was closed.
Correct.
When you got there, then you saw it opened.
We opened it.
Who opened it?
I believe I did.
And then take me through what you did from there, could you?
That wouldn't let me pin it either.
Once we processed it, the back of the minivan, then we went to the passenger side, or the driver side. Opened the door and I seen the crock pot box there, and we searched that and located human remains in there.
In that minivan, there was all kinds of stuff in there, wasn't there?
There wasn't too much stuff in there.
Well, there was the crock pot box, correct?
Correct.
That's not pinning
Was there
me.
a laundry basket in there?
There was.
And then there was all kinds of other items in there, correct?
There was like a cooler in the back hatch, just some other odds and ends, but it wasn't terrible.
Clothes,
Yes.
flag,
I'm sorry, what?
a flag.
I don't recall.
But it filled up the back of the minivan, didn't it?
For the most part, I guess.
And the minivan windows, were they tinted?
I don't recall.
But the human remains were in this crock pot box,
Correct.
and who processed that?
Dr. Tranchita removed it from the vehicle and then removed the contents from it.
You didn't touch it, correct?
I touched it initially and realized that it kind of shifted and just kind of had an instinct that there was body remains in there.
When you opened the hatch, did you know what was in that box?
The crockpot box
Yeah.
that was in the driver's side.
It's weird because you wouldn't let me in either.
Okay. Did you know what was in the box before you
And
opened
it's
the
my
hatch?
damn well account.
You were surprised?
Yes.
Who did this minivan belong to? Do you know?
I don't know.
You didn't get involved in that, correct?
No.
And then
What do I feel like
when
it's
the minivan was done being processed, then you
Yes,
packed it up and you left?
Correct.
You and investigator Andre?
Correct.
And your title is forensic specialist, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell me what does that mean?
We process crime scenes, process evidence that's collected by officers in our lab. We process evidence that we collect in our lab, document crime scenes.
Take samples,
Correct.
dust for prints.
Correct.
Are you fully trained to do alternate light source testing on your own?
Yes.
Why did you have Holly Mays there from Ashwaubenon then?
At the time that she had a better piece of equipment than we had, it was more up to date.
And can you tell me about that equipment quickly?
It's called a Crime Light Auto. It has a built-in camera. So for us to be able to do what she did, we would have had to photograph things with our separate camera and use flashlights to be able to identify what she was able to identify all in one.
Okay. What is the device like? What does it look like? Does it look like a flashlight or what does it look like?
It's kind of like an iPad. but
Okay.
It's got a camera lens in the front.
Okay. All right. All right. Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect? No. Okay.
She looks highly bored. I feel fine. I just don't understand why my face is just red. I'm warm.
Your Honor. Your Honor.
Are you offering those exhibits?
Yeah, I can do it now. I would move 7 through 15.
Any objection?
No.
Those will be received.
Your Honor, could we take a short break? I need to.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an afternoon break for about 10 minutes. All rise for the jury.
The defense probably wants to go and have to vomit now. Yeah, so the defense probably wants to go and vomit now because this is like really grim and he needs a short break to do so. So yeah, so far I didn't get the line of questioning with like why he wanted to go into detail on the camera. Like that's not gonna make a difference, I would have thought, in the case or the ends of the case. I wouldn't have thought. But hey, who am I? Who am I to know that? I kind of feel like he didn't have questions, really. So he was just asking any question. That's how I kind of felt that was. Yeah, she looked bored. She did. I've got a fan blowing on it as well. On my face, that is. And I feel quite cool. Uh-oh. Know what time it is now, guys? It's the yawning hour. Oh, do you? We have someone from Wisconsin in the chat. So, yeah, I feel like they're getting redder. I feel like they are getting redder. Maybe I'm teething. I don't know. I mean, anything's possible. So yeah, I didn't know what the point of the in-depth questioning was on the camera. It's neither going to prove or not prove the case. The facts of the matter is, she dismembered him, and the cameras took the pictures. The camera's not, whatever the camera is, isn't going to alter the facts, is it? Yawning hour. I know. Let me see if I can get some filterage taken. Taking the redness down. I don't like it. No, that's not the kind of effects I was looking for. Enhance. And we'll go smoother. No. No, that just makes it worse. Bit contour in there. No. Well, God. Oh my God, that makes it even worse. Look at that. Oh, now you can't see because I'm in black and white. That's better, I suppose. It's less red. It's less aggressive. Thank you for the follow, Carrie Ann. Oh my God. You all know that this time comes every day. It's the yawning hour. I can't help it. Just happens. You never know which hour it's going to be. But it'll be what it'll be, and I am in the yawning hour. I'm not even tired. It's just that and once I start yawning, that's it. Yeah, I think I just feel like it was done because they needed to look like they had some questions. The facts remain that she did what she did. The photographs are proof. Yeah, it's really quick, isn't it? It's like boof, boof, boof. Because they're not even really putting in a defence. Not really. They might have objected a couple of times. I know, well, he wanted to know everything about this camera, the ins and the outs. I mean, realistically, he should just be more concerned with what's happened to the person, not the bloody camera. I don't even know if he actually really wants her to get away with it, to be honest. I just feel there's no effort on his behalf. So this is the trial of TAYLOR Schabusiness. Thank you, Anne. And she basically unalived, messed with in an adult way a post-mortem body, which was their lover of the time. She beheaded him. She dismembered him, mutilated him, chopped his head off and put it in a bucket and put a towel over it, and then his mum found it in the early hours of the morning. I mean, you can't get any more graphic than that, can you? And his naughty bits, we must not forget the naughty bits. She claims that she was going to take them home with her, the bits, but she got lazy and didn't. She left some in her van. Thank you, Anne. What area is it? Wisconsin. When I say Wisconsin, Love Actually, when the English dude goes to Wisconsin on his little travel things, you know. Yeah, that's what just took me there. Sorry, just took me there. We'll have all the friends in Wisconsin except for that one. We're not having her as a friend because I kind of feel like if she's going to be your friend, you just don't want to piss that one off because I tell you, she'd have you. And I think that if you're in prison with her, you want to avoid that like the plague because I feel she is top dog in prison already. She is the type of person that would make her shank or whatever it is that they call it in prison these days and would use it, unalive you, and she would have a good go at dismembering you with the shank she made. I mean, who knows if she's not already given it a go. I get that a lot when I travel. I'll be like, yeah, let's go see Taylor in Wisconsin. I'll be like, we're going to all the places. Yeah, that's horrid. That's horrible. And it's just one of those moments of relief that the baby cries and is taken off to hospital. And as far as I know, the baby ended up being okay. But Killer Colorado, I don't. Yeah, Colorado is Killer Colorado. I mean, there's a lot of murders in Colorado, for sure. Yeah. So I'll have Michelle taking me around all the murder places. I'll have my friend taking me around all the ghosty places. I'll be fucking scared. I won't ever want to come back to Illinois again. Should we go and pay him a little visit and say, hey, you wanker bastard, how dare you? I took on a virtual tour of Joliet prison. And there was one place that she was on about going to. It's in the next day. I think it's in Iowa, and it's like some place that you can go and stay. And yeah, she's not doing that on her own. She's too scared. So I said, I'll come. Just don't know when yet. This is a long way to go for a ghost hunt. But I will make it happen at some point. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm okay. I think I'm okay. I feel fine. I just don't know what's going on with my face. Sometimes must just be. It could be this. Maybe I'm allergic to the top that I'm wearing. I have sensitivities. We want all the live ghosty content. Now I'm not in the States, but Michelle is. Michelle is. I'm just collecting all the friends in Illinois. I'm having them all. It's weird to me that I know 2 people now in the state of Illinois. Where is Sweet Home Alabama? Wisconsin. It's not too far away, is it? Oh, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Mr. Saunders, anything to bring up before the jury's brought back?
No.
That's still ongoing, Lindsay. That is.
Where we go, bring in the jury.
Oh, 100 to go. 100 to go. And then we hit the big 300. I wonder if we'll do it on this screen. 100. That's so exciting. I might wean myself with excitement. Thank you. Let's take a minute while I was multitasking, tapping my finger. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Michelle. Ooh. My cheeks don't look so red now. The filter's bloody amazing. You can still see that they are slightly red, but they don't look so bad for you. So you guys don't have
State
to
ready to
worry.
call your next witness?
Yes, the state calls Bailey.
It's that like vintage filter, I think.
Okay, if you want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she will place you under hold.
Do give the moderators a follow,
The whole
guys.
truth and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have
To
a
get
seat
some
and state
true
your
crime
name for the
content
record.
from them also.
Bailey Andre, Baeleighg, Andre, Andrae.
Okay, and with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
All right. Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the Green Bay Police Department as a forensic specialist.
And we just heard from Ms. Sarneski. Is she a colleague of yours?
Yes.
You work in the same unit?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess in your words, what do you describe your duties as?
We process crime scenes, whether that's photographing, videotaping, collecting evidence, processing for fingerprints, processing for DNA. We also go out and collect surveillance video for cases, and then processing evidence in-house for fingerprints and DNA as well.
And can you outline the training you've received as part of your current occupation?
Yeah. So I went to UW Platteville. I have a bachelor's in forensics investigation. I also have a bachelor's in criminal justice. And then from there, then I've gone to ongoing trainings while I was employed with the Green Bay Police Department in their forensic unit related to forensic science for crime scenes, also for fingerprints. And then recently I've gotten IAI certified to certification for crime scene processing as well.
So I want to direct your attention to February 23rd of 2022. Were you working as a forensic specialist on that day?
Yes.
And did you respond to a residence on Stony Brook Lane on that day?
Yes.
And I guess what information did you have originally when you arrived at that residence?
I was instructed that there was a head in a bucket and that we were investigating a homicide scene.
So what was your role, I guess, in conducting that investigation?
I did all the photographs at the scene and then assisted with taking swabs and assisted with collecting some of the evidence.
And were you working with Ms. Sarneski?
Yes.
So your role in photographing, you also assisted in collecting items of evidence. Is there anything that you maintained custody of yourself?
No.
Who was that done by?
Michelle Charneski.
Okay. So your role was kind of more the photographing end of things.
Yes.
All right.
Wonder if TikTok will give me a little shove now I'm so close. I do it all the time.
I'm going to show you it's been marked exhibits 16 through 54. If you could look at those and let me know when you're done.
Oh, good lordy. Thank you, Esther. Thank you, Michelle. I wonder if she gets to sit there and looks.
Have you had the chance to review all those exhibits?
Yes.
All right. And do you recognize each of those exhibits?
Yes.
And what are those?
These are all photographs that I took at the Stony Brook address of the scene and areas of interest and items of interest within the scene.
And were all those taken on February 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're taking these photographs, actually, I'll start here. Apart from Ms. Sarneski, are there other officers with your department as well as medical examiner personnel who are present?
Yes.
Are they all sort of involved in, I guess, locating items of evidence?
Yes.
The photographs that you're taking, do they depict the scene prior to removal or messing with some of those items of evidence?
Yes.
All right, so the photographs are done first and then an item is collected.
Yes.
All right. So the exhibits we just referred to in exhibits 16 through 54, do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the scene in the basement that you encountered on February 23rd?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 16 through 54.
I'd ask that the court delay that decision until I get a chance to cross-examine on some of these pictures.
I'm satisfied that she's laid the foundation for them. Certainly, cross-examination is permissible, and whether they get published to the jury is another issue, but I'm going to receive the photos based upon the foundation that's been laid, and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
further argument as to Exhibit 45, there's an objection that's more prejudicial than probative. And then as to 46 and 47, they're duplicitous, essentially the same pictures, but maybe a different angle. And same thing for 51 and 52, that they're kind of like doubles. So that's my objection.
Okay, very good. Go ahead.
Thank you. So apart from photographing the scene and assisting Ms. Sarneski with collecting those items, is that the sum of your involvement in the basement on February 23rd?
Yes.
Were you involved in part of this investigation in another location on that day?
Yes.
And where was that?
It's an off-site storage facility.
And what did you do when you got to the off-site storage facility?
We processed a vehicle that we had a warrant signed for.
And do you recall what sort of vehicle it was?
Yep, it was a Town and Country minivan.
Remember the color?
Gold.
And at that point, it had already been transferred to the Green Bay Police Department facility?
Yes.
And what was your role, I guess, in processing the van?
I was doing photographs again, so I photographed the van itself and then items of interest, areas of interest.
Okay.
Really? That's weird because I'm still live. Well, showing me as live. Oh my God, what's going on with the technology today? I'm going to lose my mental capacity to. I've still got it showing as live. The only thing you can't see is my face. I turn my face off because my face is rosy. Yeah, my avatar. Yeah, I turned the avatar off because my face was is it muted? Not muted. Yeah, I just turned my face off because my cheeks are too red. They look really horrible. No one needs to see that. Yeah, it beams me out and it's too much fat. You just get my map. This is where all the magic happens in this room. Well, I say magic, all this magic.
Yes.
And what are those exhibits?
These are photographs of the back passenger driver's side of the minivan, which include a crock pot box, and a body part inside the crockpot box, and then the crockpot box empty.
Are those photographs that you took?
Yes.
Do those appear to fairly and accurately depict the van as you encountered it on February 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
And move exhibits 55, 56, and 57.
Your Honor, objection to 56 and 57 on grounds that they're more judicial than probative.
Okay, well, I'll hold receipt of those in abeyance. I'll receive 55 and rule on 56, 57 at the break.
And your involvement with respect to the investigation of the van was strictly photographing the scene?
Yes, and then assisting Charneski with swabs.
I want to ask you then about February 24th of 2022. Were you involved in any investigative steps on that date?
Yes.
And what specifically did you do on that date?
We went back out to the Stony Brook house and we processed that scene. We took additional photographs. We collected additional evidence. We swabbed additional areas. We also used an alternate light source camera, and then we did Blue Star as well.
And I'm going to ask you, what is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a chemical reagent that reacts with the hemoglobin in the blood, and it's a presumptive field test.
So it's a presumptive indicator of blood, but obviously it's not a lab test of sorts?
Correct.
Okay. Are you trained in kind of utilizing and conducting investigations using Blue Star?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess when you apply Blue Star to an area, what happens?
Areas that would be positive would glow.
Blue Star, is that like luminol?
And did yourself and any other members of your department apply Blue Star to areas of the basement?
Yes.
Sorry, which areas?
The shower and the bed and floor area over by the bed.
And did you then photograph, I guess, the results of some of those testings?
Yes.
My face is too red. I've turned the camera off because there's no filters on this. Stupid StreamYard, no filters. Oh, I've got to be near there. Nope. I feel like she wants to grab the pen, and I feel like she wants to stab the attorney with it. That's the impression I'm getting right now. She's looking at her artwork, what she would consider as artwork. We call it murder. She's getting some sort of pleasure at looking at these pictures. Yeah, right through the ear. I feel like if she loses, he's dead. Thanks, Esther. That's my paranoia. Oh, at least on here, I can blend it out. And people don't need to see me, they just need to see the screen. They can see my mouth move, the circle moving. It's a good thing about StreamYard though, better than TikTok. You don't have to have a camera on ever if I don't want it. We've pegged her down for taking out the attorney by the end of this, Esther. She looks mad. But she's enjoying looking at a piece at her dismemberment images. I'm streaming live on YouTube under the same After Dark Coffee. Right, and here.
Yes.
And what do you believe those exhibits are?
These are photographs of the shower area with just natural light or a white light, showing just different areas that were swabbed. So it'd be a bunch of sample stickers. And then it goes into photographs of the Blue Star reagent, where I photographed it on the side of the shower, on the bottom of the shower, on the shelf of the shower. And then there's 2 photographs that show the floor area underneath the bed. Half of that area is concrete, half of it is a carpet, and then one photograph is in like a natural white light, and the other photograph is showing the Blue Star reagent.
Are those photographs that you took yourself?
Yes.
And those appear to be fair reproductions of the photographs you took on February 24th?
Yes.
I'd move 58 through 63.
I bet this is this,
No
just
objection.
this one case that will never get anything like this ever
And I'd
again.
ask permission to publish as well.
58 through 63.
Yes, sorry, 58 through 63.
You can publish those to the jury.
Thank you.
I wonder if there's any been happening in Charlie's case.
All right. I feel a little hard with the glare. There's also a screen in front of you. Ms. Andre,
Screen's
so-
right down there.
Does this appear to be Exhibit 58?
Yes.
Moderators, can someone
And
just
what does this depict?
Just an overall photograph of the shower area. You can see a bunch of stickers throughout the shower. It's sample stickers for areas of interest that we swabbed. But this isn't just like a natural white light.
I'll leave
Essentially,
you here and I'll
this
go.
is your naked eye looking at the shower.
Yes.
All right. And then Exhibit 59.
Okay.
So that's going to be the edge of the shower, and that's that Blue Star reagent reacting on the edge of the shower, and that's actually the left side. It's a photograph of it.
So the sort of bluish highlighted area, is that the Blue Star reacting in those areas?
Yes.
All right. And then Exhibit 60.
Yep. So that's an overall photograph of the bottom of the shower, and that'd be the Blue Star reacting with that floor area and drain area of the shower. And then you can see on the right-hand side is the sides of that little like ledge.
And is that then 61?
Yep. And then 61 is an overall photograph of that ledge with the Blue Star reagent reacting in that shower.
And then are we looking at Exhibit 62 at this point?
Can you repeat yourself?
Sorry, is this Exhibit 62 that we're looking at? It's a little hard with the glare.
Do you need the light off over there?
If we could, Judge. All right, so it was, all right, so is this Exhibit 62?
Yes.
Okay, and what does Exhibit 62 depict?
This is the floor area outside of the shower. And I did originally describe it as that of the rug, or not rug, of the carpet in the concrete area, but it is outside the shower. It is very hard to see printed also as well. And you can see the pipe going into the little shower drain right there. And the shower is on the right-hand side.
So this essentially, it's difficult to see, but it shows that shower drain area that we observed earlier, Exhibit 58.
It's a different drain.
Okay. Which drain is this?
This is the outside drain. So there's a drain inside the shower, and then there's a drain just outside the shower. And the drain from the shower itself drains to this drain.
Okay. So then I'm going to pull up Exhibit 58 quick. Which drain are you referring to as being depicted in Exhibit 62?
The one that's on the very bottom of the photo.
Sort of looks like on the concrete level as opposed to in the shower itself?
Yes.
All right. So then Exhibit 63, actually, I will have to pull that up. All right, so are we looking at Exhibit 63 then?
Yes.
Okay, and what area is Exhibit 63 depicting of that basement?
This is the concrete and the carpet area that's underneath the bed. We moved the bed to search underneath for any items of interest, areas of interest.
So the area that we're looking at in Exhibit 63, was this, I guess, at one point under the mattresses that were located in the basement?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you had to move those mattresses to see this area?
Yes.
And I guess the area that we're looking at, Exhibit 63, is that suspected to be blood or other biological material?
Yes.
The mattress itself, the top mattress that was in the basement when you were there on the 23rd, did that have an area of blood spot on it?
It did have red substance, yes.
I guess in your observations, did it appear that the red substance we're seeing in Exhibit 63 had sort of soaked through the mattress at all, or was it, I guess, were you able to determine its origin at any point?
It did soak through the mattress, and we did look into it further to see how far, but not to determine where it came from.
Okay, I guess how far did it soak through the mattress?
Calls for speculation objection.
It's based on a direct observation.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead and answer.
So how far did it soak through the mattress?
It went through multiple layers of the mattress. I don't know exactly how many inches it went down.
Sort of you're talking about the top mattress?
Correct.
Okay, not the other mattresses that were below it?
Correct.
There wasn't signs of soaking through or anything like that in those mattresses?
No.
Okay, thank you. Then I want to ask about February 25th of 2022. Did you assist Michelle Zarneski with processing items of evidence on that day?
Yes.
And what, I guess, items did you process?
We processed the shampoo bottle. We processed Clorox wipe container, shout bottle, a bunch of knives, the crock pot box, a rag, a towel, a pair of shorts, and there might have been another thing. We processed a bunch of evidence that day.
Sure. So what was, I guess, your role specifically in processing those items of evidence?
So I took all the swabs that day and then collected all the samples for that. And then I also dusted for fingerprints and then collected the fingerprints that were obtained.
Anyone know what side where the Quest Festival is going to be? I suppose it'll be WFLA, won't it? Really? What drama? Where? What have I done? Huge drama. Huge drama.
I'm going to show you it's previously been marked exhibits 11, 12, 13, and 15. Do you recognize what those depict?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask to publish 11, 12, 13, and 15, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
All right, those can be published.
Oh, there's something going on earlier.
So once we come through here, okay, so does this appear to be depicting exhibit 11 that we're looking at on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And what is exhibit 11 depicting?
It's a photograph of the shout bottle. It also has a latent that's labeled on it as latent 2.
Okay, I want to pause here and ask about that. So what are latents?
Latents are going to be fingerprints that are not visible to the human eye unless they're processed with either like a powder or a chemical or with super glue. Or you can also do different lights at oblique angles as well.
Are you trained in, I guess, dusting or whatever the word is, items for fingerprinting?
Yes.
All right. You've done that in
I've done
past on cases?
Yes.
It's part of your common duties in the evidence department for the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
All right. So the sort of black, I guess, substance that we're seeing on the shout bottle, what is that?
That is that powder. So once we took all of our DNA samples from this exhibit, then I dusted it with a traditional black powder, and then we searched it and then labeled any latents that were, I guess, deemed suitable or showed any ridge detail for comparison purposes.
What do you mean by a latent being deemed suitable?
So there's a difference between having like an outline or what looks to be a fingerprint or like a smear of a fingerprint. Fingerprints are ridges. So if you have enough ridges and minutia, you'd be able to do comparison purposes. So with fingerprints, you need enough, and there's not essentially deemed what you need for enough. It's just that as a comparator, you would have to be able to look at it and see if you have any enough unique characteristics to make a comparison and say it would be a hit.
So there are times, I guess, when you observe something that looks like a fingerprint, but you're not able to compare it to anything. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. So as we look at Exhibit 11, then there's appears to be a label called Latent 2. What does that signify?
That's the second latent that was located while we were processing this evidence that day.
The first latent, was that able to be developed any further?
No.
This second latent print, were you able to compare that to any other known fingerprint?
Yes.
And in the course of this investigation, did you have cause to compare that to a fingerprint card of Ms. Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Latent 2 was a hit. I don't remember which finger offhand. It's all written in the details.
Okay. But there was a comparison or a match, I suppose?
Yes.
Be fair to say that you processed a lot of items of evidence in this case?
Yes.
All right. Would refreshing your details help you remember the match that was associated with Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes.
All right. Showing you Exhibit 64. Do you recognize Exhibit 64?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is my set of details that I wrote for my comparison that I did on May 14th, 2022. And it's for the comparison of 4 different latents that were collected for this case, one being latent 2.
I'd ask you if you could review Exhibit 64, and I'll then ask if that helped refresh your recollection with respect to the comparison of latent 2. Please just let me know when you're completed.
I'm all good.
And in comparing latent 2 that we're looking at here, what comparison were you able to with respect to Ms. Schabusiness's fingerprints?
It was a hit to the right middle finger of Schabusiness's 10-print card.
And I guess what's a 10-print card?
Anytime someone gets booked into jail, there'd be a 10-print card collected or a palm print card collected. And then it would be essentially connected to that record.
Okay. So I then want to look at Exhibit 12. Does that appear to be Exhibit 12 that we're projecting here?
Yes.
Okay, and Exhibit 12, does that depict the same shout bottle as Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Sort of on the different side of it?
Yes.
And there's a sticker that's affixed to that. What does that signify?
That is latent 3. So that's the third latent that we located in this case when we were processing the evidence.
And was latent 3 able to be compared to any other known sample?
Yes.
Okay. And in comparing latent 3, was one of those fingerprints you compared it to that of Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes.
Were any matches made?
Yes.
And what did latent 3 match with?
Latent 3 matched with the right thumb of Schabusiness's 10-print card and hit with the left ring finger of Schabusiness's 10-print card.
So there were multiple, I guess, latents or fingerprints that were located in this area?
Objection leading.
So were there multiple, I guess, fingerprints located in this latent 3 area?
Yes.
Okay. And then want to ask about Exhibit 13. Is that still in front of you? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Okay. And what is Exhibit 13?
This is a knife with a brown handle and silver blade. And it's the photograph of it showing 2 different areas of interest that we were going to swab, one being the handle itself and one being the blade.
And did you take any swabs from that item?
Yes.
Where did you swab on that item?
One was from the blade and one was from the handle.
So we're looking at 13 here. Sample 14 and 15 are sort of shown in labels. Are those the different areas that you would have swabbed?
Yes.
Okay, so for instance, sample 15 of this exhibit, that would have been the blade area.
Yes.
And do you recall what areas of the blade you swabbed?
The entire blade.
Okay. Including the silver part and the red part?
Yes.
Your Honor, I've got an objection. We've got a knife up on the screen. I thought that was 13. Now he's talking about 15. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Sample 15 is the swabbing of the blade. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is still Exhibit 13.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
The labels next to them, I think 15 and 14.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just hard to see on the screen. I see it now.
Sure. So the sample that you took of the blade area, how did you collect that sample?
We always use sterile, clean gloves. One person puts gloves on, they don't touch anything. Someone else assists with handing them a swab. So then they are holding the swab, the person that has the sterile gloves on. The assister would put distilled water on the swab itself, and then the person that's swabbing would swab the item or area of the item that is getting the sample taken for.
And then is that the process and protocol you used in this case?
Yes.
What did you do with the swab once you collected it?
It goes into a swab box, and then the swab box itself and swab gets entered into evidence as an exhibit.
And is that what you did for sample 15 here?
Yes.
And you then entered it into the Green Bay Police Department evidence room?
Yes.
Thank you. Then is Exhibit 15, Court Exhibit 15, is that still in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Exhibit 15 depict?
This is a photograph of the inside of the crock pot box, and there is a sample sticker on the glove that's in the photograph, but it's very hard to see as it was washed out with the flash or with the camera, with how much light it was pulling back in.
Did you process the crock pot box as well in terms of swabbing it?
Yes.
What area did you swab, if you recall?
I believe it was the red substance. inside the box.
Sort of on the bottom of the box as we're looking at it?
Yes.
All right. And that sample that you collected of that area of the box, did you use the same protocol in collecting this swab as the previous one we talked about?
Yes.
Okay, and that was also entered into evidence at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you also, apart from those items we just reviewed, have the chance as part of this case to swab a item that was recovered that was described as a dildo?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked to, I guess, process that item further?
Yes.
Do you recall the date that would have been?
That was March 4th, 2022.
What number is that?
Yeah. All right, I'm showing you Exhibit 65. Do you recognize Exhibit 65?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's an overall photograph of the packaging and of the dildo along with a sample 1 sticker next to it.
Is that an item of evidence that you would have swabbed in this case?
Yes.
And the photograph as well?
Yes.
You took the photograph?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd move Exhibit 65.
Any objection?
No.
65 is received.
The sample sticker that's sort of denoted in that photograph, what does that signify?
So that's sample 1. And typically when we start a new day, even if it's the same case, we'll start over with sample 1 through whatever we end up going to, just so that there's no confusion on duplicating samples. So this would be sample 1 because this was a new day that I was processing this single item.
The swab that you took of that object, where specifically were you swabbing? Do you remember?
I was the entire thing.
And that swab that you collected, was that done in the same manner that you described earlier?
Yes.
Was it also then similarly submitted into the evidence room?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Mr. Freilich.
Exhibit 65, the dildo, why did it take so long to have that swabbed?
Sometimes items don't get swabbed right away, and then later in the investigation, detectives will request items to be swabbed. So I was just requested to swab this.
Okay, and that was done on March 4th of 2022?
Correct.
Where did you locate it?
Locate.
Where did you do the swabbing?
Oh, at the station. So at the Green Bay Police Department.
Okay. So on February 23rd of 2022, you worked with forensic specialist Sarnecki to process a gold minivan, correct?
Yes.
Was it a Chrysler Town and Country minivan?
Yes.
And that was at the storage facility?
Yes.
And you processed the minivan for DNA, latent prints, and other items of interest, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had a chance to look at it, correct?
Yes.
You walked around the outside of it?
Yes.
You saw the inside of it, correct?
Yes.
Who else was there besides you and Specialist Zarnecki?
There was multiple detectives and then also medical examiner's office, including a doctor and one of their investigators.
Was it Dr. Tranquita and Petra Schwab?
Yes.
What time of the day were you there? Do you know? Like, did you get there in the morning, in the afternoon?
For the vehicle or
Yes, for the vehicle.
For the vehicle. That was in the afternoon.
Okay. How long were you there at storage facility?
Maybe an hour, 2 hours.
Okay, and you took pictures?
Correct.
And then you met other detectives there, Detective Liberta, Detective Cassidy Pacala, Detective Bry, Detective Scanlon, Dr. Trankita, and Investigator Petra Schwab. Is that right?
Yes.
You took pictures of the interior and the exterior of this minivan, correct?
Yes.
And you labeled and photographed areas of interest. Is that fair?
Yes.
And Specialist Zarnecki did the swabbing. Is that fair?
Yes.
The van, did you find two papers for a Wisconsin certificate of vehicle registration for that vehicle?
Yes.
Was that for a Scott M. Tomes?
Yes.
And that paperwork was found in the glove box?
Correct.
And then you found, did you find a Wisconsin title and license plate application for Scott Tomes for this vehicle in the glove box as well?
Yes.
And then you also found a DMV registration receipt in the glove box. Is that fair?
Yes.
For what you knew, the owner of this vehicle was Scott Tomes, correct?
Yes.
Did you watch as Specialist Zarnecki removed items from the trunk?
Yes.
Did she open the gate of the minivan, or did someone else?
I don't remember.
Okay, but you were there and you're watching what was going on, correct?
Yes.
Observing, correct?
Yes.
This is a minivan, so it has a side door that slides, correct?
Yes.
Inside the vehicle, was it such that you saw a crock pot box, correct?
Yes.
And that was sitting inside of a laundry basket, correct?
Yes.
Inside the laundry basket, there were clothes that were folded or stacked, correct?
Yes.
And this laundry basket was sitting on a seat behind the driver's side.
Yes.
There was also a cooler in this vehicle, correct?
Correct.
There was absolutely nothing in the cooler, correct?
Correct.
You did not find the crock pot box. That was Specialist Zarnecki, correct?
Yes.
And Specialist Zarnecki removed all the items from inside the crock pot box, correct?
I believe it was Dr. Trinkrita that did remove the items from the crockpot box.
Okay. And you put labels on anything you found to be of interest, correct?
Yes.
There were areas of interest that were swabbed and processed for DNA. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then they would be given sample numbers, correct?
Yes.
And is it true that a mistake was made because there were two different areas of interest that were labeled by a sample 12 by mistake?
Correct.
And there were a total of 14 samples collected from the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about the mistake that was made. What happened there?
I labeled samples 1 through 12, and then Charneski labeled samples 12, the second one, and then 13. I guess I wouldn't know. We probably relayed the message that we thought we had less samples, but we didn't.
Okay. How did you rectify that then? Did you take some action to fix it?
Fixing it, I guess, would just be describing the samples itself. So when we enter them into evidence, they get a description of what areas that sample is truly from.
You also photographed items that Specialist Zarski found, correct?
Yes.
One being an empty pill bottle for Scott Tomes for oxycodone, correct?
I don't recall what the bottle was, but yes, I did take a photograph of a bottle prescribed for him.
And that was in the driver's side door, correct?
Yes.
Next day, on February 24th of 2022, you and Specialist Zarnecki followed up by processing the residence at 829 Stony Brook Lane, correct?
Correct.
Can
Can you tell me why you didn't go over to Stony Brook Lane the same day on February 23rd?
We already worked long hours and everyone needed to take a break and get some sleep and rest.
That's kind of standard practice, yes?
Yes.
So then what time did you get over to Stony Brook Lane on February 24th of 2022? If you know, like, was it morning? Was it the afternoon?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know how long you were there?
I believe it's for a hour.
Okay. And where did you investigate, or where did you look around? Was it the whole house, just the basement? Can you tell me?
Just the basement.
Other detectives were there as well?
Yes.
And did your partner, Mrs. R.E., ask for assistance from an evidence technician at the Schabusiness Public Safety Department?
Yes.
And that was to utilize the ALS camera?
Yes.
Does the Green Bay Police Department have a camera that it can use for alternate light source investigations?
We now do.
Okay, but at the time you didn't have one?
Correct.
Were you trained to use this device back on February 24th of 2022?
I did not use it, and no, I was not trained.
You were there kind of like for observation?
Yes.
And so was it evidence technician Holly Moss that was using camera, taking pictures, doing all of that?
Yes.
The blue light, the exhibits 59 through 63. I don't know if you have them up there. There's a lot of exhibits. But those particular exhibits, the blue light, what does that signify?
That's the blue star reagent reacting with the presumptive test for the blood.
So the blue means blood?
Yep.
Presumption?
Presumptive, yeah.
Okay. Could it be something else?
Yes.
What could it be?
I know that it does react with different chemical reagents, like cleaning supplies. So the chemicals in there, such as bleach, but I don't know the list of what it all reacts with.
But certain chemicals can cause the blue light?
Yes.
It could be like a false positive. You might think it's blood, but it's something else?
Yes.
Okay. And I think it's exhibit 58. I try to take good notes. Do you have that in front of you?
Yep.
Is that the shower?
Yes.
It shows the inside of the shower and a drain inside the shower, right?
Yes.
And it also shows the shower drain. Let's strike that. It shows the shower with a drain inside, and it shows a drain on the side. Right?
Yes.
The blue light plumbing fixture, do you know?
It was from drain inside the shower.
Inside the shower? For all of those exhibits 59 through 63?
No, there's one photograph that shows the drain on the outside of the shower. So 62.
Okay. Can you turn your attention to exhibits 46 and 47, please? Do you have them?
Yep.
Can I approach?
Amen.
Thank you. Both of these photographs, exhibit 46 and 47, basically depict the same mattress, correct?
Correct.
And the mattress has a gold colored blanket on it, correct?
Correct.
There's clothing items, correct?
Correct.
And a phone, correct?
Correct.
The pictures are the same, aren't they?
I wouldn't say they're the same. They show part of the same area.
They show the same mattress, the contents on the mattress. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then, thank you. Could you turn your attention to exhibits 51 and 52. Please.
I'd have to go to the loo as well.
Ma'am, do you
Okay.
have those there? You have them?
Yep.
Your Honor, could I approach you? Thank you. Exhibits 51 and 52 both depict drains, correct?
Correct.
The drain that's outside of the shower, is that fair?
Yes.
And these drains have like some sort of a black hose that filters into the drain, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a clear plastic hose that also goes into it.
Correct.
And the drain has
Mm,
circular holes.
only for me, not on here because everyone's here watching this.
Correct.
Exhibits 51 and 52 are the same.
Right, I'm just
drain that's
swapping.
outside of the shower, is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you.
WSLA,
If you could direct your attention to exhibit 45.
unless obviously this finishes.
You have it?
Good.
Can I approach one more time? Sure. Exhibit 45 is the teal tote that we're talking about, correct?
Correct.
Did you see that at the Stony Brook Lane property?
Yes.
Was that on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Where did you see it?
I saw it sitting next to the bed.
By the mattresses?
Yes.
Was that kind of like in the corner by the wall?
Yes.
And that was processed by you taking some pictures?
Yes.
Did you do any swabs of it?
Yes.
Where did you swab it?
We took a sample of the substance inside of the tote.
Anywhere else?
I don't recall.
When you initially saw the tote, was there anything on top of it or was it just exposed?
There was items on top.
What was on top of it?
Miscellaneous clothing, a rope.
Did you remove the items off of the tote?
No.
I might
We
get
did.
I believe it was Detective Scanlon.
Did you watch that process unfold?
Yes.
With regards to the mattresses, was it such that there were 3 mattresses that were stacked on top of each other in the basement by the wall?
Yes.
Were they basically all of the same thickness?
Yes.
And on the top mattress, there was blankets and the phones and things of that sort, fair?
Yes.
Did you do any scientific testing as far as the blood going through the mattress at all?
Can you re-ask that question?
Well, did you do any kind of formal testing as far as how far or how deep the penetration was with regards to the blood into the mattress?
We did cut through the mattress to look to see if it continued through the layers of mattress, but I don't believe that we took a photograph of the depth itself.
Okay. Did you do the cutting?
No.
Okay. Someone else did?
Yes.
Exhibit 63, the concrete and the carpet, when you move the mattresses, did you do some swabbing and testing of whatever was on the floor?
Yes.
Where did you do the swabs? Because it's kind of a big area.
We labeled different areas on that floor along either spots that were red in substance or they reacted with the Blue Star reagent.
Was it your understanding that there was a cat in the house, that there's a kitty litter box down there?
Yes.
After you took all your samples, what did you do with the samples? Did you send them somewhere?
They all got entered into evidence with the Green Bay Police Department, and then it's up to the detective and the crime lab how many samples can be sent and which ones to send.
So the detectives are the ones that send the samples into Madison?
Correct.
To the state crime lab?
Correct.
That's how that works, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As far as the, the drain cover that we just talked about, did you have anything to do with moving the drain cover at all?
No.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
Briefly, so to be clear, when you were asked questions about like the ALS versus the Blue Star, those are different things, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the Blue Star that we observed the images of, you are trained in conducting sort of those investigations?
Yes.
All right. You were asked then questions about the shower drains. The drain itself in the shower, when you were kind of doing your processing of the scene, were you able to determine where it drained to?
Yes.
Where was that?
It drained to that floor drain right in front of it.
So there are two drains that we looked at earlier. Essentially, they lead to the same one that's in the floor.
Not yet.
The drain in the shower leads to the second drain. Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything on that, Mr. Fraley?
No.
Right, thank you, you're excused.
Your Honor?
Take.
Your Honor, I know that you said that you would hold argument on an exhibit or two till the break.
It's fine. I can up the
Will
volume.
you have a chance to at least argue that at some point?
Yes,
Okay.
at the next break.
Okay, all right.
State have a next witness?
My bum's getting
It
sore.
will be lengthier, and we would propose to publish some of those, I think, disputed exhibits through that witness. So potentially,
Okay, I think we'll take a 7-minute break. We'll be back at about 3:45. All rise for the jury.
I don't even think it'll be that long.
There's a reason as to why this was such a sudden press conference. Not something that was announced hours ago, but really in the last hour.
See, I'm
or so.
good to you. I'm
Maybe perhaps we'll find out
multitasking.
some context coming up here at the 5 o'clock Eastern press conference. So, I'll bring up this comment from She Speaks Prosperity, #KJB. Please remind the public that society should still care to search for
I
people
reckon
who
it'll
have
be
gone.
about
Missing persons
2
cases
minutes long, if that.
are still extremely important to me. I think it's still extremely important to journalists and reporters across the country, around the world. We have a significant problem in this country when it comes to missing persons cases. There are great organizations.
Let me just you.
Many
Want to hear all this.
and
This is for the early risers
Bye, ma'am.
and the learner drivers.
Communicate with Carly to get a second interview in, to have another statement provided, in addition to the initial one that she gave when she turned up at the house. And police were not given the opportunity to ask Carly whether or not has changed now, if been more communication between Carly and police. Perhaps that's something that we will find out coming up here in the press conference, again, that starts in fewer than 10 minutes from now. And in just a moment, we'll launch live across all platforms. Lil Patty says, #KJB, regardless if this is a hoax or not, I will always share for missing persons. And I hope that that energy is carried throughout our comment section. Missing persons case is something that we cover quite a bit here on WFLA Now. Missing person cases, something that's very important to me, thinking about all the families out there that do not have closure in regards to the person who, their loved one who has gone missing. Whether it's a case that is 3 hours old, 3 days old, 3 weeks old, 3 months old, 3 years old, or 3 decades old, it doesn't matter. Missing person cases are very important. And if we can use the power of social media to spread cases and provide, families with some hope that their loved one will be found, or at the very minimum that they'll have some closure in regards to their loved one, that's something that I take very seriously, something I try to focus on as far as my work here at WFLA. There's a lot of rumor-based, theory-based comments with #KJB that I'm just gonna wait until press conference, because we're gonna have answers in about, we're really 9 minutes from now, 8 minutes from now, really. So I understand that people are saying, "Oh, I think that this happened," or "I believe that this happened regarding police." I see your comments, but as of right now, we're just going to try to avoid speculative comments on screen, to stay fact-based and to give police the opportunity to set the record straight in just a few minutes. Speaking of which, what we're going to do here momentarily is we are going to, you're going to see a countdown roll on your screen. That countdown, just a 60-second break to allow us to go live on other platforms. So if you see that countdown, please don't be alarmed. It's just us resetting and relaunching our live stream to be live in as many places as possible. We'll look through some other comments in the meantime. People who are asking about, let's bring up audio here for a second.
And then I'll go back and get them. So they just told me it's Captain Zescaliba is going to lead off. If you would, because there are a few new faces in here, he's going to pass it off to Chief Thursas. He's going second. And then there will be a brief question and answer period. So if Captain Zescaliba, like you did the other day, is going to be the one to call on you guys. Okay. So just make sure after he recognizes you, just to give your name and affiliation, so we know who you are. Okay. Appreciate it. So a couple of minutes, we'll go to 2 minutes and I'll go grab them. All right.
And with that, we're going to reset here. We'll be back in 60 seconds with the press conference here on WFLA Now. Stand by.
WFLA Now will begin momentarily. WFLA Now will begin momentarily. WFLA Now, here's JV Buno.
A sudden press conference called by Hoover police in the Carly Russell case. After several days without any developments, police set to release new information about the woman who claimed to be abducted in central Alabama earlier this month, only for investigators to share evidence last week suggesting an abduction never took place. Hello there, folks. JB here with you live on WFLA Now, in WFLA Now Stream Center, now officially live across all platforms. Welcome in. Let's hit the touchscreen and take you to Birmingham, Alabama. The podium has been set up. We've been given a 2-minute warning. If you have found this live stream, don't go anywhere. We're going to be listening in here for the update from Hoover Police in central Alabama on the Carly Russell case. For those of you unfamiliar with the Carly Russell case, this is a young woman who called 911 claiming that a toddler was on the side of I-459 a couple of Thursdays ago. But by the time that authorities got there, there was no sign of the toddler. There was no sign of Carly Russell. Fast forward 49 hours, Carly Russell turns up at her parents' house claiming that she was abducted. But a subsequent investigation by Hoover police leads them to then disperse evidence to the media and to the public that just the story just doesn't add up. Carly Russell's story doesn't exactly add up with what she claimed happened that night in Hoover, Alabama. There hasn't been much the last several days in regards to this story, but we're moments away from finding out an update. There are, without question, rumors flying about on social media in regards to this story. We are not going to be reporting rumors. We are reporting fact, and we're moments away, seconds away from getting facts in this case directly from the investigators and from the police chief and Hoover government officials who are going to be speaking on this case, because this story, Hoover, Alabama, has been on the map on social media the last several days. People wanting to know, really the last couple of weeks, people wanting to know what exactly happened that Thursday night, where Carly Russell was over that 48 hours, and did an abduction actually take place. Let's listen in.
You guys ready? 2 minutes.
All right, so that's the official 2-minute warning. When the press conference begins, I will be, you won't see me, you won't hear from me. We're going to go to the press conference full screen. After the press conference concludes, we will be breaking down what we have learned, what we know, what we still don't know, and interactively bringing you into the conversation here on WFLA Now. We have made sure that this is the most high definition, the best looking, the best quality feed that we have for you here in the Stream Center. We have multiple feeds, but this is the best one. Audio is coming through crystal clear. So after the press conference concludes, what we'll be doing again is breaking down the latest developments in this case. So again, this is live from Hoover, Alabama. Monitoring your comments, your questions here on social media. I see you joining us here on Facebook Live, on YouTube Live as well. I see the tweets coming in. You know, it's interesting. I say tweets, but are they X's now? You know, did we really need to rename Twitter? Was that necessary? You know what? Maybe we'll talk about that more at the end of this live stream. The most important pressing matter, of course, is this Carly Russell press conference that begins here from Hoover, Alabama. Again, police officials, government officials are going to be speaking here, and our coverage continues after the press conference takes place here on WFLA Now. You can read the latest on this story on WFLA.com, WFLA app. This feed coming in from our next star sister station, WIAT CBS 42, providing us with this live feed. And we've given you, so if you're looking for the live feed, that's again, or the press conference, it will begin here momentarily. I'll be muting my microphone. I'll be back here after the press conference concludes on WFLA Now.
Good afternoon. I'm Captain Keith Susquehanna with the Hoover Police Department.
We're here today to provide an update in the Carly Russell investigation. Chief Nick Durzis will read a prepared statement that will provide an update in this case. After reading the statement, we will have time for a few questions related to the case. Keep in mind, this is still an ongoing investigation, and there are some questions we simply cannot answer at this point. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief Durzis.
Thank you, Captain.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thanks to everyone for attending again today. I want to thank the members of our department and all of law enforcement who played a role in the investigation of this case. Last Wednesday, July 19th, we held a press conference and provided you with the facts of the Carly Russell disappearance. We told you the investigation was ongoing. We helped you determine where Carly was during the 49 hours of her disappearance. Today, I've talked to and received a statement from Mr. Emery Anthony, attorney for Carly Russell. Mr. Anthony has scheduled a meeting for Carly to meet with investigators early this afternoon, but then I received an email stating that a statement was being provided by him on her behalf. Mr. Anthony asked that I read the statement in its entirety, which I will do now. My client has given me permission to make the following statement on her behalf. There was no kidnapping on Thursday, July 13th, 2023. My client did not see a baby on the side of the road. My client did not leave the Hoover area when she was identified as a missing person. My client did not have any help in this incident, but this was a single act done by herself. My client was not with anyone or any hotel with anyone during the time she was missing. My client apologizes for her actions to this community, the volunteers who were searching for her, to the Hoover Police Department and other agencies as well, as to her friends and family. We ask for your prayers for Carly as she addresses her issues and attempts to move forward, understanding that she made a mistake in this matter. Carly, again, ask for your forgiveness and prayers. We have a meeting scheduled with Mr. Anthony to further discuss this case. We're currently in discussions with the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office in Bessemer about possible criminal charges related to this case, and we will announce those charges when and if they are filed.
All right, with that, we'll take a few questions. As Officer Hale said, when I call on you, please state your name and your affiliation. Yes, sir.
Keith Mims, WAGG 610 100.1 FM Summit Media. Chief, do we at this time, or does the Hoover Police Department know the whereabouts of Carly Russell during that 49-hour period that she was supposedly missing?
Now, as I said the other day, was talking facts and everything. If I said anything today, it would just be speculation. Actual facts, we do not.
Aaron Llewellyn, WBC 13. Can you tell us what her motivation was for doing this, if you can?
I wish I could tell you. I think only Carly knows, and maybe her attorney now. But again, the statement that we received from him does not indicate any.
For ETO WBRC, can you give us an idea of what charges you may be filing against her?
That would strictly be up to the district attorney's office.
David Lamb, CBS 42. Can you update us so that there is a meeting scheduled for this afternoon with the family, or
No.
when is that meeting?
Yeah, no, not a meeting with the attorney, not the family or Carly. We have a meeting scheduled with the attorney, and that will take place some point tomorrow.
And there is no meeting with Carly Russell or her family at this point?
Not scheduled, no, sir.
Bria Chapman with Fox 6. What's next to close this investigation?
Well, again, we want to talk to Mr. Anthony tomorrow and see if he has any more to discuss about the case. We'll certainly be asking if we'll get an opportunity to again interview Carly like we've wanted to since she returned.
Chief Stephen Quinn, ABC 3340.
Yes, sir.
Your reaction now, knowing that Carly has admitted that this was made up?
Well, I'm glad that we got this. You know, we certainly laid the facts out to you guys and to the national media that had a lot of interest in this particular case. The sad thing is that again, there were so many people that were involved, took this thing very, very seriously, and again, we wanted the focus to be bringing her home. She got home. We're very excited about that. It is what it is. The facts, I think, last Wednesday pretty much showed that we knew that it was a hoax.
Lisa Crane with WBTM 13. Do you know the expense you went to during this search? And if you don't have a dollar figure for us, just how big it was for you guys?
Well, it was all hands on deck, and we don't have a dollar figure yet, but we're certainly working towards getting one, and not only ours, but there'll be other agencies that had a lot of support that they gave us and had monetary expenses themselves.
Jonathan, when JLR investigates, are the parents under any investigation?
You know, as I said the other day, we were going to try to determine exactly those 49 hours. So right now, you know, anything's on the table. We still don't know what happened in those 49 hours, where she was, did she have any help? We have no idea. You know, I read the statement from Mr. Anthony, that's all we know.
Keith Mims, WAGG 16 Summit Media. Chief, let me ask you this. What do you think prompted or provoked Carly to do this kind of thing? And are there any kind of mental issues that the police department or the public should be concerned about, or just what?
You know, not that I'm aware of. I mean, it's, you know, this is a very elaborate deal. I mean, when you talk about calling a 911 and being up on the interstate, again, I was given an opportunity to end when we would ask her the question.
Any others involved in putting this story together for her?
Mr. Anthony, in his statement, says there was not.
Liviana Calme, WBRC Fox 6 News. You said that you had a meeting scheduled and it kind of switched into a statement. Did they give any type of reason that switched?
No, they did not.
Back here.
Aaron Llewellyn, WBTM 13. Just for clarification, Carlos was not in custody.
No one told me
That's correct. That's correct.
David, once again, so first of all, when did you actually see this letter? And second of all, do these admissions and the content of the letter alter the investigation at all?
No, not at all. We'll continue to investigate. We're still trying to determine where she was during those 49 hours. But I am glad we received this. It at least puts some of the social media super sleuth hopefully for a little as far as what everyone, the conjecture of what everybody thinks took place. We know that by her own admission, it didn't happen, and you know, we're thankful for that.
All right, thank you guys very much.
Breaking news on WFLA now.
Let it go, guys.
Here's JV Buno.
Carly Russell admits she was never abducted, sharing a statement through her attorney that she acted.
Right. You just had it from the man himself. Right, let me put the court back on. You had it from the man himself. Right, let me put the court back on. You had it from the man himself. Right, let me put the court back on. You had it from the man himself. Right, let me put the court back on. You had it from the man himself. Right, let me put the court back on. You had it from the man himself. Right, let me.
Looking out the side door into the driveway.
And does that depict like an outside or screen door? So the inner door is open and there's a screen door to the outside?
That's correct.
And Exhibit 21. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is contained in Exhibit 21?
This picture is showing basically the position of the landing next to the side door, looking down the basement staircase.
Let's go back a bit.
So after you processed the scene upstairs and evaluated what was
Source 2010, where I received more training
Okay.
in
I
narcotics
even
investigations,
returned it back to the beginning.
violations of controlled substances,
Yeah,
and then went into
the
Bureau
break.
detectives in 2014.
Something
I
like
was
that.
trained in more serious crimes, investigating deaths, persons and property crimes.
So I think you indicated you went to the Drug Task Force in 2010.
I did.
Did you work there until 2014?
I did.
And then in 2014, you became a detective.
That's correct.
And as a detective, what's your typical role in handling investigations?
Assigned to the Detective Bureau, we get called in for investigations typically more serious in nature that require follow-up from a detective on a crime that occurred maybe above the scope that a normal patrol officer would investigate. We get assigned those cases with other detectives to investigate, follow up on those investigations, interview witnesses, question suspects, and then ultimately prepare facts if warranted to the district attorney's office of prosecution.
As part of a detective, are you trained and experienced in processing crime scenes?
I am.
And is that on the job training, professional training, some combination?
Combination.
And as part of your work through the Green Bay Police Department, were you asked to assist with a crime scene on February 23rd, 2022 at 829 Stony Brook?
I will.
And describe how you actually involved in the case.
I received a call in the early morning hours, asked to come in, take part in that investigation. I responded to the Green Bay Police Department, where I was briefed on what had been learned by patrol responding to that address earlier that night. I then responded to the address where the crime scene had already been maintained, and then went from there.
Okay.
When you initially responded to this, or do you know about what time you initially responded to the scene?
About 6:30 in the morning.
And who was with you
close.
when you arrived?
I met Lieutenant Brad Strofe, who was a detective lieutenant. I met with the sergeant on the scene, patrol sergeant on the scene. It was Sergeant Rester. I believe Sergeant Tom Bain was present as well. And then forensic specialist for evidence, Ms. Andre and Ms. Arnett arrived. And then shortly thereafter, Detective Cassie Pakla arrived to assist me as well.
When you arrived, did you immediately begin processing the scene?
No.
What did you do initially?
So we initially did a walkthrough. I met with the sergeant on scene, kind of got updated as to what happened so far. Double checked that we had a crime scene log started that we can document who's coming in and who's coming out. I had caused to have phone contact with detectives that were questioning Schabusiness, and there was some question about the location of his body. So initially I did a walkthrough of the home looking for a body. That was one of the first things I did.
You mentioned that you were talking with some other detectives. Is it common in your work that when there's multiple detectives working on the case that you're going to have ongoing phone contact at the outset of an investigation?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not other detectives were assigned to meet with and interview Ms. Schabusiness?
I was aware of that.
And do you know who those detectives were?
I was Detective Graff and Detective Kemp.
And do you believe they were actually speaking to Ms. Schabusiness while you were in the home at Stony Brook?
Yes.
And were they providing you information that she was giving them in the course of the interview?
They were.
And what was the purpose of them contacting you with that information?
Initially, we were aware what patrol officers found when they arrived at the scene based on the 911 complaint. And she was providing them with information that his body was by the bed. I was in the basement by the bed. I didn't see a body. So the initial information was an attempt to find the body. Not knowing initially at first that we were looking for a whole person. They then provided information to look for a tote next to the bed that she had described, which I observed. I was told that she had made mention of a bag. And then in a short period of time, it kind of came into perspective that we weren't looking for a whole body. And then we knew we were going to be doing a recovery of multiple parts.
And in terms of actually going into the tote and going into the other bags that might have been on scene, is that something that you did right away while you were having that initial contact with detectives?
No.
And what were you waiting for at that juncture?
We knew we had consent to be in the house from the homeowner, but we had chose to start writing the search warrant, which is very routine in a homicide investigation. We were also having kind of learned the scope of what we were looking for, not finding a body out in the open. We decided to wait for the forensic doctor, Dr. Trenkaita, to arrive from Dane County, and the medical legal investigator, Petra Schwab. We wanted her to arrive before we started looking through containers.
And is that how it happened, that Dr. Trenkaita and Petra Schwab arrived on scene before you began in earnest to search for the remains?
Yes.
And did you also obtain the search warrant that you mentioned?
Yes.
Prior to discussing the specifics of analyzing the scene in the basement, can you give me an overview of the home at 829 Stony Brook, the layout and what you observed upon entrance?
Sure. It's a single family home, story and a half. It is the front of the home's a living room that opens up into 2 bedrooms on the south end of the home and a bathroom. There's a kitchen to the north end that goes down to a side door off of the driveway. And like a lot of those homes, the side door that accesses the driveway, there's a landing and you can go up into the kitchen, into the first floor of the home, or you can go down into the basement of the home. The basement was partially finished on the west side of the home. And then the east side of the home, divided by a partition wall, was an unfinished basement for storage and laundry.
In terms of areas in the home where items of evidentiary value were noted or collected, can you talk about which portions of the home were significant to the investigation?
Yeah, myself, Detective Cassandra Pacula, and the forensic specialists and the doctor and Ms. Schwab, we focused primarily on the basement. We understood this far that the basement seemed to be the most likely place we were going to recover the remains. We also had some cause to compare items that were found in the basement with the kitchen. So primary focus of this investigation was on this stairway off the side driveway going down to the basement. And there were some items found in the kitchen as well.
Do you know if there was anything else of evidentiary significance recovered in other portions of the home on the first or second floors?
There was not.
Detective, I'm going to show you a series of photographs here and ask you to review those to yourself, and then tell me once you've had a chance to review them.
Sure.
Detective, I'm showing you what have been previously marked as exhibits 16 through 21. Can you review those for me? Have you had a chance to see them?
I did.
Did they appear to be consistent with your observations in the residence on February 3rd, 22?
They are.
I would ask for permission to publish one at a time, 16 through 21, using the overhead projector.
Your Honor, I'm not going to object to these exhibits, no objection to publication.
Detective Scanlon, is Exhibit 16 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
Can we dim the lights again, Your Honor?
Pardon?
Can we dim the lights again?
Yeah. Also, Detective, there's also a video down here if that's easier for you, but you can look at either one, it's fine.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 16?
That is a front view of 829 Stony Brook from the street.
And which door did you use to stage as law enforcement?
So we made the decision to enter once we started to process the scene through the front door. When we initially arrived, we knew a lot of the first response from officers talking to the residents was through the side door, which is the way the officers happened to approach that day. So when we decided to process the scene, we started to use the front door, and we kind of staged in the living room and worked our way through there.
In this photograph, does it depict the side door and where it's located?
That's correct. The side door is off of the driveway.
And Exhibit 17? Officer Scanlon, is Exhibit 17 now on the screen?
I see that.
Yeah, what is depicted in Exhibit 17?
That is an image of the kitchen on the first floor with the vantage going into the hallway that leads to the bedroom and the front room.
And Exhibit 18?
It is.
And what is that?
That is another picture of the kitchen, but with the vantage flipped, focusing on the landing off the side door off the garage.
Thank you.
And, Exhibit 19, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
Oh no,
And
still
what
not.
is depicted in
Still
Exhibit
not on the
19?
300.
This photograph was taken particularly of the wooden knife block that was right next to the stove.
And what was the evidentiary significance based on your understanding of the investigation?
When we started to process the basement, we had found several kitchen knives that appear to be kitchen knives that we believed, based on how they were found, would have been involved in the homicide. And the knives were consistent both in number and appearance with the knives in the kitchen block.
So it appeared that there were how many slots missing on the knife block?
There's 4 knife slots missing and a kitchen shears, scissors. We recovered 4 knives that appeared to look like the knives that would have come out of that block.
And the next exhibit, I think, is Exhibit 20. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is that?
That is from the kitchen looking out the side door into the driveway.
And does that depict like an outside or screen door? So the inner door is open and there's a screen door to the outside?
That's correct.
And Exhibit 21. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is contained in Exhibit 21?
This picture is from basically the position of the landing next to the side door, looking down the basement staircase.
So after you processed the scene upstairs and evaluated what was present in the kitchen area, you did make your way ultimately to the basement?
We did.
And that scene was processed by you along with the forensic team from Green Bay PD and the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it was from Petra Schwab, who was from Brown County Medical Examiner's Office, and then Dr. Tranquita, who was the lead doctor at the time at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office.
Once you began your inspection for human remains and collecting them, how did you and the team sort of document or parse out how you were going to locate remains?
So we started with what we knew was there with the Fleet Farm bucket right at the bottom of the stairs that we considered to be container 1 for the purpose of evidence collection. The doctor removed the human remains in front of us. And then we also examined what was in the bucket besides the remains.
If there were items of human remains or portions of a body, who was responsible for collecting the portions of the body?
The doctor was.
If there were other evidentiary items that were non-human remains, who was responsible for collecting those items?
So it's just as a matter of procedure in this,
Okay,
with the forensic doctor being there, the doctor was the one that removed the remains. We were cautious to overexpose items in these containers. So the doctor actually removed the remains and the items in there and put them on display for everyone to observe and note. Then the doctor collected the human remains, and then forensic specialist Larson and Chernesky ultimately collected the other items that were in the containers.
And who was then responsible for maintaining and processing the non-human remain portions of evidence?
Forensic specialist Larson and Chernesky.
And those were brought back to Green Bay PD then by members of your department?
They were.
And just to be clear, you keep, you use the name forensic specialist Larson. Is that her current name?
I'm sorry, that's her maiden name, Andre.
Okay. So we're talking about the same person. Larson
Yes.
and Andre are the same person.
Yeah, sorry.
All right. So you indicated the first item or the first container that you processed was the black pail. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Oh, I want to know how many away I am. So close, so close.
Detective, I'm now showing you what have been marked as exhibits 22 through 25. I'm going to review those.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
And do those accurately depict your observations on the scene at the Stony Brook residence on February 23rd, 2022?
They do.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish those as well.
No objection to exhibits 22 through 25, and no objection to publication. You can go ahead and publish them.
What is depicted in exhibit number, is exhibit 22 now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what does that show?
That's the landing, looking west into the finished portion of the basement. It also depicts the Black Fleet Farm bucket and a multicolored towel that was next to it.
And exhibit number 23, is that now up on the screen?
Yes.
And what is depicted there?
That is a picture facing north that catches back to the stairs and a small storage unit. It's basically an overview of the Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel next to it.
And exhibit number 24, I believe. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is, again, what is exhibit 24?
It's the Black Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel. I'd see they have some placards down in this photo and are holding a sample indicator.
What are the purpose of the placards?
Forensic specialists take great care in documenting what they're capturing. So they'll take a picture of an image with a placard, and then as they itemize evidence, we'll refer to that placard that they collected.
And Exhibit 25, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 25?
This is 2 knives, a Jolly Rancher, a nail, a razor head, and some flesh tissue was described. These were in the bottom in the Fleet Farm bucket underneath the remains that we recovered.
So these are items that were located in the bucket and then ultimately collected by Green Bay PD?
They were.
Detective, I'm not showing you what have been marked as exhibits 26 through 36. Take a moment to review those. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
Do those photographs also accurately depict what you observed and in some instances collected on the scene at Stony Brook on the
They do.
23rd of February? Thank you. I'd like to publish then, Your Honor, these as well.
Exhibits 26 through 32, no objection, and no objection to publication. Go ahead and publish.
It is 26 through 36, just to.
Oh, through 36?
Is Exhibit 26 now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It's a photograph of the finished basement from the staircase, from the bottom of the staircase, looking into the finished basement.
And I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, but there were several different containers that were located with body parts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One was the bucket, that was container one.
That's correct.
Container two was which?
Container two is a blue Jimmy Choo duffel bag that's not visible in this photo.
It's not visible in this photo. Where was it located? Can you see the area where it was located in this photo?
If you look at the photo, just to the right of the wood grain wall, you'll see a multicolored lamp. Next to that is a entertainment center, makeshift dresser, and there's personal items on that, and including the blue bag.
So that'll be on the left-hand side of this photograph. Out of view is where that Jimmy Choo bag was located.
That'd be correct.
And is the container three was what item?
Container three is a pink and black Under Armour backpack. That is just out of view at the left side of the stack of beds.
And what was container four?
Container four is a blue, I refer to it as a blue tote bag, or I guess tote, or light blue. It's in the far right side of the bed, covered by what appears from here to be a blanket and some items.
So exhibit four is depicted in this photograph.
It is.
Container four, excuse me.
Container four.
Correct. And is it displayed in this photograph essentially as you found it when you first went down to the basement?
Yes.
And could you describe again for the jury where they could find that blue tote?
So looking at this photograph, you'll see a couple box springs and a mattress towards the back of the room. If you look at the right end of the beds, between the wall and the bed, you'll see a light blue object. That's like a tote storage bin container for.
It doesn't appear to have anything on top of it.
Yeah, it's covered by personal property. There was a blanket on top of it. There was some clothing, some jackets on top of it that kind of obstructed the view of what was inside the tote.
And to your knowledge, had law enforcement or any medical examiner personnel significantly disrupted how this room looked prior to this being photographed and you collecting the remains?
No.
Exhibit number 27. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is displayed in exhibit 27?
It's basically full of the same room from the opposite corner, looking back towards the staircase. It depicts the entertainment center that I just described on the wall that was out of view from the previous photograph. It's from a distance, but you can see the items on top of that entertainment center, including what we call container number 2.
That Jimmy Choo bag is now visible in this photograph toward the right-hand side. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's I guess the dark blue object with the handle raised up.
And exhibit 28, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It's a photograph that's inside the room facing south, the south half of the room, including the bed, the entertainment center on the left, including container number 2, which is the Jimmy Choo bag, container number 3, which is the bright pink Under Armour backpack. And then container number 4 is not visible anymore because the pub table and the video game blockage view.
Now, I think it's been previously discussed, there's a substantial amount of human remains in each of those 4 containers. As you were going through this scene and photographing it, are you making any observations about the floor, about the bed and other items in the room as to the existence of human remains, blood, things of that nature?
I was.
And what did you observe?
So I learned from detectives talking to her that this was believed to be the location that body was cut up. I found it kind of remarkable that there's no blood on I didn't observe any blood on the carpeting. There is, will later determined to be a significant amount of blood on the top of the mattress and the comforter that's on top of it. The carpeting doesn't extend all the way to the wall. There's a portion of concrete on the other side of the bed that the bed partially covers. You'll see what appears to be dried blood and partial pieces of bodily tissue in that area around the bed on the far side out of view. There, you can't tell from this point of view, but there's also what appears to be red substance, bodily tissue on the Jimmy Choo bag. The pink backpack, when looking closely at it, you can tell that there's a dark liquid seeping through the bottom, which was presumably blood based on what we found inside. And then in closer examination of the tote bag, the blue tote, you'll see what appears to be blood or dry blood around it.
Is it fair to say that aside from what's found in the containers, there's not a lot of outwardly visible blood or human tissue material that's readily visible in the remainder of the room?
Yes, I walked through this room initially when I got there, and I did a kind of a quick lap looking for a person. And some of these items didn't come into focus until taking a closer look with a decent flashlight and looking at a closer level at these items.
And is this now Exhibit 29 on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 29?
This is from the north wall looking back towards the front, I guess the right side of the bed. The east side of the bed with the depicting primarily the black and pink Under Armour backpack, which we refer to as container number 3.
And Exhibit 30, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is Exhibit 30?
Essentially a close-up of that backpack, container number 3.
And Detective, did you, along with the medical investigators, open that backpack?
We did.
And what was found inside there?
Inside this backpack, there's human remains, including small parts remains and a larger part of human remains, some of which were laying loose inside the backpack, some of which were wrapped inside of like a plastic shopping bag.
And, Exhibit 31, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 31?
There's a lot of things on here that this photo captured. It captured container number 2, which is the blue backpack. The container captured some Clorox wipes that we found pertinent to this investigation, along with a Shelt bottle, which covered a chain. It captured what I recognized to be a methamphetamine pipe, a crystal meth pipe, just in front of the Clorox Beach bottle. And then to the right of that is what I would refer to as a gem baggie that had a substance in it.
And you indicated that you spent 4 years in the Drug Task Force.
I did.
Through your training and experience both in the Drug Task Force and subsequently with the investigative division, have you had an opportunity to come into contact with methamphetamine?
I did.
And you're familiar with not only the drug itself, but also the items that are used to ingest it?
I am.
And you believed, based on that training experience, that was a pipe consistent with meth use and a gem baggie consistent with a small amount of methamphetamine?
That's correct.
Were those items collected?
They were.
Were they later field tested?
I later did, yes.
And what was the result?
So I removed the contents of the substance in the green gem baggie that's depicted here. It was approximately 0.21 grams of crystal substance that I recognized to be crystal methamphetamine. I used the Marquis reagent field test, and it indicated the presence of methamphetamine.
So you indicated we've got the drug paraphernalia, the suspected drugs, or some cleaning products, the Jimmy Choo bag. Did you indicate that there was a chain located in this photograph as well?
It's hard to see probably from a distance, but underneath the tipped over Shelt bottle on the right side of the dresser, there is like a dog's choker chain underneath it.
And Exhibit 32, is that now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what's shown in Exhibit 32?
That is a close-up. It's a photograph of a close-up of the choker chain that was underneath that shell bottle with a placard for reference.
There also, what's on the far left of that picture on the bottom?
You see a pair of sunglasses or a pair of like glasses.
And that chain was collected subsequently by the Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
And Exhibit 33. What is depicted in Exhibit, or is 33 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what's depicted in Exhibit 33?
This would be the same choker chain presented out on a clean piece of brown paper for display photographing.
And that is indicated by the Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
I think that there are. All right. I'll move on with the photos, actually. Exhibit 30. Well, actually, no, I'm going to show it. Do you have an evidence handling kit with you, Detective?
Lights back on.
Detective, I'm showing you the previously marked as Exhibit 8. Do you know what that is?
This is an evidence bag that is marked as Exhibit 8. That is initialed, and it has a Green Bay Police evidence code sticker to reference the dog choker collar chain we've just discussed.
So the bag itself has a description. Does it also list an evidence number that was associated with it?
It does.
And what is that?
The description is a silver dog choke collar P chain located under shell bottle, Exhibit 13 on TV. That's all it displays. I know that it says on TV stand. It has a case number of this case, and then it has the exhibit number 543024.
Okay. Did you say 13 or 23?
It's referring to Exhibit 23, and then it has our category number as well.
Okay, and the Exhibit 23, does that coincide with the placard?
It does.
I would ask that you open that if you could, and display it for the jury.
Have it open.
All right, and then could you take it and simply display it for the jury? Thank you. I'll give you a moment to put it back up and seal it up. And to save time, I'll not ask you about the other evidence, but or the other chain that was located, but was there in fact a second chain located on scene?
There was.
And did you have a chance to handle that item as well, or view it closely?
I viewed it closely, and then forensic specialist Andre and Chernesky collected it.
And did that chain appear to be substantially similar to the one that you just opened and located?
It appears to be a very similar choker collar chain. I did notice that the second chain, which was on the pub table next to the Pac-Man game, the chain was actually not loose on both ends. It was actually closed shut, looped through.
And we'll return to the photographs. We could judge with the lights again. Thank you.
Oh, Alice is not on.
34. It's exhibit 34 now displayed on the screen.
It is.
And what is depicted in that photograph?
It's kind of a top-down view of the Jimmy Choo bag and the other items on that entertainment center.
And you indicated human remains were found in that bag?
They were.
Do you know what other items were found in that bag?
Yeah, when Dr. Tranquil arrived, he took the bag down onto the floor. He removed a bunch of plastic bags, like shopping bags, numerous plastic shopping bags. Also in that bag was human remains, small pieces of human remains. And then there was like a red stain, which appeared to be blood stained Lysol wipes. They look just like the Lysol wipes that you saw on the container on the shelf. And then there were 3 kitchen knives that appeared to match the same block from the upstairs kitchen in that bag.
Then Detective Exhibit 36, if you could pull that one out.
I have it.
Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
Yeah, what is contained in Exhibit 36?
So that is the loose paper shopping bags that were packed inside of the Jimmy Choo bag, along with what appear to be wipes that are red stained.
So this is what was
removed from the Jimmy Choo bag.
Thank you. This was removed from the Jimmy Choo bag after the human remains were taken out by the doctor?
The human remains were commingled inside these bags, so the doctor would reach in, take out either remains or the bags, and he was collecting the bags and the wipes, and then he was also collecting the remains separately.
So he would take the remains and then leave the bag and the wipes for you to take?
That's correct.
Objection.
Overruled.
Detective, I'm now showing you what have been marked as Exhibits 37, 38, and 39. Those photographs appear to accurately reflect items that you collected on that date at the Stony Brook residence?
They do.
And I would ask for permission to publish those as well, Your Honor.
No objection to exhibits 37 through 39. No objection to publication.
Right, you can go ahead and publish them.
And exhibit 37, is it now on the screen?
It is.
What is depicted?
It's one of the knives in the Jimmy
Oh.
bag. It appears to be
Hey, ma.
a bread knife out of the kitchen block.
Were you able to make any specific observations about
Mm.
that knife?
Thank you, Michelle. That knife is
Obvious observation was the red tissue and staining on the
It's
handle.
199.
And one thing I particularly noticed was for a serrated bread knife that
Oh.
the
I cannot believe you did all of that with that. That's
knife
just
were virtually ground down,
wrong on all the levels.
dulled, if you will.
So that is a knife that was serrated, is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you mean by ground down?
Being familiar with the bread knife, you know, it's a large serrated
Grim.
cut bread, and it's the point ends are shallowed, more flattened, dulled.
I'm surprised they shoot that actually.
And exhibit 38.
Oh, I've just bloody shut my iPad.
I have it.
And is it now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in that photograph?
So that appeared to me, these two knives were taken out of the Jimmy Choo bag. It appears to be what I would describe as
I need to show you because it's
kitchen
nice.
paring knife. The blade appears bent. And then there is
That's
what
fun.
appears to be like a kitchen
How?
knife out of the block with the tip busted off. The handles are stained red, and there's some dried red material on the blade as well.
I'm going to very briefly jump ahead, but as part of your work in this case, did you attend the autopsy in this case?
I did.
And do you know if any evidentiary items were collected from the autopsy that you observed that were
I can't.
consistent with these knives?
Yes.
And what is that?
One
that
specific
knife?
thing that was collected by
Lump.
the doctor was a metal tip
I know.
taken out.
That
remains.
And based on, did you get a chance to observe that?
I don't recall specifically observing it, but he described it as consistent with.
Dr. Tranquito was present on the scene when you did these knives as well, right?
He was.
And then exhibit 39. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
That's showing the three knives set down for display for a photo after they're taken out of the Jimmy Choo bag.
It's like
It actually appears to be the opposite sides of them, the knives.
Right, Frank. I've been here like most of the day. Is it like 5 o'clock now? I hope so, because my arse is sore. Thanks, Lydia. It's an old one, but a good one.
Also accurately depict the scene as you observed it on February 23rd.
They do.
Permission to publish on this.
Thanks, Michelle.
Proceeding exhibits 40 through 42 show those.
Like this voice for that one.
I could object to exhibits and no objection to
Thanks,
publication.
voice for that one. I hope so, 'cause my bum's like
Perspective of what is exhibit 40 now on the screen?
bum's really sore. This chair's okay for a certain amount of time, but
40 is a photo of the north end of the finished basement.
so 7.5
Standing
hours.
back to where the bed
My arse is gonna
was in the room. It depicts what I would describe as like a pub table with a
Things like
game.
PCU
And then there was
guy. Things I do.
choker chain on top of the pub table.
Oh yeah, the choker chain.
Detective,
I want the
exhibit
Pac-Man thing now.
42 is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in exhibit 42?
This is that pub chain.
I am
placed,
a
on a
trooper.
paper bag and measured for display for the photograph.
And is that was that item also collected by your police
I
department?
feel like she should get the choker and choke the attorney with it.
That's the chain that you described earlier as being consistent with the chain that was shown to the jury.
Yes.
I wonder if they're scheduled tomorrow. Ew, this one. It has got massage on it, but it's so loud. It's like it sounds like a vibrator. It's just buzzers. That's no good. When I'm a big TikToker and I'm famous and I've got 8,000 in my live every night and I'm getting universes like 3 or 4 times a
Also
day.
accurately depict the scene as you
I'm
observed
gonna
in
have me a
2022.
recliner
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
with my arms up. You can call me Natasha Cooper.
Is exhibit 43 now on the screen, Detective?
It is.
And what is depicted in that exhibit?
This would be the west end of the bed that's closer to the wall.
That's taken Natasha Cooper to the limit.
On the bed, you can see the pillow, and there's a multicolored comforter. It's red, white, and tan. There is what we refer to as
Yeah, I will be.
container 4. It's kind of a top-down look at the light blue
I'm
color,
not even going to be sad about
with items on top of it that conceal what's underneath it.
And is there any potential or suspected blood staining depicted in this photograph?
Yes, you can see appears to be red staining, which appears to be blood.
On 80, 80's in the recliner.
On the left side of the red, white, and I believe it's blue comforter. There's some red staining that appears in front of the pillow. And then some down lower, there's what appear to be blood drops.
Poops.
And exhibit 44, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in exhibit 44?
That is essentially a top-down
Now I'm seeing more
view of what we refer to as container 4. It's the label
screenshots.
total. I had added
Like the military
that if you look to the left of it, there's a
bit of cameras moving around everywhere.
round. And the purpose of that was to start to remove the items on top and then place them on the brown piece of paper to later examine. So we weren't moving them to the floor.
So the
Are you
items that are on top of the
recliner,
tote,
David?
does this photo depict them as they were when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
And then the
Why
item to
did
the
I
left,
make
the
up
brown
then? Now I look
paper that's
cool.
placed on the floor, that something you added.
Yeah, I placed that for the purpose of removing those items to the paper covering the floor.
I
so you can
make
look at
up
them later.
one. What's that?
Exhibit 45, is that now depicted on the screen?
I deserve a
It is.
recliner.
And what is shown in exhibit 45?
That is showing the blue top that we've been discussing, some red material on the front, and then that is, I guess, a very limited view of the remains that are inside the container.
Is it fair to say that a substantial amount of human remains are recovered from the inside of the tote?
Ew, I can see human remains.
Exhibit 46, is that now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in exhibit 46?
We moved the multicolored comforter and observed a cellular phone, and then some larger areas of what appear to be blood staining.
In exhibit
I'm
47.
very
is that now displayed on the screen?
traumatized. I think it was like the neck of his
Yes.
head.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It is showing the items that were on the bed moved to the left and exposing what appeared to be a larger area of red staining that appears
They didn't
to be
warn
blood.
you about that, did they?
The cell phone is still there, but we placed a placard to memorialize that exhibit number for later collection.
I mean, it weren't a lot.
Detective
It
Scanlon,
was
were efforts
enough.
made to try to determine whether or not any of the suspected blood materials seeped through the mattress?
Yes.
And what was done?
I later took a box cutter and I cut a portion of the top of the mattress to see how far the blood stepped into the mattress.
Do you know about how far it did?
When I cut it open, under the top mattress, there's a foam underlayment. The blood seeped where I cut a little over maybe an inch or so into the mattress.
Where the mattress, was that top mattress,
I mean,
if I recall
I've
correctly,
been
it was one mattress and 2 box springs, is that right?
That's correct.
And did you lift up the first mattress to see whether blood had soaked through the bottom of that mattress?
We did.
And did you observe any blood having soaked through that top mattress?
Didn't observe any blood in the box spring below.
Going on in Cumbria. Yay,
Below that stain, no.
only 299.9. I need the other 100 guys. Just find me 100 followers and they'll be good. I'm going to go over to Chelsea Liart and see if I can steal some of her people. Not that they'd come over here. Ah, I've seen them. I need to put the eyes back on. I feel like I'm balding. I don't know how that even happened. That's bad. I with the balls. She's having a good look at those pictures just to make sure that's her handiwork.
I've shown my client exhibits 48 through 54, no objection. Also exhibit 63, no objection. I know they're already offered, but no objection to publication.
Scanlon, I'm showing you exhibits 48 through 54 and exhibit 63. You can review those.
Thank you.
And detected those likewise accurately depict what you observed at the Stony Brook residence on February 23rd of 2022.
They do.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Publish.
Exhibit.
I don't feel like this is a really long court day.
Is that not depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in that photograph?
They have to wait.
There is a upright
A tiny
cabinet, a wood grain cabinet against the west wall that's covered initially by, that's a bed frame. It also shows the blue tote and then one of the knife. Actually, the knife that was, I believe that's the knife that was pulled out of the blue tote.
Was there anything, I apologize, was there anything subsequently located in that cabinet?
Yes.
What was that?
We didn't receive information from Detective Graff and Detective Kemp to look at the cabinet specifically for a wood box. Once this cabinet door was open, there was a wood box on the left bottom level of the cabinet door inside that. And then we found a flesh colored dildo inside that box.
Exhibit 49. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what's shown in that photograph?
That is the photograph that's depicting primarily that wood box that had been opened.
No, let's show the thing on the telly. Let's show the thing on the telly.
Exhibit 50 is it's taking a picture from the bottom of the stairs into the unfinished portion of the basement on the east side of the home.
And is that a stand-up shower?
I showed the bedroom toy.
And exhibit 51, is that now on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in exhibit 51?
I've been arrested again.
It's an overview of the floor drain and lower portion of the stand-up shower.
And what was of any significance to you in this particular area?
An adult.
When we looked at the shower, we observed red substance on the shower walls. There's the shower seat,
not blood,
the shower floor. There was some red substance and some flesh material on the shower drain, and then also on the floor drain.
You want to make sure you're not
slightly behind that curtain. There's a loose squeegee that had red substance that we were able to determine was involved.
And were you able to observe where the shower drain drained into?
Yeah, at first it's not readily observable, but when we remove the top of the cover and examine the drain actually, there's a pipe that runs straight out from underneath the tub and stops shallow to have the water go right into the floor.
Miss out on all the images.
And exhibit 52, 2, is that now on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in Exhibit 52?
It's a close-up of that floor drain that's right in front of the shower. There's some red stain, and there's some hair, and then there is what appears to be flesh,
I see the flesh.
biological material, I guess.
And Exhibit 53. Is that now on the screen?
There's
It is.
someone
What does it
looking
depict?
at the court
It depicts
reporter.
a stand-up shower with the curtain pushed aside. There's some what appears to be blood stains, red drying on the bottom right, and then the squeegee.
Question.
Standard shower stuff.
Did no one hear him
Exhibit
screaming?
54. Is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what does it depict?
It's a photograph of the shower drain with some flesh or biological material caught.
And
I mean, that's
exhibit-
easy to wash it
exhibit
away.
64 in front of you?
54 is.
That's 54.
Maybe.
You have Exhibit 64 as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. 64? I hear you right?
Is it 63?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 63.
I have 63.
I apologize. Thank you. While we pull that up, what is depicted in Exhibit 63?
Trial.
It's a photograph of the concrete floor at the end of the carpeting. The bed had been previously moved. You can see it standing up off the side. What is visible in this photo is that there is red substance. There's also what I've recognized as like swipe marks, almost cleaning marks, swipes in the red material, loops. In the bottom right, there's a measurement. It appears to be a portion of a shoe print that was previously under the bed. It was exposed by moving the bed.
And who moved the bed?
I did.
You know why that you made the decision to look under the bed?
His face says
I
it.
was surprised by the lack of blood on the carpeting. And so having the bed covering part of the concrete floor, I wanted to see what was underneath it. And then it appeared to me to be wiped up red substance underneath the bed.
We get 300 yet. Nope. It's not going to be tonight, guys. It's not going to be tomorrow.
Before I ask you specifically at the Layla Foundation, in addition to collecting evidence on the scene that day at the
think
Stony
it's
Brook
the
residence,
fighting,
did it become apparent that you maybe did not have all of the body parts that you needed to complete human remains?
Did.
And at some point, did you leave the Stony Brook residence
Even
to another
sound
location to look for
real.
more remains?
We did.
And where did you go?
We went to our Green Bay Police evidence storage garage.
I don't know. It'll
where
be
we
under
had
100
a
now.
Chrysler minivan transported for processing subsequent to a search warrant.
Had you been made aware that other
Got
detectives
access to the-
developed information that would suggest there may be human remains in that vehicle?
I was.
You know,
Good day, guys.
I'm not sure. I knew that we had caught a obtained a search warrant to search that vehicle for remains. So knowing, being at the scene and knowing what we're still looking for, myself, Detective Pacula, Dr. Tranquita, and medical investigator Petra Schwab left to go there. And
Not even watching
And did you then conduct or assist in the conducting of the search of the vehicle at the Green Bay storage?
I was present when the vehicle was opened, the search, and I made observations to confirm that we had recovered all the remains, but I didn't personally search that vehicle, but I observed these exhibits.
Is it fair to say the search was done by the medical examiner's office and the forensics team from Green Bay?
Things like
Recovery of remains was from the forensic doctor and the other members of the Green Bay Police Department and their forensic specialists searched the vehicle.
And I would ask for permission to publish exhibits. I think these are 55 and 56.
I just don't look at my notes, John. The court already ruled that those exhibits are into evidence, correct? Yes. As to publication, I'm going to object to the one involving the quote.
Are these different than the ones that were just ruled on, the jury was excused?
No, they're the same.
Your objections noted. Go ahead and publish.
Exhibit Scanlon is Exhibit 55 now shown on the screen.
It is.
And what is that photo display?
Photos, photograph into the driver's side sliding back door of the minivan, particularly the crock pot box.
Thank you, Eddie.
Shortly thereafter, found remains in.
And Exhibit 56, is that now up on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 56?
The crock pot box was turned upright. The opening, there's a flesh colored material that's thigh. And then there's I believe it's a pair of shorts over the top of it. And then there's additional remains underneath that thigh.
We like a half on finish.
And did the material, could you make any specific observations about what the human remains looked like when they were removed from that crock pot box?
Yes, Dr. Tranquita emptied the remains out of that crock pot box, and he itemized them to confirm that we had then what he believed as a doctor was the entirety of the remains.
Then Detective Scanlon, I asked this earlier, but did you subsequently attend the autopsy of Shad Thyrion?
I did.
And where was that?
At the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office down by Madison.
And when did that take place?
On the 25th, I believe.
And who was present for the autopsy?
Myself and Detective Graff attended the autopsy from an observation room. Dr. Tranquita and I believe medical technician Vickerman attended the autopsy.
What is the purpose of a law enforcement officer attending an autopsy?
It's not common at an autopsy for a forensic pathologist or the attending doctor to have questions about the scene. They can also relate to us through speakerphone, things that they're observing.
I don't know, I saw that.
Answer any questions that we might have if we have questions for them in regards to our investigation. It's also an opportunity for, once the autopsy is completed, with the medical examiner's office then collects what they, and we believe the items of entry value. They had, up until that point, had custody of the remains. They take those items and they seal them in bags, and then they turn them over us to collect for continued investigation in the law enforcement. Things like swabs of the body or items that they found to be of evidentiary value, they'll turn over to us and we bring it back and enter into evidence.
Based on your observation of the autopsy, did it appear that Dr. Tranquita was regularly collecting swabs for evidentiary purposes?
He was.
And did you observe him seal those items and provide them to you?
He did. As he was doing the autopsy, he was swabbing parts of the remains. He would then put them in a box. I'm in an observation room, so I don't see every movement he does. But he then collects them, he itemizes them, he puts them into a sealed bag that is documented with a receipt, an invoice, if you will, to show what he turned over to me. And then I took those bags with Detective Graff, transported them back to the Green Bay Police Department, and then started to secure them in evidence.
So just to clarify specifically with respect to the swabs, you observed him take swabs of Shad Thyrion's body. He packaged them for you and sealed them and then provided them to you to take back to the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, during the autopsy, I observed him take all parts of the remains out of the containers. He would examine them as part of the autopsy. He would take swabs as part of the autopsy. He would then collect them in swab containers and then turn over to me all the swabs which were then labeled and then secured in an evidence bag that he had signed and sealed. So then after I collected that back, then I bag later in that bag, there were over 40 swabs. I don't remember the exact number, but they were all itemized as what particularly was swabbed. And then I entered them into evidence specifically for the purpose of future need to send to a crime lab.
And then when you entered them into evidence, you entered them specifically based on what that swab was or how it was labeled on the outside?
Correct. The doctor takes so many swabs, if we would practically if we would just send the bag to the crime lab with 40 some swabs in it, that would not meet their submission guidelines. So we have to itemize those swabs. So if he takes a swab of a particular part of the body, puts it in the box, labels what that was swabbed, collects those collectively, bags them, turns them over to us. We then open that bag and then we itemize and enter into evidence each individual swab.
And that's the process that you followed in this case?
Yes.
I have no further questions of the witness at this time, Your Honor. I apologize. This went longer than I anticipated.
Well, counsel, the direct examination of this witness went on a little bit longer than I anticipated. And given the time of day, my suggestion is that we break now and assume with cross-examination tomorrow. Any objection to that, Mr.
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
Any objection to that, Mr. Lezay?
No, Your Honor.
So there we go, guys. There we go. Day one. Roster. What a day. What a day.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I indicated to you we'd stop around 5 o'clock. It's a little after 5 now, and this testimony was a little bit longer than I expected, but we're going to break now. I'm going to give you an instruction that I gave you earlier in this case, but it's important. It's important for every case. So I'm going to recite it to you again, and that is, do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as jurors while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this case, and if anyone does so, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by